So I wanted, is that going to be okay?
I'm going to just move it up so it's not quite
Good.
underneath.
And hopefully it'll pick up my voice well enough. And you were saying you could hear okay yesterday, so that's good. I wanted to do a little quick check-in from yesterday, just to see as you've had a chance to think about, to ponder, let things settle in. I know some of the Greens had to have some time to process, let it think through the things that we talked about yesterday. But I just wanted to see if there's any things you want to chat about or just kind of bring that to a conclusion.
I was dismayed because I said we spent like 5 minutes making fun of our friends. And I thought that was really a crummy thing to do, that we were teasing them. We were teasing the oranges.
Yeah.
And they were like, joining in, so it was okay. But it just felt like, well, that was a shitty thing to do.
Yeah.
Anyway, but they didn't care.
Of some alternative
Otherwise,
interpretations.
yeah. Other ways you could have done things. Yeah.
Well, no, just for the orange, that if you're in a group and you're having trouble making a decision and it's going back and forth, it's that orange that's going to jump in there and kind of carry that forward. And another one I thought of is if there are barriers to the goal, then it's the orange that's going to see the runaround or the alternative before the others to accomplish that.
Yeah.
So I thought there are some pretty positive things about that, about orange kind of being a change agent.
Yes. Your goal will be looking at the policy, saying, well, the policy says this, and the orange will be saying, well, let's change the policy, right? There's a whole lot of space out there that we can operate in. We don't have to confine ourselves. There are some things that confine you. Is it just enough?
Yeah, the orange is going to go, this doesn't make sense. Why are we doing it this way?
Yeah.
So those are kind of things that we really need. It's an important piece.
Yeah. And you'll have people in your community that represent that as they come before you, or as you're interacting with citizens or other committees that you're serving on, right? And as you think about committee selection or board selection, think about that. The diversity of, there's a lot of things which you're probably considering as you're contemplating who should be represented on these different boards. All the demographic things, right? Do we have good representation from different sides of town, experiences, backgrounds, age groups? What's their color, right? So you have all that mix. You don't get good, fast, quick, well, let me back up. You don't get fast, quick outcomes when you have a diverse group of people. But the outcomes of their deliberations will be far more resilient and lasting and meaningful than because let's face it, if you get with your 4 besties on your back deck frying burgers, you could probably solve the Palestinian-Israeli conflict in about 20 minutes because you all think alike. And so we have that tendency to bring people on board, that think like me, that they can move things forward quickly. And this is why we've somewhat rejected that as a framework. And we said, no, we're going to do this election thing. We're going to have people scattered throughout the community stepping forward, and that brings the mix of diverse opinions, which makes things better and more resilient. So anyway. Any other thoughts? Did you go home and start thinking about your partners and spouses and think, oh, I know what you are?
No, but one of the things that you had said yesterday was becoming more fluid throughout these areas, and I think that's something for me to remember as well, just that because I am one color or the other doesn't mean I am also not the other colors when needed, so.
Yeah, when you went through answering those questions in the assessment, what do you prefer, what do you feel like, and that's going to that core. But I think you've developed these abilities to move very well within the others. It's just what I prefer this one over that. Vanilla over chocolate. Yeah. Doesn't mean I can't eat both.
I think
Microphone.
Yeah. I think with Brandon and I having our numbers be so darn close,
I think that kind of creates something. I don't exactly know what, but I think because having that little difference, whereas I think someone like Sharon with I don't know who else has like a number over 40, but
30, I have a 30 span.
From your
So
highest to lowest.
45 green and 15 orange.
yeah, and so Brent, he's at 5 and I'm at 7 between the high and the low. So I think it creates a different dynamic. I don't exactly know how to explain that and put it into words, but I think it offers something to the table. That's, you may have your own opinion, obviously, but just to pull you into this, but I mean, I feel like it gives us some flexibility too. And Janine and I were talking earlier, I loved how her leadership team, was such a different variety, right, of the colors. And I also think even on council, we have a pretty diverse group, which I think is great, to have those ideas, kind of generating and percolating, or whatever the word would be. But I think it's good. I think it's really good. And I enjoyed it last night. Like I said, because I'm mostly green, I am still processing a little, but I mean, I think it was good. And normally these things for me are not fun. They don't get me excited, but this was actually pretty good.
I'll piggyback off that since you brought me in, which is fine. I've always said, like, growing up and whatnot, that I can see the big picture and I can relate to different people. Taking this test, now I understand why. Because, like my highest to lowest was a 5 span. So it's real easy for me to, even in my house, just without them having to take the test, and I was like, you're gold, you're blue, you're orange, right? But I know how to relate to those people. And then the same with my students at work. We do the Myers-Briggs. Well, I think I'm gonna have them try to do this one time just to see the difference, kind of like how they set in the classroom or how they group with friends, and not tell them at first, but then tell them the results, just to see, do they start clumping up together? Do they, when we put them in projects, do they pick all golds? Do they pick all? So, but it was, this is something that I would never do. It's not fun to me either. Yesterday was fun, so thank you.
Oh, it's good. Well, it's interesting, like with projects in school, and particularly with youth, younger people, they're still pretty raw. They're very, my experience is they're still pretty raw in their color. They haven't been worn down by life. so they're brighter in those colors as they represented. And so when you get in these work projects and the assignment, where they're working in teams, just having that awareness that, there's a dynamic going on here, and it just adds to that ability for them to be effective as a team when they appreciate that dynamic. That's that idea of emotional intelligence. Yeah.
Operationally, and this is my green, I can't understand why they don't all sum to the same. Like, you had 4 things and you drag them, and I have to say, anytime I take that test, I probably would have put them in a different order, because there's always more than one thing, and what do you value? And I'm like, all of the above, so. But anyway, I don't understand how they don't sum up to something that. So I don't understand if Pat's a 37, I'm a 39 blue, and I'm a 37 green, and he's a 31 green. Anyway, they don't all add up to, or maybe they do all add up to the same number. I mean, what do you mean about brightness? I guess that's what I was wondering.
So brightness is, so if you're a 48, I did the training not long ago, there's a 48 orange. I've never come across the 48 orange.
Wow.
And I thought, oh my, well, what do you do? He says, well, I'm a PhD in chemistry. Exactly. I thought, wow. How did you do that? How did you have the discipline as a 48 orange to go all the way through a doctoral program? That's like 30 years of school. I don't know. It was ridiculous. He says, it was hard. It's probably the hardest thing I ever did in my life. I said, well, what do you do with that chemistry degree? He says, I do R&D. I said, no. So it's that ability to, ooh, let's try this. And so I do coaching as well. And so I was coaching this young man in his lab, and all of his lab partners hate him. He says, I've got a real conflict going on here because no one likes me. And so as I'm trying to figure out the root of that, and I'm trying to get to your, but the root of that, it was because of his orangeness and how he was expressing, he said, I've got a great idea. And they said, okay, let's all in the lab get around this idea to try to find some new whatever solution. And about halfway through, he'd realize, yeah, it's not going to play out. It's not going to give us what we want. And he would abandon, walk away from everything all set up, and he'd just go to another part of the lab and set up a whole new experiment without wrapping this one up. The golds in the lab were going nuts. Yeah. Because can't handle this, and so it was creating real rub. So he was starting to figure out, how do I temper my orange and pull up some of my other colors so I can maintain harmony in the lab so we can do good, cool things. So as it adds up, I think as you look at, everyone's going to have 120.
Okay, 120, all right.
120 is going to be the
So
total
never
points
mind
that you'll have.
that answers.
And then the brightness is that distance between your highest color and your next highest color. So some of those people, I've worked with some that 48, 47 gold, and then the next highest is like mid-30s. There's a big split between, so they're all in on that color. And everything else is kind of secondary. So to access those other three might be more of a challenge, right? Some of us that are 45 green to 30 blue, full on green. She's pretty bright green. But you folks, kind of gray.
You could do all the,
You could solve that somehow, I'm sure we can figure that out.
So and I had a colleague that was similar in that 5 points, and it was really challenging for us to try to figure out, because he would, one day certain values, a certain color would really come out of him, depending on how his stress level was that day. It might be this gold was coming out really hard, and other days he's going to be really blue because, hey, things are going well, let's sit and chat, and how you doing, and it could even flip in a day, and it kind of created challenges with the staff. It's like, oh, wow, anyway. I don't want to, we could sit and chat about this all day, but, oh, go ahead.
I wanted to piggyback on what Jane said, because I was thinking about this last night too. I was thinking about my orange colleague and my orange council member, and I have more experience with this council person than with you, but it really was interesting because, like, when I look at my team, if I want to bounce a crazy idea, right? Like, if I'm like, we could think outside the box here. There's my gold colleague is who I call into my office and I go, help me think about this. Yeah. And what I love about her is she'll see directly to, here's how we can make that change to get to that out of the box thing, right? If the change is doable. And to be fair, in government, it isn't always doable.
That's when you go and talk to Bob and say, okay, how narrow is that space that we can slide through?
Yeah.
Agreed.
And I think I've said that a lot about Councilor Somerville too. I love the sort of out of the box perspective that she brings a lot of the time. It's a frustration, I imagine. I'm looking at Brian because, like I said, I just know Andy better than you, but I imagine it's a frustration, right? Because sometimes you're like, I just want to, here's the way to go there, but then we have all these rules and things in the way. Sometimes, not all the time, but it was interesting because that is the one member of my team that I call in if I want to do something a little crazy. Yeah. And she immediately was like, here's how we'll do it. It's no big deal. And I'm like, are you sure it's going to be really hard? She's like, no, it'll be fine. It'll be so easy. We'll just do this, And
let's take on this big program, this new software.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty cool. So that was fun. It was fun to see that yesterday.
Yeah. Because she was the one that's bringing in the software, right, and trying to implement that?
She's implementing that, yeah. And what's interesting, I was telling Jane too, she is a different team member, right? And she's the one, like, I'll be sitting around and, like, my management team will make a decision, and then she'll kind of, like, throw this bomb out, like, well, what about this? And then we all go, oh, we thought we had it figured out. Okay, well, now we got to think about this. But a lot of times they're really great ideas. It's just having the energy to go there in a very restrictive environment, which, I come from the private sector, so I believe government's awfully prescriptive a lot of the time, right? It's something I struggle with too, being entrepreneurial versus not. But anyway, she's always got the energy for it. Like, well, let's look at it this other way, and we could do it this other way, right? And the energy to go try that in a very restrictive environment, which is cool. I love it. Yeah.
And it's not a failure. That just failure isn't part of their. They just try stuff, and they're just like that Energizer bunny in a way. They're just trying stuff and it didn't work. That's all right. We'll just try something else. And like the chemistry professor with the failed experiment, it didn't work. So we're going to go over here and try something new.
Right.
It just doesn't. And the other one's like, how did we just spend all these resources and all this time and it was a failure, and they feel morally and personally that was a bad thing, and they're like, yeah, whatever.
Well, I think government grinds that out of those folks,
Yeah.
right? Because if you try and fail, you wasted money.
Yeah, wasted money or time.
Yeah.
But I think in Brian's case, in his personal life, he's so creative, right? And I think maybe that's where you might channel some of that orangeness, not so much here, right? But definitely at your business life, and maybe that's your outlet.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Being in government is frustrating to me because it is so slow. Yeah. Everything is so slow, and everything is so like thought. And I rationalize it as we don't make bad decisions because we are so slow. We make like sort of sturdy and lasting decisions, but that drives me crazy. I do it because that's the thing, and you all get to weigh in on what decision we make too. But I don't know. I would try and fail a lot probably otherwise.
Look at 3 readings on ordinance.
Exactly.
Going through that whole process.
Yeah.
And then a public hearing. And you got all of these different
Yeah,
things.
absolutely.
I remember Flip McConaughey, when he was city manager, would always come and say, government is so slow sometimes. But hopefully, in the end, we get things done right. But we always let everybody have their say, and what's the public think now? And okay, maybe we need to go back and revise after hearing that. And now we have to start maybe the process over again. But I think it's, for the most part, pretty effective.
Yeah, I like. Let's pick this part of the conversation up here in a little bit because I like where you're going because it's really framing what makes this different than Main Street business, right? You don't walk into the Maverick and on the door it says, "Come comment on our budget," right? So there's a difference and a different expectation. So the model and framework of business is different than the model and framework of government. And once you embrace the framework you're operating in and understand, oh, there's a design and a purpose for this, then it doesn't seem so cumbersome because there's a reason for and a sequence and a logic to it. There's my green, the logic of it, right? Whereas their business is far more nimble, and nonprofits are far more nimble and can get stuff done. And this is where I really like the partnership aspect. As you seek out those partners in the community, because hey, there's a certain role that we play, but we really need to partner with you because wow, you can get stuff done. And we're going to be like the big old what do you call it, aircraft carrier. You folks were the tugboats running around getting stuff done, right? And so you're just trying to figure those things out as you design the landscape of your community. And understanding that intentionality of what you do and how you do it. And we'll spend some of the morning talking about that and really kind of get you grounded in that. So it becomes less frustrating. I think once people understand that, they're less frustrated. And they kind of lean into, okay, I know the process can be like, it's going to be 3 readings. Doesn't make sense. But once you think about it in the other perspective, it's like, oh yeah, it makes sense. And so I'm not bothered by the 3 readings because there's a reason why we're doing it. 3 readings was a lot. I'll just say that.
I was going to add one thing just to Janine. I think as we went through it last night, one of the things I left thinking was how many times I've talked to you about like wanting to know earlier what's happening or like wanting to know like when staff starts talking about something, I want to know about it. And it's not the form of government we have, right? So I don't necessarily get to or shouldn't. And you and I had this conversation very recently and have often. And I think that as we were writing stuff down, that was one of the things, because in my mind, I'm like, well, yeah, but that probably won't work. Or maybe we should just do it a little different. And if I could just say it earlier, then I don't have to say it later when it's all invested, when the thing is built. And I'm like, yeah, but there's a hole in it or something like that. And it's easy to say at the end, right? Like it's easy to see them. But it's also impossible for me to be an engineer or a planner or something like that. So there is a hurdle there that is not one that I can clear. But I think that last night I was thinking about that's probably where that comes from. Like it or not, I'm probably going to annoy you forever. But now I have language for it.
Yeah, exactly. I think I appreciate that, because we did just have a conversation just a few days ago. Yeah, it was really interesting. Yeah. Of course, staff, I think, we see our job as filtering that out, right? Like, my job is to come, either me directly or through my staff, and make policy recommendations. So yeah, we kind of flesh things out and bring options to you, because there's a million options. You guys don't have time to consider a million options, right? But like what you're saying is, yeah, but you want to, and I saw this as well with Councilor Somerville when she was the mayor, like, yeah, but you guys didn't think about this. Well, right, because we were looking at the rules and the strictures we had, and then sometimes actually the idea is within those allowances, and then that's when I sit back and I go, man, democracy's really cool. Messy, but very cool. So yeah, see, yeah.
Andy, do you have anything to add to this conversation?
Not yet.
All right. All right, Dan, back to you.
All right. Well, good. And I'm sure, like I said, this has a tendency to create a new vernacular in the organizations I work with. And so it becomes a kind of a shorthand for conversations and discussion with this colors language. So I'm sure it'll be embedded throughout the discussion today. And you may say, yeah, well, speaking as a green, or as a perspective of an orange, that gives you that kind of language to say, oh, okay, I understand where you're coming from. I asked you, and we didn't have the time yesterday, I was hoping to, but we didn't have the time yesterday, to have you think about what are some things, questions, concerns, or issues that you would like to make sure we cover today. This is kind of a retreat, but kind of an orientation, kind of a making sure we're all thinking, kind of a framework that we're operating from, a way for you to align yourselves in understanding and purpose. We'll get to the point later on today where we're hoping to have and kind of touch base on some of your objectives. Objectives, I don't know if that's right. I'm not sure what word language you use.
Goals
and objectives for kind of a work plan moving forward, so that there's an alignment between both the council and the staff, and that we're pretty clear on how we're going to spend our energies and time moving forward. So that's kind of the progression, making sure the framework is there, and then where we're going to head as an organization. Is that what everyone else was expecting? Okay. So I think we can spend a little bit of time talking a bit about the structure framework, how you guys operate. So questions, issues that you want to make sure we cover today about your form of government, this relationship, right? This clarity of roles and responsibilities, liabilities, where's the line, and we can talk about it and kind of try to define it as a group where some of these lines are, so I know when I'm in course and scope or out of course and scope. How do we as a board communicate effectively given our role as a governing body and the laws that govern you as a city? So I'll just pause and let you kind of think, and we can make a list of things you want to make sure we cover, and then we'll figure out how to go about addressing that.
Go ahead, Aaron.
This is too vague for me. Are we talking about, we're not talking about our goals yet, doing our big spreadsheet with all the goals. We're talking about leadership and, is everybody else clear what we're tasked to do? Because I'll just be quiet and learn from you and everybody else. Okay.
Are we talking about roles and responsibilities?
Yeah, so at this point, we'll talk about roles, responsibilities, clarity of city, how you function, because we got folks that are brand new, 29 days?
This would be day 25.
25. So day 25, some of you have been around for a while, so it's kind of that, kind of an orientation where we're all on the same page. Though even those that have been around for a while, how many
Second term.
Second term, so.
6+ years.
Yeah, so we've got some, and a couple of you in that same boat, and then we've got.
James been around council first.
Yeah, so you might have, and what I find is, which hurts my heart, when I hear a council member say, it took me 3 years before I even said anything in a meeting, because I didn't know what was going on. Wow. Yeah, that hurts my heart. It's like, no. That may not be the case with you guys. But because a lot of it's, I'm just trying to figure out what's going on, and it takes a while for me before I feel like you could contribute. And I want to break those down by making sure that you feel confident and comfortable. It's like, okay, I understand my space. I understand the relationship between my role as a council member and the role of the manager and the staff. How this whole thing fits in. And I'll tell you, I got a lot of stuff I'll cover. I want to see where you're at and then find the alignment of where things I want to cover and where questions you might have.
Go ahead, Aaron.
One of the things that I think is hard for council is to know our boundaries. And here is this thing that I want to see done, and going directly to staff or something instead of using our structure, which is to talk to our city manager. And we come up with these goals at the beginning of the year, and I say this to anybody that'll listen, but for the new people, when we come up with these goals, we put them out there, and it's a beautiful thing, because then throughout the year, everything that comes forward, you could see what goal it attaches to. Now, if it's not what you intended, you can speak, you speak to the city manager and say, I interpret that as X, and I don't really care if we have 3-story buildings downtown. That was not my goals. They just shade the street and make more ice. So where did that come from or something? But we, anyway, so we can clarify, but I think that it's really easy to just go off and try to get this thing done because it was when you're campaigning, this was your thing. And you have to have the buy-in of the whole council and can't just go running around making something happen on your own. So that was long.
On one hand, I think we have to be somewhat aware of what we heard from the city manager and her team. I'm trying to remember how long ago it was, before the new members came on, about putting too much on the staff because of the lack of personnel. And, we have all these great visions. This is what we want to get done. And I see balance up there. I like that. And Janine is saying, oh my gosh, we can't get all this stuff done. It sounds very good, very lofty goals, but we have to be careful here because our team is so concise, and we're just trying to sometimes stay afloat of the problems that are before us. So if the council comes by and says, we want to get this done, we want to get this done, we want get rid of paper sacks or plastic sacks, and we had these things we want to do, which is great, but we got to be careful, I think.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councilor Newman.
I think an issue that we should talk about at some point is community engagement, because running on the campaign, I heard a whole bunch about that, but every meeting I go to, there's 1 or 2 people. So something that we should talk about as well at some point.
And Councilor, that's been a persistent problem as long as I've been on council, right?
It was one back home in
gets
Kansas
harder.
as well. So.
I think it is always a problem, but we should be aware of it and put energy into it for sure.
In most communities, there aren't even people running. There's a blank on the ballot.
Yeah.
Not in most, but in many.
Yeah, sure. Councilor Pierce?
Mine had to do with what Mine had to do more with what Pat was mentioning, in terms of the load that's currently on staff. And, Pat said it very well. But I think to how Malia put it, last night is still kind of resonating, and I don't necessarily have it memorized, but it was like 24 people for 24 hours or something, whatever that was. I'm like, oh, you know, and I started calculating that out, and I thought, man, and that was just one piece, and I thought that whole ERP implementation is just so vital, but such a time suck, you know, that we should maybe make that one of our goals, you know, like by 2026 or whatever the timeline she gave us for implementation. So anyway.
The investment that the city's making on that, I think is going to, and that the result will be a scrappier, sort of the conversation is kind of a scrappy, lean team that gets stuff done, but hopefully this will allow this whole other efficiency to come in, that you can keep the same size team. I'm assuming that's the intent.
Yeah, I will say, we didn't touch on this, it is a time suck, you're absolutely correct. I managed to participate in half of the 24 hours, sort of listening and multitasking. Tedious. But to your point, this ERP, I think, is going to be the single largest technology efficiency improvement we've made in a decade. And it will last for 2 decades. The software we have right now that really phased itself out, we tried to hold on to it forever because it's an expensive proposition in terms of time, but money as well to do this. It phased out, right? And so if we implement this, but we've had it 20 plus years. Once we get through this, we'll probably have this product for 20 plus years. It will really make us more efficient. And I think it's going to allow us to take personnel resources and allocate them differently, because so much of just paper pushing and things like that, processes that we do now that are antiquated and very time consuming for staff, will all be in the software. We're going to be like current and modern and in like the 2020s, you know? So yeah, I think that is going to really help with how we allocate people. We may be fine 10 people down from 6 years ago, because the software is going to do so much heavy lifting that people are doing. So.
Brandon, you had thought? Or did you forget?
Mike, I had a thought, maybe. Okay, never mind. Welcome, Joe. Any other questions here? I think one thing in my mind is we've had some pretty, I don't want to call them easy meetings, but softer meetings than we will, of course, right? Something will come up that's more contentious.
In about 4 weeks.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, they're coming.
His name right now.
Yeah, I've been hearing rumors. And so, you know, I think the council having their sort of Robert's rules in mind by then will be helpful, new members for sure. Knowing in which order we, how the council comments, asks questions, and then goes to a comment, right? Knowing you're going to speak twice. If you want to speak at all, you get 2 chances. For at least for our regular meetings, work sessions are more casual. But I think some of that stuff will be important to me, and I don't want that in the meeting when I say you've already asked 2 questions. I don't want that to be like a slap on the hand in public, or the first time you've heard about it. So we may stray from those rules if it makes sense. Of course, I'm not going to be hard and fast to them, but just having the general framework in your minds will be helpful.
And Mayor, I was just thinking about when I was talking about the balance, it came up in the evaluation for the city manager. So the 2 new council members weren't involved. And I was trying to remember where all this discussion started on the balance part and Janine's staff. So just thought I'd throw that out.
That's a good list. And we can certainly add to it as things come up. So, when we get a chance, let's add that to our list to clarify, to do a deeper dive or whatever else. I think these are, like the meeting management part, I think is going to be really important, so you know kind of the rules and the culture of the group, and what's that difference, how we roll in our business meetings, our decision-making meetings versus our work sessions, and how to really make those work sessions effective, and how do we think about that as a mechanism to engage the community. That's the thing that it takes a while for the community to realize. If they show up at the business meeting when you're going to take final action on something, feeling like I'm going to make a comment and try to influence the outcome, I'm sorry, but we've been laboring on this for the last 4 months in business meetings, or in work sessions, right? And so they feel like their engagement and contribution is going to make a difference in the formulation of policy, not trying to argue to stop it, which is really frustrating. It's like, yeah, we've gone through the process. This is where we're at.
Jane?
Yeah, I can't tell you the number of times I told people that if you really want to be on the ground floor, you need to come to the work session. I mean, I have said that over and over again in my years, is this is when we vet and we hear the many, many different sides of the issue, and we become educated, and we would love to have other members of our community come in to that work session and provide their thoughts, their feelings, because by the time it gets to us, right? Yeah. And even if there's 3 readings, right? We've all had the benefit of many discussions prior to, whereas I think that creates then a frustration, because if you're only paying attention to what's on the agenda for the business meeting and you're thinking you're getting in on the ground floor as an outside member of the community, you come in and you're like, I think they don't see, well, how could they know that already? Or how could they be, I mean, sometimes my decision is made up, right? Not that I'm not open to, other things, but mostly, 80% of the time I'm there, I'm done. Let's just get this over with and move on to the next thing. And I think that's the piece that maybe that message we might want to get out to the public more. I don't know, but...
And I find that oftentimes it's not even at the business meetings, but it's at business meeting number 3. So it's the last meeting, and usually it's secondary to a swell in the community of people doing calls and reaching out for support. And so they've not been a part of the process at all. And with some of these processes, they've gone on for close to a year, and we're finally to the final vote. And then it's, you're doing this behind closed doors. I feel broadsided. So it's really made us think more about how do we get that communication out there, and what are the most effective ways of communicating, because everybody's busy. They've got a ton of stuff on their plate, and it's hard to pay attention to these little details.
I would just point out that I can't remember, Nancy, how long now we've been doing work sessions on Zoom, and this session we've never done before on Zoom. So, I mean, we are actively letting the public watch what we're doing every work session now, every regular session. And so I don't think there's any excuse from the public. Nancy, how long have we been doing work sessions?
Via Zoom, about 2 years.
Okay, yeah. So because I never remember work sessions.
And we post all this to social media too, correct?
It's on YouTube.
It's on
You
YouTube.
can go back later.
Well, I'm saying like our announcements. It's all on social media as well, so.
The public relations flyers we developed during COVID has been a continuing thing. We've just changed it now to just say public meeting instead of, for public safety, kind of thing. So we've kept the same kind of format. We posted on Facebook our news flash, and we send those out to usually send those out to the media as well, so that they're totally aware of what's coming up, if it's work session and those flyers give them the Zoom link, as well as now telling them that it's in person and on Zoom. So we're trying really hard to make sure that they are aware. There's multiple ways they can participate, even cable channel 191. I mean, they can just watch on.
So, I mean, we've been on that cable station, how long, Joe? I mean, way before I
moved here in 95.
And there were other
Yeah.
stations before that.
Yeah, so it's not like,
And we're on YouTube, we're on Facebook. I mean, I think we're doing a great job of of reaching out. So it surprises me when people feel broadsided, it just surprises me, and I don't think there's any magic method for reaching, but I think we're certainly trying everything we can.
I just want to add that I think, yeah, it's unfortunate when council feels broadsided because you've been working on it for or people feel like they've been broadsided because council's been working on it for so long. But I think it's also kind of the nature of the beast, right? That's why we have 3. So that somebody, by the 3rd reading, who said, I never heard about this, and now I'm going to come. So we've kind of, by having 3 readings, that's what you're going to end up getting, right? So, and that's why we have it. And that's why, I mean, if we really are going to have 3 readings, then we also have to be ready and open to change our mind on the 3rd reading if something comes forward. So.
Janine?
I just wanted to ask you if we're just still brainstorming or if I can offer an idea.
Oh, yeah. No.
Okay.
So we're chatting, and I'm going to start doing stuff here in a minute. Go ahead.
Of course. I wonder, so we have really, we're really expanding our social media visibility and whatnot, as you know. I know we sent some data recently. But it strikes me, I think you're right. Everybody's right. But back to what Jane said, we've spent a lot of time publicizing your agendas, right? Because we want people to come to the meeting and comment, for heaven's sake, whether it's 1st or 3rd reading, that's the chance. I wonder if we should, I'm asking your opinion on this because we're meeting with our people on Monday. I wonder if we should make a stronger push to advertise work sessions and try to draw people in earlier, kind of to your point, because while yes, 3rd reading's great, it'd be really good if people got involved sooner. And I'm thinking of a former council member, former management team member we had, who was from a different state. And he always referred to your work sessions. I don't know where that phrase work session came from. It's just always been here. But he always referred to them in the language from where he came, which was a learning session or a study session. And I kind of wonder, we're a very academic community. We have a lot of people who really appreciate learning. Do you think if we push our focus on work sessions when we're starting to build that body of knowledge and understanding with electeds and invite the public to come learn and maybe call it something different, do you think that we might get better engagement?
That's how
Or I just plant that as a seed and then I want your input on it, but maybe we're focusing too much on the business agenda. We need to spend as much energy on a work or study, come learn session, come learn with your electeds, or I don't know.
Yeah, Ginny, I think that's a great idea, and I think maybe instead of publicizing agendas, right, nobody's going to read the agenda to get to item 11 to figure out whether they care or not. Maybe we need something that's specific to the item, the post is about this small section of the agenda and has sort of a quick explainer of what's happening, and if you care about housing density, join us for this, learning session, work session, whatever the council decides.
And I think Mom has done such a great job of making it more interesting, right? So
yes, absolutely.
For example, hey, are you concerned about housing in Laramie? Is affordability or quality an issue? Come and help us learn about, or come and join us to learn about this issue. Something like that kind of tenor?
I think so, and they have done a great job on social media. So I think turning it to them, they know how to communicate for sure. Thanks, Brandon. Go ahead.
Yeah, so more like bullet points, and I like the work session because I'm just using some other colors here outside the box. If I see that on social media, it means you guys are going to put me to work, right? So I'm not going to come.
Right.
And
time for more work.
right. So something like learning or something where we could maybe target the students as well to get them back engaged. That might be something that we could look at. Plus, I haven't looked at the budget or anything like that, but it's not hard to put a Facebook ad on for $50 that targets Laramie, and we can 18 to 35-year-olds or whatever we need to do, because that's what we did on my campaign, and it seemed to work. So
You popped up in my feed.
I probably did a bunch because I spent a pile of money on social media. So, yes, just stuff like that. And I do like changing the work session because I'm just, if I were to tell my kids, hey, we're going to have a work session, they ain't coming. They're just going to stay at home and do whatever because they're.
I never thought of it that way, but I always liked.
Thank you, ma'am.
It was Rich Elliott who would call them study or learning sessions. Anyway, appreciate you guys.
Or listening session.
Yeah, and I think, what we need to keep in mind is
Come to this listen and learn.
the public wants to be able to be heard at the point where they can affect the change, right? By third reading, they can't really affect the change anymore, right? So they want to be engaged far earlier. They want that. Exactly,
Because
right?
some people come with ideas we didn't.
Yeah, Micah and then Brandon.
In the other piece, since the work on social media right now is just getting better and better, and I need to be much better about this as well, but sharing all of these posts that the city is doing on our feed so we can help kind of spread that information.
I saw you doing that, so I started as well, because, yeah.
I do it all the time.
You do it a lot, Sharon.
I have a question for you, Nancy. So back home, the new council members got the Roberts Rule book. Is that something we do here before I go out and buy one?
I was going to say, she's going to have one, just.
There's a Robert's Rules brief book that I actually have for the newly elected members in my office. I just didn't bring it in because I didn't know whether to clutter today with that. But yes, after we're during a break or something, yeah, I'll get
Awesome,
that too.
thank you.
And Brandon, be sure to read through the code of conduct. So you'll find some of our meeting specific or Laramie Council specific rules in there.
And then, in her attempt to help me get all this stuff down, Nancy has found a couple of YouTube sites, and one is a brief explanation of Robert's Rules, and one is about an hour-long tutorial, and so those are helpful too. You might pass those along.
You've got a little tutorial on our website too that for elected officials. You've got how you do things here, which is very specific, but just that Robert's Rules in general is very helpful. I think there is something in your 240-page, there's like a page and a half of just some basic things on, typical things that you're going to use as Robert's Rules during the meeting. So this is great, and I think we can spend some time. We've been identifying and kind of going into that. What are some strategies for this community engagement? I think which is really critical, and I like that's where you want to spend some of your headspace in that discussion. I liken this process. It's my war metaphor, like building a missile. You guys kind of do missiles around here, don't you? At least over in Cheyenne, I've seen them over there. But it's like building a missile, and at the beginning, you're trying to figure out the guidance system, the payload, the warhead size, all that. That's the scoping. And when you're actually putting it in the silo, that's your first reading. It's pretty much done up. We know where it's going. We know how long it's going to be in the air. We know when it's going to hit. We know how big the boom's going to be. That's been decided way in advance. And so how do we get the public engaged in having that conversation about the guidance system and the payload and all those other things, right? If we want to get really terrible imagery. But does that kind of give you a sense of that early framing and designing is the important part. And then, and it frustrates everybody when you get a room full of people on that second reading and they're just frustrated and it's either a go or no go. And that's not where you want to be in that position, go or no go. You want to be back in that, well then, where were you 6 months ago or a year ago when we were designing the thing? Because we've got so much now built around it, or we're going to have to stop, pause, and go back and spend the next 6 months redesigning this thing. And oftentimes we don't have the energy to do that because we got other things. So it's, well, we're going to fire it off and hope for the best and let another council pick up the pieces.
Often it's just the misinformation that's already been out there. So we'll have people say, you need to do this. And I'm like, yeah, it's the very first line. If you read the actual ordinance instead of what you saw on social media, you'll see that what we said was this and what you're saying is that. So I don't know, more links to the ordinance, I don't know.
I like, because I got a whole section, I'll talk about that here, that what are some strategies that you can employ when you're going to pack a room full of people that are angry because they've read something on social media? We all know that that's super accurate.
That's right.
Right, and so how do you shift the credibility, right? Because it's a credibility issue. Right now, people are showing up in this room because they have given more credibility to social media posting than to you. And then how do you expertly shift that credibility back into your favor? And I think there's some strategies we've figured out over time, and we'll have to think about how does this fit within the way you conduct your business. But I think there's ways in which we can organize those meetings and the agenda and how you conduct that section to suddenly shift that back into your favor. And that they walk out of here thinking, oh, these guys seem like they got their act together. And they know what they're doing, and we're less willing to listen to what I hear on social media. I'm going to come to the source. Anyway, so we don't know if this is all. I get so excited. All right. I often say, if you're not having fun doing this, you're not doing it right. Because I get jacked up about governing and all this stuff. Let's start at the very beginning. If you will indulge me with this conversation. So a lot of what I want to cover here in the next little bit is really framework, foundational, getting your headspace into why are you here, why does this building exist, why is this room here, and why are you sitting at these tables. So let's start with the question. Why do we create government? We've been doing it for thousands of years, and we do it across the globe. Why? Why do we create government? And this is like an improv class. It's a yes and.
To serve the people.
Okay, serve the people. Yes and.
For safety.
Public safety. Okay.
Maintain order.
Order, structure.
With rules and policies.
I love it. Yeah, speaking my language. Okay, yeah, and
To provide services.
provide services. Yeah. All those things, yeah. So particularly when we come into this close proximity, right, we're all kind of moved together. We're social beings. We come together for commerce, for safety, for protection. And so we need some rules to govern us, right? As we're living in homes that are, I don't know how spacing is, 20 feet apart. You're going to be kind of in each other's business. So how do we manage that? So we create government. We create government in a structure to provide the public safety, provide these essential services. Think about back in the olden days when you had a pump well in your backyard and a pit toilet. It doesn't take long for chronic dysentery to realize, you know what? We had to pool our resources together and put in a water system. And we got to pool our resources together and put in a sewer system. And this road, this rutted old road, why don't we pool our resources together and pave it and maintain it? So when we talk about that, pooling our resources together, what do we call that? Taxes and fees, right? So when we start talking, people are always angry about taxes because, yeah, well, we've all decided, this is the social contract. We've decided we're going to pool our resources together to do these things collectively that we can do individually. There's no way for me to go out and shovel the snow just on the road in front of my house, but it makes sense for me and my neighbors to pitch into a bucket and let's get someone with a snowplow to more effectively and efficiently perform that duty. So it's consistent, so it's not random, each person trying to manage their own thing on their own time and their own level, but we're going to have a consistent framework, delivery of services. So we're doing things collectively we can't do individually.
When I was in the county, road improvement districts was one of the big things.
Yes.
Worked so well.
Back in the day, it used to be a road association, where it's just the neighbors got together and they pooled their money together and they made a little kitty and said, that's what we're going to hire someone to do this. And what happened is over time, is people stopped contributing. They kind of freeloaded. Well, if I don't, it'll still happen. And then if you don't, pretty soon those road improvement associations, they start realizing this isn't happening anymore. It's all collapsed. Our social contract is collapsed. So we go to the county and say, we want you to make this a government thing. And they've asked the county to then make this a thing that forces us to participate. So we have compliance. I don't like the word force, but we're all contributing out of our taxes to make that happen because we couldn't rely upon our good nature. And so we created this structure because we're not always our best selves or for whatever reason, we can't rely upon each other to follow through.
But it still has to be voted on. It has to have that 50+% for approval. It's not just something you're going to do
The county's not going
regardless.
to make it happen,
Right.
but it's like, okay, you
Okay, we're going to get
decide.
together.
You decide, and the majority's going to rule on this, is another tenet that we have in government. So you decide what you want at the level of service you want, right? So there's this engagement with this government we've created. We haven't quite got fully defined and fleshed out this government idea, but the initial thought is we're pooling our money together to provide these services, but now we need someone who's going to manage those services, manage those resources, right, and look after that, measure it and evaluate it, and be accountable for it. So how do we establish that? Who's running the show on that and making those decisions?
As we put all this together, 500 years ago, it used to be 32,000 people would storm the castle and tell the king what had to be done, and there'd be a big cacophony of voices. Now we have a representative form of government where we represent those 32,000, so you're only listening to 9 voices instead of 32,000, and I think that's one of the, and then everything else falls into place, and the king then can make decisions based upon, or actually what the king does is she takes our decisions and implements them. So much more efficient than beating up each other around the moat.
Yeah, I like that metaphor, because I usually use the metaphor as like, so what we could do is all show up at the high school gym once a week to make these decisions collectively. And we've decided, it ain't gonna happen. I don't have that kind of time. I don't have the expertise. So we're going to create this representative system where we're going to find people within our community that are willing to step forward and say, I will be one of these representatives on your behalf. So I am here on your behalf, public, to help facilitate the decision-making process as a community. It's not efficient for us to all storm the castle and sit in the courtyard or beat each other around the moat or sit at the high school gym, but we're saying we're going to elect 9 people from our community. We're not having, where we in Cheyenne, the governor sending down one of their representatives to manage the city. There are countries that's where you have this provincial government, they send representatives, and what's the connection between that? Where's the allegiance of that representative comes from? Cheyenne. Their allegiance is to Cheyenne. And they're here to just do Cheyenne's bidding. That's the capital, right? Okay. To do the Cheyenne's bidding here in town. And we've rejected that model in lieu of the model of we're going to find local folks, live here in the community, they're our neighbors, and we're going to ask them, these lay people, to labor on our behalf to facilitate our decision-making process as a community to make decisions rather than storming the castle or hanging out at the high school gym. You had a thought, and then we'll come to yours.
I think one thing that differentiates us like from a homeowners association is that we have to think more long range, and so then we have to make unpopular decisions sometimes, like water rates and all. Like literally that condo in Florida that collapsed, the people that, like you don't vote for your board because everybody, is coming and going, and then they don't put the money into the maintenance and the long-term, they don't have the outlook like, that we have to protect this structure for the next, 100 years or whatever. And so I think that's what makes government, if it's done right, it makes it work better because we have to have a long-term vision, and we have to try to balance the, like what people want right this moment and that long-term investment. Thanks.
Use the word balance. Balance. We'll drill down on that idea of balance. There we go.
Yeah, so I think when you were talking prior to what Aaron said, I was thinking of what has occurred in the argument that folks or you hear over time with the District of Columbia, right? It's like, right? You know, they're kind of their own little island
Inside the Beltway.
yeah, and living there, I can see where you might get a little irritated, right? So, yeah, so.
This is what I like. This is why I don't hang out in state politics or federal politics. It makes me angry. But this is why I like local governments, because this is where it matters. The interactions that you've had with city government, just, what is it, 9/12 today, you could probably sit here and count how many interactions you've had with the city of Laramie, besides just sitting in the building owned by the city of Laramie. The water you drank and used this morning in your shower, the toilet you flushed, the streets you drove on, the protection you felt by driving on that street. We don't even think about it, but we weren't accosted by marauding bandits.
I love that.
Right?
I love not being a cop.
Yes. So there's this bubble of safety that's been placed over the community because you've made this investment of police officers and fire protection and ambulance. You have this calmness, less anxiety. Can you imagine living in an environment where you didn't feel safe? Living in Mogadishu. You know, so think of just the energy you're investing just trying to survive. We are so blessed to have this bubble of safety over us in our communities that allows us then to bicker over chicken ordinances or cat leash laws. That is not what they're worried about in Mogadishu. It's, can I go out and get clean water without getting shot in the head? Those are my challenges today. So that's what I think is really exciting for me. This is where the impact is so real and so visceral. And that's why people do get so passionate to come to these meetings, because it is that connection. You're providing services they can't get anywhere else. They can't say, you know, screw you, the city of Laramie and your water system. I'm going to go with your competitor. I'll show you. Not an option. But it's not. But we got to get out. It's not a competitor. It's not that environment, because who owns that water system? It's their water system. Who owns those streets? It's their streets. They've asked you to make decisions on their behalf about that water system. So that puts us down here with this idea of you have a duty as elected officials. There's certain duties you have, and it might not be popular. Who was talking about this long-range planning? May not be a popular thing, but I've got a duty to look out for this community and think about not just today and the challenges we face today, but what are going to be the issues in 25, 30, 40, 50 years? When I was mayor, there was sidewalks that were put in, stamped on the corner. Each corner had a stamp of who the engineer contractor and the date, 1913. They hadn't put in sidewalks since 1913. Those folks lived in sod huts. They pooled their money together to put in sidewalks, to build a beautiful courthouse, not unlike what you have here. I don't know how old this sandstone courthouse, but this huge sacrifice by people that lived in sod huts to build community and structure and safety, something we can invest in. They were looking out, and we were benefiting from the investment of people that lived in sod huts to this day. And people today are refusing to say, yeah, we ain't putting in sidewalks. That ain't worth the money. Because we've got plenty, you hear what I'm saying, right? We've got to be thinking in that long range, that 70 years down the road, how is this investment going to play out? Are we putting enough money aside in our water rate for maintenance, depreciation, operation, service of debt, and a replacement? Right? So your capital improvement plan needs to be designed and thought out. So it's this duty to look out and see the big picture. And you are occupying this moving train. It's been going on since 1878.
68.
Oh gosh, 1868, this train got on the tracks, has been moving down the road. And you folks have just jumped on, and you're going to be on it for a few years, and you're going to hop off, and someone else is going to come on that train. And you're going to be navigating and helping facilitate that train movement down the line. So as you start thinking about that role, and I put this balance, and thank you for bringing that up, is this is what you find yourselves in this position, and the role that you're playing for facilitating the public decision-making process on behalf of the citizens of Laramie. They've asked you to be those facilitators, not to be the deciders, so to speak, in that go in the back room and figure this out because we trust you. No. They said, we want to be part of this conversation, but it doesn't make sense to hang out and storm the castle. So we've asked you to, on our behalf, pull us together to use right people. So the other thing, then you hire smart people that do that operational stuff. You oversee the operational implementation, the safety, all the decisions making, fulfilling your duty. Right. So but we want to be part of that decision-making process. I mentioned chicken ordinance. Is that an issue that you guys have in Wyoming, chickens?
We
Urban
haven't
chickens?
recently, but across the state, chickens have been an issue.
And you can imagine. Not yet. It'll come. $12 chicken or $12 a dozen eggs? That discussion may come sooner and derail all your big plans because now we've got to pause, have this discussion about urban chickens. So let's just use that for a second. Urban chickens. It's spreading across Montana. You think it's silly, but people get passionate about this. This is the most fun conversation. So what you find yourself doing is trying to balance these things. And we often use the term, I think, a little more flippantly in society than we should. We talk about rights as if everything, this freedom idea comes with all these rights, which really, it's not the case. Rights are really enumerated in our constitutions. There's a list of rights. Those are our rights. The rest is what I call privileges that society extends to itself. You don't have a right to drive a car. But society has decided, look, we need transportation. There's a need for us. We're going to have cars. We're going to regulate cars. It's a privilege. But in order to drive a vehicle and have that privilege, you must have what first? A license. What else? What are criteria? Insurance, certain age, take a test, vision test. There's certain criteria and laws, rules of the road. Right? So these are all privileges extended to you. It's not a right, it's a privilege. So now if I'm going to drive drunk, what's going to happen? You take that privilege away. Right? So what you find yourself doing here in these seats is balancing these interests within the community. I want urban chickens. I don't like paying $9 for a dozen eggs at the grocery store, so if I can have eggs fresh, whatever, and you're like, heck no, stinky, smelly vermin. Avian flu. Terrible idea. I think it's bad public safety issue. You're thinking, and so now you find yourself in the community starting to split around two sides of this argument. And you're going to have pro-chicken folks and anti-chicken folks. And everybody in that spectrum between there. And what you find yourself doing is sitting here trying to find the balance, the fulcrum point of this community discussion. Where are we going to land in our policy? Are we going to allow urban chickens? And if we do, are we going to require a permit? Are we going to require housing? Is there going to be inspections involved? All those things is this discussion about managing those privileges. Societies come together and we've decided, okay, urban chickens is what, the balance is on the yes side, so now how are we going to manage that? Like license, test, insurance with the car. Same idea. So you find yourself trying to find that balance. And then some communities in Montana found that we don't know. We're not quite sure because they had to move. Glasgow, Montana had to move all their city council meetings into the high school gym because there's nothing to do in Glasgow. So this sounds like fun. So they all go down to the gym and they argue and fight over urban chickens. And the council stuck having that say, we don't know where the balance is on this. So they kicked it out to the voters on a ballot. And they said, you vote for it. And it passed. They had signs, yard signs. Cluck, yes, for chickens. Cluck, no, for chickens. And it was this big, huge debate over the urban chickens. And and I think they voted for it. It's just like 51% voted for it. And they said it was fascinating because the people that were just so wound up over that. Well, how many, in the next year after the vote, how many permits do you think people came in to get?
Why does it say 5?
So they have, 150 people showing up at meetings and 2 actually show up. And it wasn't so much, and they asked people kind of doing post-mortem on that. So what was the deal there? They said, well, it wasn't so much that I wanted chickens, but I felt it was something that those that wanted them should have had the ability to have chickens. Right? So I was here to have my voice, to participate in the community square, the public square, and have this conversation. And that's not democracy. if that doesn't get you kind of goosebumpy and excited, it's like, wow, I'm a part of that, the democratic process. We don't have to storm the castle, but we can go to the high school gym still and have this conversation. So that's really, if you see that role as being a foundation of what you're doing, so when we start talking about community engagement, it changes the way you're looking at that. Rather than it's a chore we have to do, but really, no, this is how we get the people together. We need to figure out this whatever the issue is we're trying to find the balance. And if there's not enough interest, should we have this conversation or not? Some things you have to, right? You've got to do, we got to do water rates, sewer rates. We're going to do that. But some of those other things are kind of exciting.
Yeah, I wanted to let the new counselors know that our, like some of the contentious stuff that I'm like, oh God, here we go. Our planning guys, they're like, oh, I'm glad they're glad people are there because they want to be able to clarify. Like for them, it's like, yeah, that's exactly what our job is, explaining why we're doing the thing. So anyway, just let you know that's there.
It's a battle for credibility. Mm-hmm. You know, I want people there because I need to assert the credibility that we have, that we know what we're doing. We're not making stuff up. Jean?
Yeah, so to go back a little bit, regarding the duty, I think we can add our oath of office. I think it's extremely important that we recall and we remember that oath of office in conjunction with our duty. And in terms of rights, when you were talking earlier about, and we hear a lot about, I have a right to do this. I think the thing that we have to remember is if we delegate that right, we're also taking it away from somebody else, right? And I shouldn't have said right, but there has to be a balance. So giving a right is as the same as taking a right. And I think that's the bit of the conversation that we over and over again forget about. So.
You mean like right to chickens, but not things that are fundamental rights like freedom of speech, because I think a lot of people feel like, oh, if you're going to have equal justice, then that must be taking something away from me. You mean when we're in the balance?
I mean all those rights. I mean the big ones and the little ones.
And I think you're balancing the right of public speech in this room. You're not going to allow people coming here and swear the F word at you all the time, right? You've said that in your rules, that we're going to limit some of your speech, right? It's not absolute. And so you're finding that balance. What's appropriate in this setting to facilitate a safe environment to have this conversation about those things that are important to us in our community. And in order to come to this public square, there's certain decorum we're going to conduct ourselves. And we're going to model that as a commission, and we're going to expect that as our public. So we're creating a safe space and environment for that conversation to be had. So yeah, yes, and all that, and so we're always trying to find that balance. There was a theme that I had. You're talking about Pigpen Bob. I love Pigpen Bob. You've got Pigpen Bobs, I'm sure, in your community, where you've got some guy or gal, they've got this house with old refrigerators and piles of wood, a couple dead cars are all sitting there, weeds up to your chin. Maybe some of you are Pigpen Bob, I don't,
But say that about his neighbor.
But so people get frustrated, right? You've got this kind of dilapidated, rundown property in this neighborhood, and people are like, oh, they're coming to you and can you clean that up? And so if you try to address the issue on its appearance, right? So Bob's like, all right. Oh, Pigpen Bob. There's Bob's perked up now.
Stop pointing. Keep talking.
You're talking about my refrigerator. That's my treasure. Or my car. So for Pigpen Bob, that's his treasures, but for you think it's a bunch of junk, right? So what you're trying to do is balance that. And where you come in this conversation is not where you're trying to put a value on whether that is aesthetically pleasing, because that's subjective. But you're saying we have a duty to our community to provide a safe environment. So Bob, you need to clean up. Your grass can't be really tall because it creates a fire hazard. And the fire can get started through here with the winds that blow. We could take out a whole neighborhood. So you have a duty to enforce a safety and a health thing. Those refrigerators can be an attractive nuisance to children getting there playing hide and seek, and they can suffocate and die. So you've got to fix that. So there are certain things you can step in and regulate Bob's freedoms to have his treasures, and it's not because the neighbors don't like it because it's a concern on their property value, but you have an interest on the public's safety. If it's an attractive environment for skunks that carry rabies, that could, so those are the things that you come and exercise your eminent domain, so to speak, small I, small d, or small e, whatever it is. Eminent domain, right? When you come in to exercise that, you're doing it on that health, safety, and welfare of the community, not on aesthetics, not on some of those subjective things. But you can have the pile of stuff you want, but there's certain standard that we have a duty to make sure that we're protecting the whole community. Right? So some of those are the balancing, right? So yeah, those freedoms, but because where does your freedom end, and your freedom is impacting someone else's freedom? And that's right where you find yourself at that fulcrum, trying to find that balance. And it makes for wild meetings.
Vice Mayor Aaron.
Oh, yeah, Vice Mayor.
Should have used your first name.
Lost out to Vice Mayor again.
And that was the chicken story in my neighborhood. Somebody had chickens. The backyard was all grown up. They fed freely all over the yard. And by the end of the summer, there were rodents and mice all over the neighborhood. We began to talk to one another, pinpointed it back to that backyard. So it was a health and safety issue because there was a infestation of rodents throughout the neighborhood. So we had to contact public health, we had to contact pest control, and have that cease and desist.
Yeah. And as that concern elevated within the community, it mobilized people, and they have to have an outlet for that conversation. Where that outlet, instead of pitchforks and torches, we're going to go down there and beat up Bob. No, we're going to come here and say, look, how do we, and so you're that's the other thing, you're facilitating the public process and mediating our differences.
So we needed government for our solution so that we didn't have to storm the yard with pitchforks.
So someone that has the authority could step in and mediate that and enforce some standard that you don't have as an individual citizen have that ability, but we've collectively empowered you as a city to have that authority and that power to do that police power.
So just because the balance is there one day, it could be over here the next.
Yes.
Because of,
We needed a fox.
Yeah.
As you facilitate that, right? And then 6 months from now, people realize, oh, that chicken idea that we did, well, not a good idea. It's not turned out how we thought. So let's go back. So you're forever moving and trying to find that balance in that process.
We did have an increase in the population.
Sure. So it's bird of prey. They're like.
Oh, they were all over.
Yeah.
I think when constituents call, and we've had a neighbor who really is even messier than me, call, and he's upset about all the other, so he wants, his property rights are sacrosanct. He can do whatever he wants to his property, but he wants to control every other property. And I was like, yeah, I don't really know how we would do that. Like, you alone get to decide what happens on your property, but everybody else gets dictated to by your wishes. So, but I think that's kind of a common theme, that, my property rights are the most important, but don't let my neighbor do the thing. Get that a lot. I'm starting to understand more and not be as like just trying to fix, when somebody calls, like trying to fix their problem, because now I'm like pushing back, like, 2 blocks away, people need a place to live, so they're building a development, and yeah, you might have more cars, but those people need a place to live. And really, you're not going to encounter those cars that often, like when people are complaining, like they want their neighborhood preserved in amber. So-
Let me
and no
quickly
changes.
chime in, Aaron, those are the two things I get. You people have too many laws. That's what's the matter with this city. And then the other thing is, I can't believe you don't have a law against that. That's my life.
I like my laws, I don't like your laws. Yeah. Well, yeah, and this is, oh, I'm sorry, but let me just, on what you're saying there is part of your role too, is those managing those expectations. That you have that opportunity now because you're seeing behind the curtain. You're appreciating and understanding at this level that because we don't have a good civics education in this country, you are it now, that you're trying to work with this population, the public, to help them understand this role in this balancing act. And suddenly, instead of bringing all those and just being that mouthpiece, bringing all those complaints here, you're starting to say, okay, yeah, that's not going to play. So we need to push back and help them understand and manage those expectations of, yeah, there's going to be a level of disappointment. We all want change, but we don't want change, right? Sorry, Joe.
Thank you. We have a nuisance ordinance that we passed. I don't think, Bob, it had anything to do with health and safety. It was just the visual clutter that you have. It becomes a nuisance. I don't remember us talking about health and safety when that nuisance ordinance passed.
I'd have to go back and look, Joe. I don't know right offhand.
Yeah.
I know we enforce it.
I know, and we have a great guy that does it, too.
Yeah. Well, and that may be one of the things, I'm just speaking from that lens of Montana, is that there's a clarity in the law about health, safety, and welfare, and that's what we can build a lot of those types of expectations in our community around that. And if you can find the nexus between the health and safety issue and whatever concern there is, then that's you may have other standards in Wyoming that you can use, and I'm not sure what they are. And maybe you do have a visual or it's unappealing, and we'll do a survey. 9 out of 10 people say that's crappy. then you're in, then we can regulate it. I don't know.
I mean, I'd have to go back and look, Joe, but I suspect that the basis for being able to pass the regulation is the city's ability to regulate health, safety, and that sort of thing, and then we define that regulation that way. But I have to go back and look.
Yeah, so it puts you sometimes in that hot seat where you've got to manage that, and
Sometimes.
and you're not going to make everybody happy all the time. And so that, again, it's back to that helping people understand, well, we come together, mediate our differences, we make decisions. And I'm assuming there's the ability that the council can, if they chose, kick things back out to the voters to decide. You have like a referendum option, and I don't recommend you do that very often. Go ahead, Bob.
The voters cannot pass a law. They can, however, if council passes an ordinance, they can nullify it.
Yeah.
Yep.
So have a referendum.
Yep.
Dinosaur.
Yeah.
Dinosaur just walked by, so.
Oh. You okay?
I saw it too.
So you wonder what's going on campus. It's the walk of shame.
It looked like a T-Rex head hat.
Does this help somewhat with the framework as you start? And I think it's easier where it gives you language and a framework as things become challenging and you start feeling the pressure of being an elected official as it becomes personal. And right, and so how do we shed that?
Blue.
It's not personal.
It's personal.
It's blue. So the brains are like, yeah, that's not personal. Yeah, I'll just think my way out of this. But it's not personal. But it's. I'm just in a role. I'm facilitating. I'm trying to hear what you have to say, and it gives you the ability to say in those conversations during those hearings, or whatever. It's like, this is what we're hearing you say, and as you frame the policy, it can be reflective of what you're hearing. But at the end of the day, when the public says we don't want to have the water rate raised, I'm sorry, but we still have a duty. And we can't burden a future generation to make life easier for you today. And that's often what we're doing when we're prolonging the investment or putting enough aside by not having enough capital reserves to make it easier today. We're all hurting today, but they're going to hurt worse in the future. Sorry, go ahead. Or, yeah, I'm sorry. You're fine.
No, yeah.
So this question is for council members who have been on council for a while. Since I'm gold, I take stuff personal sometimes. How do you guys get past that? If you don't mind sharing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly not the most senior member of the council, but I would say the public will at times be personal, and it will feel, this is my own experience, and it will feel that way, but I think it's important to remember that we're all here because we love our town, and just have differing perspectives on the means to the end. So I would expect the council would never be personal towards you for any reason, or certainly would never make comments to you. We have, individual members in my time have defended publicly other members of council that politically are quite opposite. And I think that's an important thing to continue doing, but for my own sense, I won't ever make anything personally.
I wanted to clarify that, like the public, I would understand.
Yeah, so I think some of it is just sort of like having that mental shield and just say like, yeah, but they're just trying to say their thing to me. It's just reframing in your mind. But I don't know which one of you two was first. Aaron?
Yeah, I take it personally, and recently somebody was right in my face and saying that we were all a bunch of, and that just shakes me. And so I've heard a politician say, oh, you have to have a hide, a rhinoceros hide. It's like, well, I don't. And if we only had people with rhinoceros hides running government, we would have callous government. And so I'm up all night wondering what I should have said, and all those things race through my head. So I absolutely take it personally. I don't know how not to, except for maybe I need very serious therapy. But I'll tell you, for me as one, it's all personal because it's people. This is a community. I'm part of the community. I love the community. I love the people in the community, and I want people to like me. And so when somebody says that I'm this horrible thing, it hurts my feelings. But I'm not going to let it stop me because we have a responsibility.
That's a tenacious blue. Right there. You just listed everything on that thing. But then there's that tenacity that you have, which is really admirable.
I'm going to write it down.
Yeah.
I think Aaron said something very key, and that is, I love my community. That's why we serve. And I do know this. Almost every month, we're going to have something that is very controversial, that's very divided on how we vote. And when it's all finished, 25% of the public is going to say, I do not like that person. So it only takes 4 votes, and nobody likes us. But we're doing it for the community. Why do we serve? We serve because we love Laramie. And we can't, in the end, you have to say, I am at a higher level. I'm doing this for the city of Laramie, not for me to be happy and loved by everybody. So anyway, that's my thoughts.
Anyone else?
And I think sometimes if something really gets to you, it can be helpful, this is a green response, to process it with someone. And I sometimes have gone to Janine, I have called Bob, possibly another counselor, just to talk it through so that I'm not holding it and to get a better sense of it.
I have not served on council other than the 25 days as you have. But I will say when campaigning and there was something that was very divisive and it felt very attacky, I would sometimes email that person afterward to thank them for the experience and acknowledge that we were both working toward this goal, even though we had different end goals, but the goal of making Laramie better. And for my own well-being, it made me feel better, but I had also ran into those people later, and we can talk. And so we won't ever agree, but we can talk now, so.
Go ahead, Brandon.
That's something I do too. I call it the 24-hour coach rule. So I wait 24 hours before I respond to that person as well. And then that way, you've cooled off a little bit. But that's funny that we both do that.
And there will be people that you will never make happy on council.
Absolutely, I've seen that already.
There will be those folks, but they also love Laramie, right? So just I think keeping that framing that they're spending their evening to come to council to talk to us. That is a generous thing they're doing for Laramie as well.
And Mayor, I would just point out that since Micah served on planning and zoning for how long?
Not that long, only a year.
Okay. I mean, sometimes that can be
Long enough.
more contentious than an actual council meeting. I mean, where you really start with some of these discussions. And so I commend you. You know what some of these discussions can be like. And so you have some experience there.
Absolutely. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think it's important that we disagree. We're supposed to disagree, and we're supposed to be, articulate, professional, respectful, all those things, and have that conversation. And at the end of the day, if somebody votes or, has an opinion, it's okay. I mean, it's what this is all about. So I'm fine with that, and they can run for office, I mean, have at it. So.
Well, and I think it's helpful to, I think we're closer in what we say. We all love Laramie, right? You can say that. I love Laramie. You love Laramie. But the challenge is we love it in different ways. Visions are a little bit different. Some people might really, I love the fact that we're growing and becomes more vibrant and vital, and other people's like, but we're losing the old ways, we're losing and those are all valid. And that's the hard thing is, and that's the old woman, young woman picture. Those sentiments can be held in a truthful way inside someone at the same time. I lament the loss of this, but I celebrate that, which is the very reason why this is going away. And it's just hard to reconcile those things. And that's just the contradictions that we have in life. And it's not logical. It doesn't always make sense. But we can have those two feelings at the same time. And it's just a challenge. And people are going to be conflicted, and they're going to say things that aren't in their best interest. And they may know it. But it's how I feel. Go ahead.
I liked your point, and so I wrote it down, that at the same time, I want Laramie to be at the size it is right this moment, to celebrate the things that if it's bigger, so that lament the loss of this little, but celebrate the things that could happen. So I think that's good vocabulary for me to try to internalize, because I'm the same person and I feel strongly both ways, and so we could work our constituents through that when they call.
And I appreciate that we are actively doing things to preserve the old in our old town and some of that, while we work on the development and expansion. So we're holding both at the same time, and I think that's a real strength that we have.
Yeah, it's keeping the history, but moving forward
And
with the future.
preserving it.
Right.
While expanding.
Yeah. Preserving while changing. Yeah, and I think some of the expectation that the public's going to place on you is we want you to be intentional about this. We want your fingers in the mix in facilitating and managing and making sure that those contradictions are at least honored. And sometimes we can't have it both ways, but there's a deliberative, thoughtful process where the community can come and engage in that process to make the determination where we're going to sacrifice this for that, right? Sometimes there's trade-offs. We can't have it all, so we've got to make trade-offs, and that's really the discussion we're having. And it's the language you can use in your debates. I'm in support of this, and I recognize there's a trade-off, that we're going to lose this thing, and it hurts my heart. I don't want to lose it, but I don't know how we can preserve that and have this, and I think this is the thing we need for the future. And so we've done what we, and it's just language where the people will come and they're going to be frustrated because it didn't go their way, but they understand why. What I get bothered by is the motion, a second, crickets, and then we take action. And you just made a substantial decision that's going to affect my life and you had nothing to say about it. They're going to be saying, if you didn't have that conversation here, where did you have the conversation? That's what's going to start the mistrust. Well, you are having all this discussion, back room, all that, this is all pro forma. So have the discussion.
Yeah, along those lines, I've been frustrated at meetings when we had a discussion and then most people were in favor of something and then somebody's really an adamant no, and they never shared why they were opposed, because I might agree with you if you told me your point. So I would encourage people, if you, well, for me personally, I would appreciate that, and I think as a citizen, I would like to know, why did my counselor vote against that thing that everybody else was for, or vice versa? Like, just articulate, it doesn't have to be an argument, but just because of this thing, I'm voting no, I think would be helpful, because if you're really sincere about the no, then you might want to persuade others, unless you just want to, I don't know. But anyway, so I've been frustrated when, like you say, it's just like this, and then a vote and crickets.
Yeah. And I think you owe it to the public to some degree, is because you're on their behalf, facilitating this and sharing the rationale that led to the outcome. Joe?
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's important for us, as we begin our conversation on council, is to start with, I am speaking in favor of this, or I'm speaking against this. And then that way, your conversation will be understood that you're either in favor or you're against. And too many times we just throw out 50 things, and then when the vote comes, I don't understand where he's coming from or she is coming from. So it's very helpful for the council and for the public if we start out by saying, I'm speaking in favor of. And then you can vote against it. Yeah. But, your points at that time are in favor of or against.
Reasonable recommendation for sure. Jane?
Yeah, but I also don't think we need to repeat things either. Sure. So if I don't have anything to add in agreement or disagreement, I'm not gonna right? I mean, I will occasionally and have occasionally, but.
Can we get paddles that say +1?
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, this is not going to be a code of conduct revision, right? So, this is not a rule. This is just maybe a practice of this council. I think that's a great recommendation if you're going to speak, and I mean, sometimes you start the discussion, you don't necessarily have your vote nailed down yet, which I think is healthy, to Micah's point earlier, being flexible. But if you know, and you're trying to sway council members, I think being forthright with it is a good idea.
And I would say, I'm speaking in favor of this, but open to persuasion. Would be another way, another language you can use, that I'm not done, I'm still open, but here's kind of where I'm coming from, but I'm still searching for my space in this. And I think that's another way to just help me, although public comment may have already taken place by the time you're deliberating over this, but really listening to that public comment and helping that shape how you see things. That's really where people, particularly if you can use some of the language you heard from the public, how empowering they would feel that I am having an influence here, that this does matter. And I think if they're not showing, not that they're not showing up because they don't feel, but it just reinforces for them that my participation has an impact. And if they can hear their language from their comment shared within the discussion, it validates their participation, and it may continue that momentum. So, as I comment.
I just wanted to be clear, I'm not saying that everybody needs to say the same thing. If your point's been made, I think it's just redundant. But if nobody has spoken against something and then you vote no, I'd like to know why. I mean, it's something maybe I didn't consider, so I think it's helpful, but we also don't want very long meetings, right?
I like the +1.
Or you just do this. I'm with you, that one.
Is that what you're figuring?
Yeah, not it, or whatever, but yeah, whatever you said is. Let me do this framework here that also might help you kind of get a sense of how things run. Wyoming, so I call this Constitution to action. So Wyoming has a constitution, right? And if you think about what a constitution is and what its purpose, it's a very, I don't know how long it is. Montana's ours 72 pages long. You know, it fits in my back pocket in a little pamphlet. I don't know if yours is lengthy or not, but it's kind of a broad framework for how government is going to be structured in the state of Wyoming. Branches of government, purposes, roles, responsibilities, probably enumerated rights and expectations. So it's a high-level document. But then from that document spawns the next level. So when the Constitution is ratified, I'm assuming by the public, and it's now become the thing of the state, who gets it next and what do they do with it?
Well, it's a constitution, not a legal code.
Yes. So who creates the legal code?
The legislature starts.
So the legislature gets it and they create it. What is your legal statutes? We call it the Montana Code Annotated. So
It's called Wyoming statutes.
Wyoming statutes. So you get the Wyoming statutes is what you get as a result, which that's probably a tome of books that's like big. So we get this small framework, but to really operationalize those ideas and values, we have the legislature then creates this body of law that enumerates powers and responsibilities at a more detailed level. But I'm hoping that Wyoming's legislature stops at a certain point that says, look, cities, you have these broad authorities. Here's your scope of work. And then...
Well, you would hope that.
It's not just Montana. It's this preemptive thing. I don't want to get too deep into that. It's frustrating as they slowly take away some of those things. But the idea, the principle is they give this broad powers to you to say, okay, now in Laramie, you can take that power and you can operationalize that power on the local level and be responsive to what works in your community and what works and what it looks like, how you exercise that power in Laramie may look different in Cheyenne, may look different in Casper, as it reflects the interests of that community, and they frame it up that way. So then it goes from the legislature, they create this broad framework, and then here you're making the local policies, and ordinances. I apologize, sloppy handwriting, and I don't spell well all the time. But so now you're trying to take this power and say, how do we use it here on the local level? So now we're a little more detailed than that. Here's the rub. Sometimes with their best intentions or intentionally bad intentions, is they might use ambiguous language. They use language that's not really clear. And so I'm not sure where the line is. So we seek legal opinion, legal legal opinion. We seek legal opinion. And so we'll go to Bob. So Bob, what do you think? And Bob's like, well, I don't know. It's not clear to me. So Bob's going to call the county attorney, the city attorney. He's going to call around and say, what do you think? And they're like, well, we don't know either. So in that circumstance, who do you go to get an opinion from? I'm hoping it works this way in Wyoming. What? The buck stops. Do you have the ability to go to the Attorney General?
No.
Does your Attorney General do interpretation of law at the state level?
Not for mere city attorneys or
really?
city councils.
Who asks?
The county attorney can request an opinion.
Okay.
And what has happened sometimes, if county attorney requests a controversial opinion, the attorney general will just run and say, nope, yep.
Not it. It's okay. All right. Yeah. So then so the idea is you can seek, some sort of clarity in the law so you know where the line is. And this is what frustrates bodies like yours is when there's ambiguous language, I don't know where the line is, and I want to be on the proper side of the law, the Constitution, the expectation. In our case in Montana, they used, you need to provide adequate notice to the public before you make a final decision. Adequate notice. Well, you ask 6 attorneys to define adequate notice, how many opinions you're going to get? 9. So because what might be adequate to you is going to be different from you, and as a governing entity, you want to make your local policy consistent with the law, but you don't know where the line is. So that's where you get this clarity in the law. So you can either go back to the legislature and say, hey, can you clarify that language is ambiguous? Adequate notice, what does it mean? Is it 48 hours, 72 hours? Do I just tweet it out in 4 hours? Is that sufficient? Where's the line? I don't want to get sued from someone claiming that you're violating my ability to participate. That's not healthy. It's not a good way to resolve unknowns, but that is an option, right? That's the other option, is you can go to the courts.
Court the decisions.
Yeah. So the court, through the lawsuits or whatever, you can get that clarity, and that helps govern you. So there's this whole. Oh, you had a thought, Brandon.
Well, and sometimes it works the exact opposite, where I like to find gray areas. I'm that guy that would like
the oranges love to exploit the gray area.
I do. So sometimes, like, local government will interpret Wyoming, law different. So then now it's kind of a circle just in between those two steps as well.
Yeah.
And we kind of see that with the rental thing right now because of the bill that they just introduced to take away the local rights for that bill.
Yeah. And what you'll find is maybe there might be an area of the law that's a little lacks strict clarity. So Laramie might implement that in one way, Cheyenne a different way, Casper a different way, Jackson, which may be fine, but that also might trigger the folks at the State House saying, oh, we've got a lot of things going here, and maybe it's time for us to step in and bring clarity across the board for everyone.
Or just get rid of it.
Or we'll just get rid of it, because we pull that away, which is,
You can't do that.
Yeah. Go ahead, Joe.
We're a little paranoid.
Well, I want to speak to the so-called home rule. When the state of Wyoming is not clear or does not have anything specific about what we can and can't do, then we should have the right to impose home rule. And we found out over and over and over that that right is not recognized by the state of Wyoming, and so we really don't have that tool to work with. Somehow, we have got to reach a point where we have some ability to determine our own future outside the void. That Wyoming says this is what you can and can't do. I don't know how we're going to ever do that, but I think this speaks to why things are different in Rock Springs than Laramie. But we just don't seem to have any ability to have the state recognize our own rights to governance.
If only we had some influence on WHAM.
Well, WHAM works at it too. Yeah, they work at it, but
Oh, I know. This is at state houses across the country. This issue of preemption of local rights or local decision making. It's a real challenge. And the National League they're working on language because preemption doesn't focus group very well, or self-govern, or local control. They're trying to find the right language, but it's a struggle. It's a struggle in state houses. The direction they're going is they're starting to take. They're trying to govern. We had several of our legislatures in Montana said, if it were up to me, we get completely rid of all local government. You're all corrupt.
I was the life grid.
I don't want to.
So, and maybe this adds a little bit. Maybe this adds a little bit to the conversation. I don't know, but. Sorry, I'm not originally from Wyoming. I grew up in Wisconsin, and I worked for an attorney for 3 years when I lived there, and he basically described Wisconsin as, we've got rules for Madison because that's a university town, rules, statute, law, whatever. So they've got their own, and our legislature recognized the fact that things in Madison, because it was the university town, they had to have kind of their own set, right? And then Milwaukee, another big community, they had their own set because they were and are massive, right? And then they had another set for the rest of the state. right? And that was how he described it, because they were very rural. And so maybe at some point, more of the rural states in the West will come to that realization. I don't know. And I don't know if it just muddies up the water and is pointless, but that's how he, at that time, referred to how things need to kind of have that order on the state level, for whatever that's worth.
So, don't you need to take a break?
Does anybody want a break right now?
We had it on the schedule at 10, so no pressure. I just
so
thought I'd...
Go ahead and get yourself to a sort of...
I roll in a way that we're all adults. Misery is optional. So if you got to get up and leave, I will keep talking until the room is empty. And then I'll stop and pause, and then, or if you say, hey, let's just, so I'm flexible, I don't pay, yeah, sorry, I'm not an agenda follower. So, yeah. Golds are like, dude, it's like 10:05. Do we want to take a few minute break, or just keep plowing forward, and if you need to get up, get out, or?
We're going to take a 5-minute break.
Yeah, let's do that.
So,
A bio break.
I did, yeah.
After I drink too much water, then I'll say, okay, it's time for a break. Yeah.
yep, nice. And then
I'm still reading the city.
I feel like this.
I travel with
Thank you, Bob.
You do have a gavel.
I do. Did you say you travel with a gavel?
I travel with a cowbell.
Oh, okay. Well, that's more fun.
Like that's, more people give more respect to a cowbell.
I like the moment when the airport throws your bag and it's like. All right, go ahead.
Ready? All right, so we've got a couple hours. I've got this is great discussion. I do not lament anything we've talked about so far, and I'm now getting freaked out because there's so much more I want to talk about, and we've got a lot of stuff to cover. We're going to go up and continue these kind of evolution of discussion around governance and process up until the lunch hour, and then we're going to shift gears, and then we're going to start talking about kind of where's the momentum in the city relative to your goals and objectives, and then how do we continue that on for future planning, and that's what we'll hope to end up the day there. So I want to review with you, for some of you that have been around a while, it'd be a good refresher. For some of you that are new, I'm just trying to get this framework about kind of the expectations for conducting business as a city and your duty as a city council and how that happens. There's certain tenets that we try to subscribe to, both legally and ethically and morally, and that's this idea of transparency. And so this is what makes you different than Maverick or the Ace Hardware or any other business is they have a business, they have a transactional relationship with their customers, where for you're facilitating the delivery of essential services and on behalf of the public. It's a whole different dynamic. So if you just keep in your mind that government is not designed to be efficient, it's designed to be fair. And so if you're looking for efficiency, you'll be frustrated at every turn, or you'll compromise those values and morals and ethics of how we conduct our business. So if you just kind of lean into the fact that, it's going to be slow and seemingly cumbersome, but there's not a better way to make decisions on behalf of the public without having the public be part of that process. So the transparency and openness should be kind of that theme that runs through everything you do. And then as you think about process, how do we enshrine in our process, in our rules of procedure, in our ordinances and our policies, enshrine some of these principles of transparency and openness. And so then it becomes the way you operate. And I liked what you said, Brandon. At some point earlier today, you talked about we're all about policies and rules and laws, right? Some comment about that. And that really is what governs you as a organization, so that, back to the metaphor of being on the train. You can step on the train knowing that the process is pretty much defined in your policies and rules. Your focus then can be on the deliberation and the outcome and not fighting over process. Process has been determined. You have 240 pages in a book that defines your process. So lean into that process, follow the process, and then your bandwidth that you can give to your volunteerism and serving on no one's getting rich on this, right? So you spend a whole lot of money to get a job to do for free, right? So your bandwidth that you can commit to doing the city work can be spent on the impactful decision-making process and not fighting over how we do things, but what you do. I'm hoping that came across. That was the best I could do with my 3 hours of sleep. 6. I talk a lot about there are 6 standards, 6 rules, expectation requirements for having a legal meeting. Because you can have a meeting, may not be legal. So for me, in my mind, there are 6 things you have to do as a local government in order to ensure that your meetings that you conduct are going to be legal and meet that standard. Because when it doesn't, the public can unwind that. They can reverse it. And at a tremendous cost. What's the biggest cost in doing that? Is that trust. You're going to take a huge hit to the trust, and think of trust as currency. It's a currency that you have, and it's like a bank account. The more trust that you have between the city and the public you serve, the lower the transaction cost of doing business. Higher the level of trust, lower the transaction cost. The fact that you don't have many people showing up to your meetings could mean one of two things. Either they're completely checked out and don't care, now the real possibility, or they trust you. They trust the decisions you're making, and there's no need for me to disrupt my life to come because I'm watching, and so far what you're doing seems reasonable. When I was mayor, I had, bless her heart, this woman that was challenging. And she was, we'll say, overseeing the county, and then she moved on to the school, and then it became our turn. So she's at every meeting. Anyways, not flattering in the public comment phase. And it was very hard, right, to not take it personal. And so as the mayor, I was thinking, okay, how do we counterbalance this? How do we shift the narrative? So I thought, well, I'll go to the other leaders of the community. I go to the bank president and say, hey, could you come to the city council meeting and you could counterbalance what she's saying? And he goes, no, I ain't doing that. I don't. He says, here's the deal, Dan. What you're doing, I'm okay with. The process, the things that you're making, the decisions you're making, I'm good with it. So I'm not coming down there to weigh in on whatever you're doing because what you're doing, I agree with. But when you see me, you know you've screwed up. You've done something, you've gone a step too far, you haven't done the process right. So when I see the bank president showing up, it means I need to be alert. He says, no one listens. They don't have any credibility. That person that's coming there has no credibility. No one listens to them anyway. So it's hard. Don't take it personal. Hard to say. I hear you. It's hard not to take it personal. But she does not have a following. It's just her voice. So that helped me put that into perspective, right? So how do I balance that? So we're not giving an undue attention to a squeaky wheel. Anyway, just more governing philosophy stuff. But, so back to these things, building trust. What does it look like when there's a low level of trust between the city and the community when you have a public meeting? A lot of people there, and they're not happy. A lot of records requests. I want to see minutes. I want to see the budget. I want to see this. I want to see that. I don't trust you. I need to increase my oversight. Right? So when you start having that happening, which then usually I get calls from clerks then saying, Dan, how do we get these people to stop showing up at our meetings and causing problems? And I said, right there's your problem. It's that attitude that they're an annoyance, they're cumbersome, they need to be dealt with, the public needs to be dealt with and allow us to do our jobs. You just fundamentally don't understand your job, if that's your attitude. So part of this discussion around the 6 requirements of a legal meeting helps you create that framework, and then how does that permeate through what you do and how you do the work of the city. So what do you think? There are 6 things. Who wants to throw one of those things out there that has to happen in order to have a legal meeting?
Quorum.
A quorum. Love it.
Notice. Public notice.
Okay, notice.
Accessibility. It has to be open.
Yeah. Not what I want, but yes. I heard public comment. If you didn't say it,
I said
public comment?
Yeah, space for public comment. How about that?
The public can,
I don't think there's a requirement for public comment. Is there?
No, public comment is not.
not required?
Nope.
But a public meeting is.
So the notice, having an agenda, would that be a requirement?
Yeah.
This is what we're going to hear and discuss?
No.
It's not required.
No, it is required.
For a special meeting, it's required that.
Yeah, but yeah, you finish it. But for a normal meeting, no, we have a requirement. This council has a requirement.
Okay, your code of conduct, okay, we'll operate on that then. Yeah.
So cross out public comment. Yeah.
So public comment is so how do you, is there a local policy about?
Public view.
Public
View rather than comment.
So public view?
Yeah.
The public can view it?
Yes.
Okay.
Either in person,
Or electronic.
Currently, Dan, the rules of procedure do have requirements for public comment. So the council have created space for that. It's not a legal requirement outside of our rules of procedure.
We'll go with that then.
Yeah.
Minutes.
Minutes, thank you, minutes. Anyway, I can't think and talk and write at the same time, so if it's misspelled, I apologize. Minutes, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. Well, what I'll put up here, and I'll explain why. An agenda, in that the agenda is explaining to the public, this is what we're going to be discussing on your behalf. May or may not be a legal requirement, I think. And I don't know, when you post the meetings, do you say this is our agenda? Because you spend time creating it, right? This is what we're going to be talking about. So are we okay with calling that a requirement? It's a thing. It's in our code of conduct.
Yeah.
So it's a thing that you want to have. So as far as Laramie is concerned. Yeah, you want it out by, so that, back to this notice, a certain date, so you know this is what we're going to be doing on your behalf. Gives you an opportunity to come. If it just said we're going to meet without letting you know what you're going to talk about, really isn't meeting the intent of this interaction and this transparency. I always love when I work with fire districts. They put on their agenda fire truck. What's going on with the fire truck? Are we buying a truck? Are we selling a truck? Are we painting the truck? Are we fixing? What's with the truck? I don't know. So I don't feel, as I mentioned earlier, adequately noticed. Right? I'm not adequately noticed because I don't know what you're talking about. Are we taking bids? What is going on with the fire truck? Because fire truck is insufficient. So, but if it's set on the agenda, taking bids on the purchase of a 1992 pumper truck, then I know and I can decide whether I want to engage or not. Because I feel adequately noticed about what's happening. Go ahead.
And our standard on the agenda is to provide links to all of the documents that are necessary for each topic that we're discussing.
Your council packet is also available for the public, so they
Exactly.
see what is informing you on the decision making. So there's not, and I love that fact, that because we're all in this together. Right? If you're going to come and engage and view and participate in this process, it would be helpful if you knew what I knew. Right? If we all love Laramie, we all have a different vision of what that might look like, let's have the conversation. We'll figure out how to create that balancing act. So that's great. The last thing I'll put here is, where's my proper notes? It's. I think this one's statutory, I think. It's where it says in your law, in 16.4, 401 to 403, somewhere in there, it uses the language, discussion, deliberation. Is that right? Discussion? That's the same thing, though, isn't it?
I mean, the point, we don't need the words. The point is, anytime they're dealing with public business, getting information about public business, discussing public business,
Yeah. What I like
they
to
need to meet the
hear,
legal
discuss,
requirements.
Hear, discuss, or act. We'll just use those ones. When you're hearing something within your jurisdiction, or you're discussing something within your jurisdiction, or acting. And I think the law, wherever it uses the word or, is that it?
Yes.
Yes. So it uses the word or, not and. Right, so if it said and, all three of those things would have to happen in order for it to be considered a meeting, but it's any one of the three. So the key here is if this exists and you're doing that, you're having a meeting. That may not meet Laramie's code of conduct. That you're violating your own policy because you said we want the public to be noticed. We want public comment and view and participation. We want minutes and agenda. You know, so what constitutes a quorum for your body?
Majority.
5. So if 5 of you are hearing something or discussing something or acting on something, all these other things have to happen. The challenge is, in this day and age, is this dumb thing. What do I mean when I say this? What can't the public observe or view or participate in if you're engaged in something on this? What might that be?
A phone call?
Phone call, email, text. So just be careful when you're engaging. You send out, here's the agenda and here's the council packet. Someone hits reply all. Hey, I was looking on agenda item number 4 and I was talking to so-and-so down on Main Street. This is what they said and this is what I think we got to do. Suddenly, you just shifted from administrative to deliberating over a policy issue. Can't do that. So you got to be careful. Or 3 of you are hanging out at the high school gym watching the football game because you're friendly, and then a couple others you pop over and say, hey, and you're just talking about the game. And then someone from the public shows up and says, hey, I've been wanting to talk to you about that pothole down on 4th Avenue. Now what just happened?
Well, you can't respond.
Yeah, because
you can be there and it's permitted with 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, but if you start talking about that, you just have to say, we can't talk about that.
Or I would say, I'm going to go get some popcorn. Why don't the 4 of you talk about this as 4 citizens talking about a pothole? I'll remove myself from that and remove the quorum requirement, and I'm out. Right, so those, and I don't know how likely the 5 of you are going to be hanging out at any point. I think the bigger concern is if there's the electronic communication or some of those deliberations or a meeting after the meeting. You finish here and you all go down to the pub and hang out there and chit-chat about what went on in the meeting. Or you adjourn the meeting, wrap the gavel, and then you just say, okay, now really what's going on? Turn the cameras off, and then you have that conversation. And that's what we always did when I was there. And it was funny because I was a consumer of my product that I'm now delivering. But at the time when I was the mayor, and the things we did, I thought, oh my goodness, how do we get away with that? And now I'm out there teaching people not to do the things I did when I was mayor. It was just how we did things. It was just the culture of our community. And we didn't appreciate the framework that we were operating in. So the trust, want to maintain that trust, you gain that with transparency and openness, that they don't feel like you're in the back room of a smoky-filled saloon making decisions on behalf of the community and coming out and saying, here, this is what we all decided on your behalf. But it's open, public can engage. You frame it for them well, describing this is what we want to talk about, come, talk, participate, right? And so if you want to have that community engagement, you've got to lean into that openness. Not have them feel like things are happening behind closed doors. Thoughts, concerns, is this an issue for you? And it seems you got a level of formality here it's good to see, that you will keep yourself out of that trouble.
Along those lines, I wish people wouldn't send things to council, because then if anybody replies, goes to council. If you have to send to council, I think it's better to put it in the BCC and send it to Nancy, and then say, and in the text you can say, I'm sending this to everybody, but that way you don't have the possibility of somebody hitting reply all. See what I'm saying? Anyway, I think it's just safer.
Good circles.
Pretty good. I practice this. I'm impressed with myself. So if we were to label these circles in the Venn diagram, given the context that we're talking about, how would we label them? Any ideas?
In terms of the meetings?
No, we're moving on beyond, but yeah, so get clarification.
I'm really sure.
In the broader framework of government and how we structure and frame out how we conduct government in this country and in your community, in your county, and in the state, there's 3 branches of government. This is the thing we don't talk about much in these relationships. So if we were to label them, how do we label them?
Executive.
Legislative and judicial.
Now, my guess is in Wyoming that the judges, the municipal judge is not making determination on whether policies and things are consistent with the Constitution. That's left to the district court or whatever your next level?
Well,
or no?
Not precisely, but what point are you trying to make?
Well, there's a limitation with the judicial branch of government that they're really enforcing the local law, but they're not making determinations on legality of decisions that are made at this level.
I'm not trying to be disruptive here, but you're asking me a question. Point is, we have municipal judge, we have the county courts, right? Our municipal judge enforces violations of our city ordinances, but our municipal judge has ruled some of our ordinances unconstitutional.
Wow.
That's what I said. Yeah. And then we...
With authority or just they did it?
Well, they have that. I mean, no judge can convict somebody based on a law that they believe is unconstitutional.
Okay.
So they certainly have that authority.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And in the one I'm thinking about, the municipal judge was wrong, because we are able to then appeal to the county courts who say, no, your ordinance was constitutional. Anyway, so it's not quite so simple.
Yeah, but thank you.
Yeah.
That's helpful to learn that. So really what I want to talk about is the reason why I want to just not have this part of the conversation. Really what I want to spend our time is talking about these two. Because this is a whole other thing, and that's why I say, they're kind of on the municipal side. County might have a little, state bigger, so really it's this relationship here. This relationship, and what I want to focus on is this space here. So big picture, what's the purpose or role of the executive branch of government?
Operations.
Execute the laws, do the operational stuff, the day-to-day operation, fulfill the policies and ordinances that are adopted by the legislative branch. Legislative branch is that higher level policy making. You're out looking long-term, and they're looking more, how do we get it done today, right? Flipping back and forth, trying to say, trying to inform, right? That's that space between. We're trying to inform so that you are clear about what the issues are to make those decisions. So it's this interesting back and forth between the two branches of government as you're trying to govern. It's not a cut and dry. They're not two separate independent circles. And that's why I draw it in the Venn diagram model, so there's that overlap. And trying to figure out what is that space where you're overlapping so that you understand what your lane is and where the rumble strips are, and know it's like, oh, that vibrating I'm feeling, that's a rumble strip. It means I'm getting close to the edge, and I need to be very careful so I don't slop over. If you go beyond the rumble strip, what happens? Carnage, right? You're either in a ditch or you're head-on collision. Neither you want. So those rumble strips are kind of those warning signs. And that's what Bob's here too, to help everybody try to understand where those rumble strips are and try to keep everybody in their space, within their box, their decision-making space that they operate in. Because the key here, now this comes back to the roles and responsibilities. If you're operating as a legislative branch, as a council, and you're exercising authority that's given to you by the legislature and the state and whatever, the code, and you're doing your thing, and someone decides, I don't think you can do what you think you can do, and I'm going to sue you. Happens, right? If you haven't been, it will. So now you're in litigation. But the point being is, if you're operating inside, let me get that color here, if you're operating inside this framework, somewhere inside here, this comes into the liability. The city will defend you. You're doing your job. You get sued, we'll defend you for doing your job. But if you are out here, my guess is the city can't defend you, that you're on your own. How are your thoughts?
Turn me against my client in the middle of a nice, gentle retreat.
But if they're following your legal counsel, they're probably going to be in here and you're saying, no, you can't do that, so they won't make that decision.
It's a hard question to answer because councilors can't act independently.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're trying to, I suppose they could get in trouble, but I've never seen it and I can't imagine.
Well, what if the council wanted to fire the police chief?
Can't.
But what if you do anyway?
Well, they can.
What if you make a motion, I move to fire and terminate the police chief, get a second, you say all in favor, it's a yes vote. You just did.
We can't.
Bob would say, Bob would stop us.
That's my point. You'd be violating the law, you're acting outside your role and scope, you're disciplined enough not to do it, good for you. I've got cities all over Montana that do that. So it's like, you can't do that. But they did it anyway. So then the police chief is going to file a wrongful termination suit against the city because you don't have the authority to do what you do. And you said you shan't do that, but you did it anyway. So now you're outside the box.
Yeah, I get your point. I mean, you're making your point correctly. But, of course, I would tell the police chief, you're not fired. Just sit tight.
Hang around.
Keep your gun, keep your badge.
That's right.
Don't worry, we'll figure it out. Yeah.
But the point being, right, and that's the easiest example I can come up with for you to realize, oh yeah, there are certain things that we have a framework we got to operate in. We got to honor that, respect that, and that's where we're protected when we're in that space. When you go outside that space, you may not have those same protections. Right, so just know and feel confident that when you're in that space, following the legal advice of your competent counsel, that say, we feel confident, and let the chips fall where they may. Because people are going to stand at the dais here, and they're going to yell at you. It's like, if you do this, I'm going to sue you. Well, we have the authority, we have the ability, we've gone through the process. Do what you got to do, but we're moving forward. Right? And if you sue, well, we'll figure it out in court. And we'll find maybe we didn't have the authority we thought we did. Fine, we'll reverse it. And that's the whole role of this branch of government. Because we don't know. So we're going to act, we're going to get in that space, we're going to figure it out, and if not, we'll either pull back or we're going to stake our flag and say, no, we do have it, we own it, this is ours. In a very nice way. Yeah, not John.
One other thing, there are times when a council member is very unpopular with not only the public, but the council and the staff. And there's attempts, or they always say, why don't you just make a motion to have them removed from the council? We cannot do it. The public cannot do it. There can't be a recall. But the state, the Attorney General, I think this is correct, can remove them for malfeasance. We can't do it, but they can.
Somebody can, and I can't remember who it is.
I think it's the state.
But it's a big lift.
Yeah, it's a heavy lift.
Yeah. Wow. So we're a little more, well, as I said, we can recall in Montana, but the courts have ruled so much that you've got to prove that they acted illegally before you can start the recall, which I don't have. If I'm campaigning, I don't have to prove anything. So why, anyway, I won't get started on it.
Well, Joe, I'll also say, boy, do I hate talking about this stuff, but counselors can be removed for cause, but it's sort of defined in our ordinances. Like, they've moved out of the ward and they don't resign. They sit, et cetera, but it's limited circumstances.
Yeah, but not for their not for their decisions, not for their rhetoric.
Their demeanor.
Yeah.
You can sanction them. I saw in you can sanction them, right? As the mayor, you can say, hey, that behavior is inappropriate, and sanction. But then all of you, if you say, no, we move to remove that, in reverse, you have that ability, that interplay, that role. Now, here's the interesting conversation I want to have now. So who occupies this space here?
Janine, her team.
Okay, so
I suppose.
Yeah, so this is going to be the manager occupies the space, the legislative branch is all you all, and then we got this fuzzy spot where the two of you occupy a little bit of this weird space in here. So here, let me ask this question. What power do you have as an individual council member? You have the power of a vote. When you're meeting that criteria, wherever it went, right? In a meeting, noticed, right? That's the power you have. Outside of that, you don't have any power. You're like a regular citizen. But when you're in this meeting, that's where you have a combined, it's like that Power Rangers, they put their little rings together, whatever. That's where you get your power. Except there's a little bit of executive authority that you've given to your mayor and vice mayor. Right? So you were elected as a legislator and you were elected as a legislator. And then this body elevated you to the mayor, chair, so there's a figurehead role that comes with that position. You sign documents on behalf of the commission so that all the commission sign it. No, we're going to delegate that specific executive authority to the mayor to sign documents. When there's a crisis, Who's going to communicate with the press? We've delegated the mayor, right? Because otherwise, if you didn't, you have no other power than anyone else. So you've strategically said, certain situations, we want the mayor to be the spokesperson for the community. Not, sorry, with this term, not a bureaucrat. Right? We want someone who's accountable to people. I know it's a terrible word. That's why I had this whisper it into the mic, so everybody can hear it. So there's a thought, right? We want the person that we've elected to represent us to be that spokesperson. So there's certain preparing the agenda, right? Usually an executive function, but we've asked the mayor to liaison with the staff. So instead of everybody showing up and doing it collectively, we're going to say, look, we're empowering the mayor to function at this level on our behalf and work in structuring the agenda. The agenda is an important thing, right? There's a lot of power with what goes on that agenda and what doesn't go on the agenda. And so sharing that between the council and the administration or the executive branch through the liaising with the mayor. So there's a structure that you put together, a framework that you're operating from, and understanding what is your role, how do you function in this, what is the staff's role, so we're not inadvertently crossing over and mucking things up here. It's an elegant design. It's designed with positive intentionality, right? But if you came in here with negative intentionality, or you're the actively disengaged city council member, I want to blow this place up, I'm going to wreak havoc, and I'm going to get all up in your business inappropriately. And so that's where you're going to have to, pull them back in and say, look, council member so-and-so, that's inappropriate behavior. It's inconsistent with our role and scope. Get back in line, right? You have rules that you've defined what that is, that says, here's your space, stay in our space. Here's the executive space, stay in her space, right? And we have this space here where we work together. Hoping this makes sense. You got 240 pages to help you understand and clarify that. Joe.
Let me speak to crisis. I was mayor during 9/11. And we met here, and you said that the mayor can make decisions during a crisis. They really can't. But let me tell you what happened. We had an emergency management team that we met together. I think the fire chief was the person that was designated to represent us. I could not, as mayor, say we're going to arm all the citizens and go out and fight anyone that's from a Middle Eastern country. I could not do that. That's not the role of the mayor. The team that's to do that is the group that is together, and the mayor simply calls the meeting to order, and I believe then it's turned over to the emergency management team. So crisis, don't ever think that you're going to make statements to the press like time to. Bob, you could probably clarify that. I don't think the mayor has too much authority
I hope I didn't overstate.
Direct the public during a crisis. They can make statements to the press, but so can everyone else.
Yeah. Can I read what it says in your papers? Sure. In your 240 page. This is page 10 of your council rules of procedure. This is under the mayor and vice mayor. And I hope I'm representing what I said, and I don't remember what I said now, so I hope I didn't say this wrong. The mayor serves as the administrative head of the council, addressing a variety of issues that may arise, including but not limited to conduct among council members. So you're keeping them all in the straight and narrow. Communicating with the media. So you're the spokesperson. When we make a decision, and you go out on the steps of the city hall, the person representing that decision is going to be the mayor. And here's the other interesting thing. If it's a split vote, 5-4, she's going to implement it at 100%. She's not going to implement it at 5-4 level. But we made the decision, as far as I'm concerned, we're full on 100% moving forward with that. So just recognize that too. So it goes on. So communicate. When I say communicating with the media, emergencies, and authorizing by signature a number of documents for the city. So that's signatory on behalf of the city. So it says, communicating with the media, emergencies, and authorizing. So I'm not sure what it.
So there are some states. There are some state statutes, that do provide
Declare the
for,
emergency. Because it has to be, and so rather than an administrative appointed person declaring an emergency, we're having an elected official declaring the emergency.
And then I haven't reviewed these in a long, long time, but then I think pretty quickly council has to act.
Yes. Come back and ratify.
Ratify.
Because you got to act now. And that's likely what may have happened during the pandemic, but I think there's a slow enough burn that you may have been able to come together and address that as you went on. I don't know. Floods, fire, famine, those types of things, we got to act now. Anyway. So I just want to point out the fact that there is a little bit that makes the mayor and the vice mayor. So when you're not around, that's, those duties come to you. But there's a little bit of a carve out there. And I just want to honor that fact that they do have, you've empowered them with these small little executive roles. But really at the heart of their position is they're a legislator. They're a part of the legislative branch with some of these things to help with the management and the flow of how we conduct business. So.
Recently, I can just remember when Joe was mayor during the George Floyd incident and his death, and how we all came together and we had massive protests all over. Council sat through at least 30 minutes. We have a 30-minute limit on comment before we start our regular agenda. That was full. Nancy had to even schedule people because everybody wanted to come to council and talk, and we can talk about this a little bit later, but it was very, very trying as council members to sit through that because we just never knew exactly what was going to happen during public comment.
Yeah, Joe, go ahead.
Mayor, just let me say something about that. We began the very day, or the very week that it happened, with a statement that I read, of sympathy for the family and for of George Floyd, whatever his name is. And then we started having the public hearings, and it always started like this, it was very organized. Black Lives Matter, Blue Lives Don't, justice for Robert Ramirez. And then they'd say something else, repeated over and over and over and over. And what we did is we'd go through that, and as a mayor, I knew that there was deep sentiments about that, and so my comment was always thank you. And we'd move on, and it went on and on and on. I met with the group more than once. But what we finally determined was this was not being driven within the city of Laramie, it was being driven in Denver. And so what we have to do is we have to, as mayor and vice mayor, what you have to do is you have to listen, and your engagement is to try to have things, let them know that you're listening, that you, and we were involved in this. I think eventually what you have to do is you have to say, we'll do what's best for the city of Laramie, but you go out and make your own personal feelings about the crisis or the situation go on and on and on. Not only was George Floyd, I also dealt with the death of Matthew Shepard. I mean, every time I'm mayor, the whole world's collapsing. So
careful.
I'm so glad that you're in the position you are. But we as a council need to settle things down instead of inflame things, because we represent the public. We want them to know that we're always going to be trying to unite instead of divide the community.
Great.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. And you did a great job from where I was sitting at navigating pretty intense competing perspectives on that conversation. There was no, we were in a pressure cooker as a council, right? I mean, there was no space to move anywhere as staff and council, PD, et cetera. So I'm glad we have had some space to have that, we don't necessarily need to get into the details of all of this, but as we sort of navigate the outcomes of some of that policy-wise, it's good we have had some space. I think it's been beneficial to everyone, including, the council's relationship with the police department, I think has improved since that summer. It was escalated, for sure. So, I think there was no good way out of that, no easy way out of that for the council. So, I think you handled it as well as anyone would have expected, as good as any of us would have done, for sure. You kept a cool head. I did not always, so.
And I think, and this is where the deliberative process, this is where the slow, battleship or aircraft carrier, you're not able to move quickly and rapidly, which allows you to create that space. It was very intense, and it took some time for it to kind of work its way out as everyone's trying to sort through these very tumultuous times. And so not being able to be, uber flexible and responsive, you avoid kind of this whiplashing within your communities. You're trying to appease that, and then that, we're steady Eddie. We thank you for your comment. We appreciate that. We're like you, trying to get our head wrapped around this. We're trying to think about what's our long-term position, but no, we've got it, and we need to hear from you and honor that and respect that input, no matter what it is, because it all goes into that melting pot.
I was just going to make a comment. I keep forgetting about this microphone. I did have a member of the community concerned called my office one day and said, "Am I just looking ridiculous when I make my public comments?" And so my response to this individual was, "You've done exactly what the council's asked you to do, is to come and voice your opinion. Now, they may agree with you, they may not, but you're doing exactly what the public comment periods are designed for." So, to your point, you think the community, whether you agree with them or not, because you want to hear from the body as a whole, And
thank you for sharing that. This is hard, and for a person that does a lot of training and talking a lot about this, and I draw my pictures and talk about this ideal, kind of governing process, and thinking that this is the public square, this is where we come, we make our comments, and we hope that we're listening and being responsive to it. But what I was hearing from some of those experiences that kind of shook me and helped me think differently about what I do is several of the people representing the Black Lives Matter movement saying, we've been coming, the pushback was, well, why are you being disruptive? Why are you blocking the freeway? Why are you, having these types of protests the way you are, this civil unrest? That if you had a problem, why don't you go to the city council meeting and talk about it? And they said, we have. We've been coming and we've been describing what our community is experiencing and what our lived experience is, and it just hasn't been heard. And we feel that so our next step, we don't feel like, because nothing's changing. So it kind of made me think about how we listen to our constituency, and I'm still struggling to try to get my head wrapped around that, and thinking about the role of civil disobedience plays in our society in this democratic process, and the ability for institutions to listen and understand and how to create those systemic changes within your organization to reflect some of the lived experiences that you may not have, and it's difficult for you to live it. And this is the other challenge here. It's not a lived experience in Laramie, but it might be in Denver. And it's just really hard and complicated, is what I guess.
I think one of the things is the difference between, so if 30 people come to your meeting and they have the same demands, and then the council doesn't do what those 30 people say, then they think that we're not listening. It's not that we're not listening, it's that we also know there are other people, and this is a sample, and we're talking to more members of the community than just like if the KKK came in here every night and said, we want this. Like, yeah, we could hear them, but that doesn't mean we're going to do what they tell us to do. So there was a misunderstanding that not hearing, not agreeing with every point meant that we weren't hearing. And I would argue it wasn't from Denver. It was homegrown. and people have different experiences, but we also know there's a wealth of other experiences, and that's not the only experience.
This is what makes it challenging, and this is why I think our deliberative process and just spending some time with some of these issues as it plays itself out, as we learn more, I think that's I think what makes it work. That sometimes it's frustrating because it's so deliberative that we can't be nimble when we want to. Other times, I'm so glad we're deliberative and not as nimble, because we would mess it up. I would mess it up. Even my best intent, you kept it together during that crisis. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Sharon.
Thank you. And Joe, I really appreciate your comments. And I recall that time I was on the others. I wasn't one of the protesters, but I was observing what was going on. And the metaphor that I had when you were talking was a ship in a storm, and that steering the ship. And so some people on the ship are saying, I'm going to die, and others, but you continued to counsel, steered that ship through the storm. Then we initiated an ad hoc committee. Then we listened to recommendations. Then we voted on the formation of a police community relations board. Then we got a liaison to the Albany County Mental Health. Now we're working on the development of a crisis response team. So that stewardship created a safety and security that led council on a 2-year journey that has been filled with positive outcomes that will ultimately impact our community. And it's brought sheriff, council, commission, and PD all together, and mental health, to work on this as a community.
And I love that, because it's an example. What you've described is how we're responsive. It's taken 3 years or 4 years to get there, 3 years, whatever it is, to get there, but that shows that we're changing. The release of the video last night of the beating of that young man, and how that was handled, that whole from start to finish, how that's handled. I don't know what the next few weeks are going to turn into, but it's different. How it's handled today is different than what was handled during the George Floyd and many of those others. It shows how we've been changing and been responsive, where I'm hoping we're better. We're our better selves now than we were before. It's like when we say, oh, we found the embezzlement. I don't know how to say this well. They think, oh, you're all, well, no, the system worked. We got to celebrate. So what I'm saying is celebrate that. If there's a way that you can share that narrative, that look, this crisis, this thing that happened in our community, look at where we are today, because they're not paying. The flashpoint is gone, and the result is what you just described. And I think, like you did last night, it's celebrating the success of those officers. How do you tell that narrative and share with your community? We're hearing you, we're responsive, and we're a better Laramie today than we were 3 years ago because of this.
And I will say that many of the organizational leaders that were involved in the protest part became part of the ad hoc committee and continue to be part of this unfolding solution that we're working on. So
powerful stuff.
It was very powerful.
Jane?
Yeah, I think the public needs to understand that these things take time.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, and I think we need to understand that things take time. I mean, and that's what we all need to remember.
that it's not an immediate fix. It's incremental, and it's over years, right? And I could sit here, give example after example of federal, state legislation. I mean, just take land grant institutions, for example. 100 years, the feds were talking about making education available to the common public person. You know, it takes time, and I think, and that's good, but we don't have that immediate fix available and ready right on the spot.
And I think that that initial steady response from council, from the mayor, set the stage for the other to occur. Had it been less than that, it could have been very explosive and destructive.
And so they talk about this, you know, they use all these metaphors, fancy metaphors, you know, like the streams converge or the windows open or, you know, all this other kind of stuff. So you can tell I've done a little reading on the topic. But I mean, it's how it works, and that's what makes it good, right?
And when we try to circumvent that, that's the thing, when we try to shortcut it or be quick or be responsive, you know,
Right?
doesn't work very well, right? And so this is where I say we operate as fast as the system allows to get the outcome that we're looking for. And a farmer can't make the wheat grow any faster than biologically what wheat can grow. So you've got, so it's the unfortunate thing is we're in the TikTok world where everything's got to be done in 7 seconds. I got to be entertained, and then I'm on to the next 7-second experience, or 23 seconds, whatever the new research says about our attention span. Our expectations are ours managing that. So you want to?
I was just going to carve out a little space for Janine, and then note we have about 45 minutes before the end of this session.
I just wanted to say that it piggybacks on what you guys were saying as well. I think probably the same thing. When I first came into government, after, you know, the first 20 years of my working life, 15 years being in the private sector, I was just like you, Brian. I was so frustrated by the sort of slowness of the process, right? And really having a different, more entrepreneurial, like wanting to act now and try things and do things, right? But I will say, and I think that what we're talking about, this issue of how we've approached differing responses to mental health calls for service, the sort of way that we have taken our time, but really engaged the community, and not just the initial folks who showed up in May of 2020, but reached out and got a good swath of opinions through the various, as you know, things we've done, is just sort of this most recent example. But there are many from the past where I had to learn over time to really have respect and admiration for small d democracy, right? It's really long and messy and it takes forever, but we get there. And I think you said we're better today. We are better today, and we're not even done. As you know, our work is not done on this issue, but it's just the most recent issue where that contemplative, sort of methodical approach, while it sort of makes me crazy, right? Because you just want to go out and like do the stuff or make the change. It's really important, and I want to say I think I've really come to believe it's especially important in these most basic things that we do, right? Public safety, right? You can't burn down the house overnight. Like literally people's lives are on the line in fire, EMS, police. So yeah, I just wanted to share that. Like I have a respect for government after now 20 years on this side of the public-private sector thing that was hard won, I guess. It was hard won. And I still struggle every day like you, Brian. Like sometimes I'm like, can we just go do this? Can we just go fix this? You know? But I got to come talk to you guys, and you guys have to talk to all your people. Yeah.
Absolutely, Janine. All right, Joe.
One more thing, Brian.
Sure.
I want you to know that when the next crisis comes, you're not alone.
Thank you.
Janine, Bob, the chief of police, I think, Robert Terry, but we had a group of people that kept saying, how are we going to make sure that this has a positive outcome? And we worked hard to make sure it did have a positive outcome, and it wasn't just an avoid, and you're not alone. You're going to get lots of guidance, lots of things. But, in the end, you do what's right. You do the right thing for the individuals, for the groups, for the community, and government works, and that's when you work together.
Well, I appreciate that, Joe. And to your point earlier, Brandon, same to you. As these things feel personal, just know there are 8 other members that are probably feeling the same way, whether it's as acute or not. But I have found that to be one of the more comforting parts of being on the council is even if you and I are voting opposite, I'm going to treat you with respect. So, and hear what you have to say. But I appreciate that, Joe. Thanks.
So I want to get to the credibility thing we talked about. I kind of set the stage, and I don't want to be hanging on that idea. Is how do you shift the credibility in your community from like Facebook or the narrative out there to where you're seen as being a credible source? And I hope the framework that I explained, you can figure out how it fits within your local policies. I don't think it's too far afield, but it's just a framework, and you can structure it around the principles I'm sharing with you. So remember, I used the example earlier about the fire truck, right? People don't feel adequately know it's a fire truck. So, and I don't know how your agendas look, but we'd say, why not put on the agenda, approve the purchase of, or something to that effect, so that the community knows where you're headed. So approve the purchase of a 2006 2.5-ton pumper truck for $68,000. It has basically all the information there. So as the community sees that, it's like, oh, I want to be part of that conversation. I want to be, weigh in on that. Or Facebook, someone writes out there on Facebook, oh, the city, they're going to be doing blah, 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 and just making up stuff, which really riles the people up. And they can't, how can they possibly, they just think you're so dumb, this is so ignorant and blah. And so they come here wound up. So, well, I apologize for not knowing exactly. So in Montana, we have to do public comment on things on the agenda. Some will do it at the beginning of the meeting. And then after that, thanks for all you had to say. Now we're just going to go through our meeting, and you sit and watch. I don't know if that's how you roll. But if you did, just imagine. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we do public comment on non-agenda items at the beginning of the meeting, end of the meeting as well, and then each item on the agenda will have public comment after our discussion before we make sort of wrapping comments.
Because what we try to say, look, folks, if we allow public comment at the beginning of the meeting, all they're going to come in, they're going to talk only about this crazy thing you're doing, and there's no context, and so you're going to sit there for an hour while people yell at you about something that's wildly inaccurate. Not the best use of time. So we would recommend saying, hey, if you have something to say about the fire truck, hold off, because when that time comes, you're going to have a specific chance, right? So you manage expectations. That's a lot of what you're doing is managing the public's expectations, because if you're not managing, they're going to come with their own expectations. The likelihood of their expectations and yours aligning, not very good chance. So you help them understand what the expectations are. So you have that on your agenda, you come to that part of the agenda, then you would likely have your police or fire chief get up, but the fire chief is going to give an informational presentation. Does this sound familiar? Yeah. So they're going to give an informational presentation and lay out. So we've been talking about this replacement for 3 years. We've been putting money aside. We've been doing this, doing that. We've got this old piece of apparatus that needs to be retired, and we've been, it's cobbling it together. We can't find parts. So they're really presenting the case why you need to make the change, and then what the city has been doing as a department to lead up to that point. So when that informational presentation is happening, what's the temperature in the room doing? It's starting to go down, isn't it? They're starting to realize, oh, well, that's not what I heard on Facebook. My reasons for being here are shifting now, and that seems, from your presentation, seems fairly reasonable. That makes sense. It seems like you've got a steady hand on the lever here, and you know what's you've been thinking about this for a while, and you've got a plan, and you're executing the plan. So that informational presentation really helps bring the temperature down. And then what we suggest is doing a question and answers period, not with the public, but where you are asking as a council on behalf of the public questions of the informational witness or presenter, the chief or the engineer, the architect, whoever might be there. And if you're smart, you know why you got a room full of people and what those touch points are. And that you're asking specific questions about that. Even if they covered it here in the presentation, you just come back and that's just reinforced. Right? So you're saying it's not this, but it's that. Yes, Mr. Chairman Brandon, yes, it's this, not that. And it helps people, again, that credibility you start to see shifting back over to you from the Facebook. Then you allow them to say, okay, now that it's clear what that decision space is and what's behind where we're going on this motion, then you allow the public comment period. Now, what do you have to say? Right, you've heard what we've had to say, now weigh in, and you might, why buy it now? Could we postpone it for one more year? Right, what would that mean? So and you say, well, yeah, we've talked about it, we thought about it, postpone it for a year, and this is the downside, or whatever. So you have this public comment, this input, I draw my line there, and then you're gonna have your motion, discussion, and then action. Now, why am I drawing the line there? What's the significance of the line in this process?
The business.
Yeah, the public process kind of winds down here. And now the public engagement, discussion, dialogue, deliberation over it is pretty much done now. Now it's time to act. So we're shifting that from this community process to now you've asked us to act on your behalf. We're going to make the motion, deliberate, hear what you had to say, and then we're going to take action. And I think as people see this process play out over something controversial, from something they heard on Facebook, I think the shift is going to go more to you than to them, to Facebook. And they'll start seeing you as more credible than...
Let me ask a question. So we do it more or less this way. Our motion comes at the top so that the item is brought onto the floor. Is there a consequence to having the motion? Because it is sort of, affirmative. It sort of gives direction to where we're headed anyway. So if we say, I'm going to approve this, that's the motion, and then we ask questions and get the presentation, it sort of sets the stage a little bit for what the public, it kind of, I guess I could see it two ways. It tells the public we are voting for this in the affirmative, likely as we purchase a fire truck. Otherwise, I'm not sure how we bring the item onto the floor to have discussion.
Right. So this is, so the parliamentary procedure. So yes, there's a variety of ways you can slice and dice this. The intentionality is what you're trying to get is that credibility question. But yeah, no right or wrong. We debate back and forth all the time on this, right? And having that discussion, having that motion out there first, so we know. But the discussion amongst you on the motion will come after the motion, after the motion's been made, right? So you stay focused. But if you did the motion up here and then go through this process, then that. If there is a change or modification, you have to do the amendment process, which minute takers love the amendment process, right? So that introduces a little bit more of a challenge, but it does also telegraph to the public that we are being responsive, and So, having heard the discussion, and all this, I move to amend the main motion by changing this in some way. Getting bid 2 instead of bid 3. If they said, oh, we had 3 bids, we went with this one because of these reasons, and maybe say, well, maybe let's do the other one. But yes. And I think what you're describing is still maintaining the intentionality here of having that deliberative process. The public can see you as being credible. We've got our act together. We know what we're doing. We've got very capable, competent staff, and we're using the best information to make our decision.
Yeah, no, that's exactly. I mean, even though our order is a little bit different than what we have on there, I've seen it over and over again where the public does calm down once they actually come and see the process and hear the questions and hear our deliberations and discussions, and it does relieve some of the that mistrust that might be out there. Not every time, obviously, but some of the time. I would almost say the majority.
Yeah, and
time.
I think maybe the other option, Nancy will probably correct me, but we could bring it on the, on the floor for discussion. But in my mind, that complicates the meeting a little. It makes one extra step, right? So I'm favorable to maintaining, but open to it if council wants to change the way we do that.
Yeah, and I'm certainly not advocating for it.
Sure. And Nancy, did you have something to add?
Well, I was just going to add, Mayor, that our Planning Commission has used the process that Dan was outlining. Robert's Rules of Order allows the chair to bring the item on the floor by title. So basically, you would be reading the title to bring it onto the floor to then have the presentation, and follow in accordance to how we had it outlined there.
Okay.
So that, just to kind of answer
What
that.
would be required of that? It would, because there would be no motion, right? So
Not until the motion's brought on the floor. So, yeah.
Well, if anybody feels strongly one way or the other, go ahead and throw it out there. Otherwise, we're sticking with the way it's going. But if you feel strongly, I'm happy to bring things on the floor.
Because we could have a mayor that says, we want to get rid of the fire department because they spend too much money. And if you didn't have a second, and you would have this whole discussion when all of us are sitting there looking at you like, are you nuts? We would have wasted a whole lot of time. So I like
Good point.
having the
Okay.
motion and the second, and then the discussion.
Sure. Okay, we're status quo.
I'm listening and trying to write at the same time. Yes. Yeah. And again, I wasn't advocating, but I think just thinking about it so when you engage your process that works for you, be mindful of how do we instill that confidence in your competence with the public, because you're competing with the social media, the wildfire, the inaccuracies, and there's no accountability out there. And so that's part of that winning over the hearts and minds of your community. I want to just throw these 4 or 5 points and have you think about good public policy. There was a story I tell that walked across campus, and a friend of mine, he's a range management professor, does a lot of looking at range management, forage, and all that stuff in Yellowstone National Park. He says, Dan, I've got stacks of science, peer-reviewed research in the park that shows time and time again that the management of the park and its forage resources is not working well. There's too many animals in there. It's overgrazed, and it's not sustainable. And I can't seem to get through to them that they need to change their practice. And I said, you're not going to. He said, I know, 30 years I've been trying and nothing's happened. I said, yeah, and this is why. There's so much more that goes into a good public policy, right? Rest assured, Yellowstone Park is not someone's private ranch. And that's the difference. Yellowstone Park has a whole different set of ownership objectives than your private holding. They are managing it for a whole different set of reasons and rationales. So if you think about their management reasons why they're maintaining that park, managing their range resource is not high on the list. It's the 5 million visitors that come through, keeping them safe, helping them see, it's having that experience. And anyway, so what he was looking at, he says, I've got all the best science available. But he didn't appreciate these other aspects that were going into the decision makers and policy makers at Yellowstone Park and how they're managing that asset and that resource. So as you look at this list, is it publicly acceptable? Get that engagement. What does the public feel about this? With the recent conversation, right? Strong feelings about the public. So we're going to put in place this structure and create a whole other infrastructure within our city to address these concerns. And this can take us 3 years, and we're still building it. We maybe just got the foundation. We haven't even put the walls up yet, but we're there. We've got a good solid foundation we can build on for this long-term change. Political willingness to act. Do you feel comfortable acting? Financially viable. Do we have the money to do this? And what's it going to take? We're making a trade-off with this ERP. We're trading off a lot of other opportunities and options for a payoff in the future. It's a strategic investment. And it's going to be a sacrifice initially, but in the long run, it's going to pay off. And this is what government really struggles with because of that immediate people hounding on you, but what about today? Because I'm living today, and I'm not in that future generation. I'll be dead. I don't care. Make it nice for me today, or easy or cheap for me today. And you've got to have that discipline to say, no, I do have a duty and responsibility to think about that future generation and have that equally shared. And then there's best science available and environmentally sound. So that could be a framework that you could start with. Now, as I put those up there, what do you use in addition to this in your decision making as you think about policy that we don't have on the list? I want to know.
I think it's kind of under financially viable, but we're learning that it's the staffing. It's our limiting nutrient for a lot of things. So we have to be very conscious about staff capability.
What's the bandwidth of the organization? Can we take this on? And if we do, we got to be mindful. It's like, can I add another piece of clothing in my closet? Or do I have to take something out for it to fit, right? So you should see my closet. It's a disaster. All the golds are here. Oh, I tell you about my closet. Let me tell you about my closet. I'm very proud of my closet. Go ahead.
I wrap all this up into common sense.
Oh, yeah.
So, is it common sense to pass whatever we're about to pass, or does it even make sense?
Yeah.
Right? So that's just something that I do.
Yeah, and if we just said good public policy equals common sense, this is like colors. Now we can have language, right? We can go through our mind and start ticking off, okay, common sense equals these 5 points or 6 or 7 points. That is a filter that we're going to run through as we're making sure that we're not missing something. That we're not, and this is all great, but we left this out, environmentally sound, and that we just made, the discussion yesterday about the landfill. I love talking about landfills.
Me too.
I'm just such a nerd, a local government nerd, but I love talking about landfills and recycling and garbage collection and all that stuff, because this is a challenge we're facing. Anyway, right? So we don't want to, and I thought it was a great question, hey, I didn't know these other communities, and what's the impact? And thinking the long term, are we shooting ourselves in the foot by having them dump in there and making an additional cost on all of us to now open a new garbage site in 60 years, right? This is that long, none of you are going to be around in 60 years when that landfill is full. And you are not going to be the ones in this community that have to figure out, okay, now what? Do you think it's going to be easier to open a landfill in 60 years or harder? That's why I get all excited about landfills. That's why local governments get excited about plastics. And somebody says, what can we regulate? Because it's not easy for us to open a landfill. So if we can really manage this landfill and extend it for another 20 years or 30 years, no one's going to sing a folk song about you for making that decision. But it will have an impact in long generations. So this is what gets me excited, because this is really one of those things that's a long range and really forces you to think about today and the future. Anyway.
It's hugely expensive.
It is expensive. And so as you have that conversation, are they paying their fair share? And I think it was very clear. Oh, no. They're paying their fair share. Right, so again, as we're managing that rate structure, so we're thinking about that in 60 years, we'll have sufficient resources set aside, and we can open that without indebting, which you will likely have to indebt and bond to do all that, in addition to, but you've got a pool of cash sitting there too.
I think that liner was like, what, a liner is $3 million, just, am I remembering it?
Yeah.
For a new council
More
member,
now.
just a liner.
And your public comes and says, well, I can buy a shower curtain for $3 at Walmart. What's the big deal?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It is.
Just put the shower curtain in there, that should work. I did that with my koi pond.
It's $6 now.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. No, so that's a great example for you to kind of do some noodling around, is thinking about, I had a mayor that was elected, he called me up and said, Dan, this is his second go around, he got recalled previously, I don't know why they kept electing him back. He said, Dan, I got $6 million sitting here in my water fund, cash, just sitting there. This is atrocious. This is criminal. I got to figure out how am I going to get all this money back to the public, because they're just paying way too much for water. Mayor Butch. Bless your heart. When do you think you're going to have to replace that water system? How long has it been in the ground? 40 years. What's the useful life of a water system? I don't know. What if we said it was 35 years? You're 5 years over. What's it going to cost to replace this water system? Oh, I don't know, 15 million? Okay. Look, you're $9 million behind. You're $9 million behind. You should be raising rate, right? You're already behind the 8 ball. He's like, oh, I didn't think of it that way. So it's that mindset. And this is the challenge, is we're electing people from the community that might come with a variety of motivations to come here. And you've got to, once you get behind the curtain, you realize, oh, before I was mayor, I was like, what is that council thinking? What's that city thinking about water rates and all that stuff? This is just ridiculous. So I become mayor, it's like, oh, this is way more, okay, I get it now. And that I had to appreciate that the public was like me. And I didn't understand it, so I really became on the crusade. How do I educate? How do I become that spokesperson? Help the public, framing their expectations of what this looks like. When they look at the budget and say, why do you got $6 million there? Why don't you, maintenance operation should be all it is. Well, yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Thoughts on that?
I just had a couple things I would throw up there.
Good.
For consideration. Ethical process. And equitable across time. I'm just curious what you all think about that.
I really like the equitable across time, because when counselors 20 or 30 years ago were trying to save us money, and then we have all these water line breaks, and it's very common with water districts that they are elected for the here and now and not thinking about several generations after.
Well, I was just thinking about what you were talking about, and then what Aaron's mentioning. Rawlins, 100 miles from here, went through a crisis. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, but their whole water system is how long ago was that, Janine?
Same story, different name of town.
Yeah. They have to bring in bottled water, boil water. I mean, the system just wasn't maintained properly.
Yeah.
And the city fathers just dropped it.
Complete
And the
failure
crisis
for
situation.
Generations, yeah.
The state pen is, it's just, it was a complete mess.
Yeah. And that comes back to that duty, right? We can add on this list here, I got leadership, intentionality, oath, duty, managing expectations. We can add on there, I forgot it now. I got reading things, I just lost it. Yes, yeah, yeah.
That's a time thing.
But I think this idea of the future, I like that across time. I'm going to add this to my list, because I'm always asking what else should be on there. And I think that equitable across time. So here's the thing too, you get people saying, well, you should, I can't go off and buy whatever until I save the money and then I'll buy it. Okay. We don't run local government like you run your household finances. So again, manage expectations, because they all think, well, that's how I do it, you should do it. Well, this is what makes what you do different. If you put a new asset, a new park or whatever, if you bond it or if you borrow or whatever you're getting to put in that new asset, who's using the asset? From here into the future, who's paying off that bond? The people that are accessing and experiencing the benefit of that asset. If you put the burden on the previous generation to save the money and then put in the asset, the next generation derives the benefit from the sacrifice of the previous generation. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So that's why when we have the conversation with our legislatures and helping them understand that no, we don't just pay cash in government, that we bond because we're making the investment today and that's being paid off from those that are benefiting from that. That's how government funds itself. Those that benefit pay for it. Instead of using it where we're saving all the money in the previous generation, we're not hosing the previous generation. So equitability across generations or time, I like that.
I throw that out because like Bob and I, as well as you all, but Bob and I, it seems like we spend a lot of time trying to clean up
Yes, things that weren't done right.
from the past. And I'm not saying all decisions from the past, but boy, you can tell the decisions that were made out of expediency or convenience or whatever, because they always seem to be the ones that we spend an inordinate amount of time trying to clean up or correct, or in front of you all talking about, you know. It's really interesting. And it's like when having a lot of years under my belt now and a perspective to look back at like what my predecessor did 30 years ago and why what seemed like a not great decision got made or not great contract got entered into, I can see where it might have just been fatigue, like decision fatigue, like, oh, this is just too much, like just agree to it, right? Just let the city agree to it.
And let someone else worry about it.
And then 30 years later, you know, while we're dealing with agreements that weren't well done.
You think about this much better and more than I do, but I'm just as good as you at recognizing those decisions from the past, where I'm looking at some half-baked deal from 23 years ago, and you go, what the hell was this? And what it was, to get back to your point, it was a council or staff that didn't want to have a difficult political conversation with somebody. So they're like, oh, you know what, we'll just do this deal where 25 years from now you have to, you may have to pay something. And then they all die, the people who didn't pay the deal. And Janine and I are looking at it, what is this? And you, out of your budget, have to pay for that now.
Right. Yeah.
So I'm going to go Aaron, Brandon, Pat, Joe.
I'd also
Keep
say
that in
most
your
people
minds.
don't buy their house with cash, and a lot of people don't buy their car with cash. So that my household budget, I try to stay within my budget, but my house I'm going to live in for a long time, so I'm willing to borrow money for that.
Infrastructure investments, capital investments.
So I teach how to write a policy. So the SMART goals, the SMART acronym, I kind of incorporated in that too to make sure that it fits all those. So it'd be strategic, time-based, achievable, measurable, stuff like that. So I and I see some of those in there now.
Thanks. I'll go back and spend some time thinking and trying to reconcile that and add some more to that.
And then before even all of that, do we need the policy?
Yeah.
Right? So that's something to think about, because you could go through and meet all these, even the SMART goals, but if you really don't need the policy, kind of like you were saying earlier, Aaron, we're just wasting time when it comes to stuff like that.
Ferret those things out.
And right?
If you spend the time on those two, it will become evident, we don't need this. It's just one more thing. Or the squeaky, we're only addressing the squeaky wheel. That's what some of these rickety old, I used to say, the previous administrations in the town I was in, they just kicked the can down the road. I became mayor, I opened up this city hall, it's like, holy crap, there's a lot of cans in here. And I just slowly started picking them up. And they're still picking them up. I started down the water sewer thing that had been neglected. It was put in the 1930s, useful life of 40 years, should have been replaced in the 70s. Here it was 2001. And we were, anyway, and I started in 2001 on that endeavor, and in 2016, they finally finished renovating those two, the water and sewer program projects.
So we hit pretty much all the SMART ones up there, other than maybe measurable.
That's
the one that I don't know where to put in to.
I wonder what the language might be. Measurable may not be enough, but I like that.
Janine, go ahead and, you thought on that.
I'm familiar with what you're talking about, but I would say measurable, particularly in public work, is a little different, Measurable, like when I had my business, was, am I making money? But I would say the measurables to me, and I've kind of evolved in my thoughts on this public-private thing too. Financially viable, right? Is it measurable? But to the house analogy, the difference with government, right? In government, we have to have a perpetuity perspective, right? You buy a house, you know your house has a finite lifespan, right? It's at some point likely going to be no longer viable. But we're building systems that really have to be sustainable in perpetuity, right? Unless, I mean, tragedy happens or, whatever. So the measurable to me is it financially viable, and kind of the equitable across time. Is the cost burden such that this generation isn't passing off to the next or vice versa, and it's sustainable cost over time with a return public product, right? Like I flush my toilet and things go away. That's magical, right? And if you can sustain that at a price point, that your community can afford, then to me that starts to get into the measurable. I don't know. That's just my philosophy, but I'm curious what you would think on that.
So I saw that side of it too.
Yeah.
But I was kind of looking at it more, the business side of it as well. Is the policy actually working? Right? So there has to be something that you can measure it that way, which those two you can, right? So I was kind of.
It's harder to measure.
It is, a lot. And I've, since I've put my name in the hat to run and whatnot, trying to follow policies and whatnot, it's like, how do you actually implement that and then know it's working, other than it's working,
Public
right?
sentiment, which honestly can be so fickle.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
I don't know. That's such a great, it's an interesting philosophy.
And some of the measurability is so long-term, right? So
Right,
some of
sometimes
it's like
30 days,
we're not the
sometimes-
ones who are going
right.
to be measuring whether this worked or not, right? Like our housing.
60-year, plan.
Yeah, I mean, our housing policies that we've made some pretty dramatic strides in the last council on housing. We may not see the result of those for a decade plus. And then, Jane, is yours on this topic?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, I think one thing we have to recognize is that policy evolves. So just because we're always learning, right? Right. So that's the important piece, that we have the ability to tweak. Back to that incremental statement. It's like, okay, we did this, we learned this. Now let's go back and fix or amend here, right? So I think that's the important piece too.
The chicken ordinance. 60 years ago, we put an ordinance saying farm animals not appropriate in town. And now, public sentiment has changed, and we think, let's revisit that. Are some farm animals appropriate? And it's just that conversation. So it's not chiseled in stone, right? Bob's not a stonemason out there hacking out all these ordinances, but it in stone and say, yeah, we're, as long as I'm here, I'm not changing it.
All right, so we'll go Pat, Joe, Micah. You sure? Okay. Okay, sure. So Joe and then Micah.
All right, a little history. 20 years or so ago, we had a council member who passed away, who had over 200 properties, 200 water bills, and his main goal was to do everything he could to reduce any investment into infrastructure because it kept his water bills down. So for years and years and years, we did not have improvements, and the infrastructure just was continuing to fall apart. But what happened was, when you adopt the budget, you have by state mandate so many things you have to produce, and then the final vote on the budget is one reading because it's an emergency meeting. And so we got into that emergency meeting, and nobody saw this coming. We went in there, and you have to have a 2/3 vote on an emergency meeting, and we only had 5 people attending, and so we had, I think, 3 people that were willing to vote to move almost $1 million out of the general fund over into an enterprise fund to reduce the water bills. Wow. And there was nothing I could do about it. I mean, I was one of the 2 that said, this isn't right. Enterprise funds pay for themselves. The general fund is for the purpose of, users pay for water. General fund is to do all this. So anyway, I don't know how we did it, but we moved in the next meeting to have the budget by a majority vote. So there's all kinds of games that can be played, and if you don't know what you're doing, you can get it's a difficult, when we do what we do, it's difficult to know what to expect and how to, to anticipate.
And and thanks, Joe. I think that longer term perspective is always helpful. I mean, I think, younger council members don't know those things. So thank you, always helpful. Micah?
The only other one I had been thinking about was implementable.
Oh, yeah.
Which sometimes if an idea is good enough or a policy is good enough, you just have to figure out how to implement it. You just kind of run into it, but.
We need 2 words to keep the theme, 2 words. Implementable's just one.
Viably, something. Do it. Super doable.
There we go. You're onto something there. And is it captured in another one?
I was trying to figure that out. I'm not totally sure.
Ability to implement.
That's 3 words.
That's okay, we got 3 words up there too.
Okay.
Where's my brown?
Oh, right here. By your
Black,
bottle.
black, there we go. Ability to implement? This is, I don't know, local governments are struggling to meet the EPA standards, the clean water standards. I don't know for you if it's state or federal or whatever they are. And so some of the standards we had in Montana that we had to meet with our municipal water discharge, the science wasn't there. We didn't have, the science didn't exist to get it to that level. And so then, so this long ago, so as our WAM, like our League of Cities and Towns, was constant debate or engagement with the legislature, with the DEQ, and trying to figure out. The other thing is, well, okay, won't litigate our problems. They're probably your problems too, but it's okay. I want to swing back, and we've got like a few minutes before our hot sandwiches are showing up. I don't want to get between you and a hot sandwich. Sharon, go ahead. You want to say a comment, and then I'll.
I've been thinking about a transparent process, and then after your story, where there was obviously an agenda and it was not transparent, that I wonder if that should be a part.
That's sort of, when I said ethical process, to me, that's, transparency isn't an ethical process.
Yeah, I wondered, and then I started distinguishing equitable from transparency. So
I think ethical. One of my concerns right now is we're seeing, even next door, a lot of will go into a separate meeting in a small group, make the decision, come out and vote on it. And that's very concerning to me. It seems like it's a trend nationally and regionally. I'll leave it at that. And that, I was talking about this a few days ago. It's a concern for me because as a professional in government, one of the ethics of my profession is decisions will be made in public. And so group work, small group work is always good, and it can help expedite us, but it can also keep those deliberations, discussions, and decision-making processes outside the public purview, which is typically, being in the public is typically considered the ethical process. When you're making public policy on behalf of the public, they should be able to be part of that, So it's an interesting push and pull there.
considering those trends of side room decision-making, then would we want to say public transparency?
Yeah, very possibly, yeah.
Just to distinguish that we don't agree with the side room decision-making or...
It's tough because sometimes that's an expeditious way.
Yeah, it is.
And just for a second, that's why I think it's been valuable to spend time in grounding. And as this discussion, I'm hoping, is informing you personally as to what is my governing philosophy. How do I wrestle with these two seemingly competing ideas, or which one's more important? If I, but as you become over time, right? So like Joe's been here a long time. Just hearing him, he has a refined philosophy that guides how he does and how he engages and participates here. And it's going to take a lot to push Joe off of that mooring, right? Because it's been developed, it's been thought about, it's been experienced. And so that's kind of that idea for the newer ones here is how do we get you started thinking about that and contributing to the group's collective culture or philosophy or framework that you operate from. And so that's really kind of that intent, is that you're spending time thinking about that, and it becomes part of your DNA now, that although we could, we're not. We're going to be transparent. We could go off and do that, but it doesn't fit within how we want to represent ourselves or our ethical practice.
So I took a step back to kind of, the measurable thing was still working in my head. To be honest, it's all measurable up there, right? Because if we don't hit the money, how do we know? We measured it, right? If we don't have the best science, how do we know? We measured it. So that kind of fits into all of them, like ability to implement it. How do we know that we did it right? It kind of fits, right? It kind of fits into all of those a little bit, going back to that.
Which is great, because measurable is only one word again.
Right. So I was trying to come up, right? I was going to do that one, but I was like, but we can't copy that one. So how do we it's on my checklist. I had to put it up there somehow, right? So I can cross it off my list now. It's really up there, 6 or 8 times, because to do any of those, you have to be able to measure it.
And this is what people write books on, because I just took someone else's idea, slightly reword it, and write another book, right?
And speaking of books, the public policy book that I absolutely love, and I just remembered, Deborah Stone, and it's called Policy Paradox. I love that book.
That was a good book.
That was a very good book. It is a very good book. I've been sitting for the last 3 hours. Like, what? I've got it on my bookshelf. I can see it.
You couldn't get on Google and look.
I remembered her first name was Deborah.
So I want to circle back to this list we made earlier, and I want to see if there's something we didn't hit on. But it's how do you think do you feel adequately covered the roles and responsibilities? Is there any outstanding question, and I think particularly the new folks, as time goes by, you'll kind of get a sense of, okay, this makes sense. Academically, I get it. How do we operationalize it? So that feels good. How about responsive? We've talked a lot about that. But that's kind of the responsiveness, balance, vision versus reality, and a lot of that, the meeting discussion we had earlier about the work sessions or learning sessions. I think it's a conversation that's worth continuing as you think about how do we engage the public more in what we do. The other thought I was going to share is targeting participation. As you think about your community, I always like to draw a wheel. I'm not going to burn up another flip chart paper, but so if you have a circle and you make a lot of pie slices in it, as you sit here and think about, it might be relative to an issue or it might be community at whole, but what if we were to label each of those, thinking about a segment of our community? We have the business community, we have the religious community, we have the school community, we have the nonprofit community, we have the government community. We've got all these different sectors, the young family, the newcomers, the old timers. What do they look like? And then as we're trying to roll out a policy, who's being impacted? And how do we target them? How do we say, hey, look, we really want you to come and participate in this listening session we're going to have that's going to inform the work session, that will inform the business meeting. But we want you there at the beginning to start, making the sausage and helping us to, decide what's the ingredients we're going to throw in the sausage making process. So that could be some strategies you can think about, that there's nothing in your code, there's nothing in the law that requires you to do that, but you're thinking, if we really want to ramp up our participation and our engagement and really feel like we're representing and facilitating the public, we've got to do something different than just posting on Instagram and Facebook, which is all fine. Do that. But if that's not getting you the people showing up at the level you want and the participation level you want, then you got to try something else, right? We're evaluating, we're measuring, and we're going to try to revamp it. So those are just some ideas of my experience that I have had a lot of success at just thinking about who's in a community, who could be a spokesperson that we can pull in or represent that community in their perspective when we bring them to think about this particular initiative or project or a good policy. You did the meeting management. We're doing that. Community engagement, we just had balancing vision versus reality, where it's, we all love Laramie, but reality is we got to implement something. So, campaign versus governing, was that transition you're going through now, right? It's one thing to be on the campaign trail, and it's another thing to sit here now and say, all right, now I got to get...
6 years,
Yeah.
get that done.
6 years, right?
That thing I kept
Yeah.
doing for my 4-year term.
Which is the vision versus reality.
Yeah.
Right?
And what your expectation would be that, hey, I'm going to get in here and make some changes, and you realize, oh, we got this ERP thing that's happening, it's going to suck all the bandwidth. And my thing might be on the, but I'm there to represent, to talk about, and, so those are things. Responsive. Are we feeling okay about this? Business versus work sessions, we've talked a lot about that. Sufficient, I think it's going to be a continued conversation. Target participation, listening sessions, those are my ideas. Trust, we talked about that. Is there anything else glaring that we didn't cover or not sufficiently that we can either roll over for a brief amount of time after lunch? Who's exhausted and energized at the same time? Yeah. This stuff is mentally taxing. You're going to go home and be exhausted and say, I didn't even run today. And I feel like a nap. But this is what I love about these work. It takes a lot out of you. And I appreciate the fact that you've all come here with your best self. That this is the best of you that's here. And I expect that, I would imagine that your best self shows up in this room every meeting. And that's good to see. It's so rewarding for me to work with groups like you that have the best intentions and you're aligned in your interests. The pathway there is going to be different, and that's what we expect that. We wouldn't want to be all the same because you're not going to get a very resilient outcome. We want those differences represented. We want to have the space to have those conversations to get the best out of that. So, all right, with that, I think as I'm thinking, when we get back from lunch, there's an exercise I want to do. We're going to do something, and it'll be very instructive. And I'll try to be respectful with your time as a group, but I think it'll be helpful as you think about, as a framework, as we go on this discussion about the future, and where you've been, why do you want to move forward, and what is it going to look like. So, we good? Anything else for the good of the order before I turn it back to the mayor to release the hounds?
All right, everybody, let's eat.
Yeah.
Do you want to tell the public when we'll be back?
Are we back? It says working lunch. Do we have a plan? It says working lunch. Do we have a plan to work during lunch?
I think I would leave that to your discretion, but we did sort of plan that.
Okay, we'll just take 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes?
20, 25 minutes,
Yeah.
I think, to get.
Okay, so let's
probably consume a sandwich in that.
let's say 12:30. We are back.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody, we will call the meeting, the retreat back to order, and I will go to you, City Manager.
So when you adopted the goals in January 22, you, in some cases, started a new ball rolling, but in other cases, you continued a ball that was already rolling in maybe 2021 or 2020, because many of our projects span multiple years. So what I thought I would focus on is goals that we worked on in 2022 that I think the ball is still rolling into 2023 to kind of frame your discussion this afternoon. And I'm going to take these by broad category. So starting off, you have a broad category goal that is economic development as a high-level policy objective for the city. Specific activities under economic development that we engaged in 22 and that need to keep, that are rolling forward into 23 are a focus on housing and housing development. There are a myriad of ways that we've been addressing housing. Pretty much any good idea is on the table. We're looking at public-private partnerships. We're looking at the Urban Renewal Authority that you created in 22 as being an important tool that might help us to redevelop the city-owned property on 4th Street to include housing amenities. And then, of course, we're looking at the Turner Tract and continuing that conversation. Under economic development, you also started a collaborative effort with Albany County to create and adopt a joint growth plan that will look at the areas outside of the city within some general geographic space where the city and county will prioritize housing and other development to ensure the growth of the city and the local economy for the county into the future. And so those two things under economic development are going on and will continue to go on. Under environmental stewardship, you had a specific task goal to update the lease for the Monolith Ranch. We in fact tabled that, as you recall, for a year to allow us to acquire the Bath Ranch, take that into our inventory, and then in 2023, what I think we've all kind of agreed to do is go ahead and update the leases for both of our ranch agricultural properties using the same process in 2023. So that's something that we're going to be working on and that we have to work on because the ranch lease for the Monolith is expiring, and of course we want to have a lease in place for the new property, the Bath, as well. You also have a couple categories that look at what I call just like city services we provide to our residents. And under that, there are two categories. There's sort of investment in assets and infrastructure and investments in people. And so infrastructure investment and rehabilitation will continue to occur. We spent 22 updating the pavement condition indexing that we do on a periodic basis to determine the condition of our asphalt so that we can then prioritize where we spend money based on, you know, this is the asphalt with the worst condition, so we want to replace that first. As you know, in 22, we also asked for those folks to take a look at our concrete conditions, so curb, gutter, sidewalks, and assess the conditions of those overall. We are using a new vendor in 22 and just now starting to receive that data. And it's going to be a real paradigm shift for us because our previous vendor and that vendor's methodology is what we've used for 20 years. The new vendor is using awesome technology. They roll over the streets with a camera and some really high-tech stuff that assesses the pavement condition that way in a real, I would say, technologically and objective way. Before, it was a visual inspection by a human, and although there was a clear methodology for that assessment, certainly there's a little bit of subjectivity as well. So I think it's going to be really interesting, and it's also a much more in-depth analysis because they're actually measuring like cracks, depths, and things like that. So I think we're going to have some amazing data. And what we had before was great, but this is going to be really robust. I think it is also going to really reveal the depth of our need, the width and the depth of need in street investment in a way that we've never had before. But it's also helping us because of the better data that we're getting. It's helping us to understand where we are more likely, where we'll get the most return on investment from pavement preservation, like chip seal, as opposed to full reconstruction. So that's a very empowering, cool tool. But it's going to tell us we need a lot more money, probably than we have, so we're going to have hard decisions to make. That's going to continue under resident services pretty much no matter what, right? We talked about ERP, the Enterprise Resource Planning Software, ad nauseum already, so I will set that aside as an issue that's an asset investment or tangible asset investment for the city, but also has effects in terms of investing in people and the work that we do here. And then you had a goal for retaining and recruiting the most talented people we can. And so that will continue forward. We've talked about the compensation study and the staffing study that are already underway in 23 and will inform the budget process and the recommendations I bring to you. Stormwater management is also a goal that you have that will continue into this next year, and you know that from the work session that we had this fall. We have new statutory authorization to maybe create some fiscal resources towards stormwater management systems that we've never had before. We brought that information to you in the fall, and we'll be coming back, bringing the data from the consultant and some options for you all to consider in 23. In the broad area of community engagement, so I want to talk about this little handout I gave you. One of the areas was community engagement with a number of specific tasks under that. As you know, we've reached out and engaged 2 new tools for community engagement in 2022. And unless you all feel differently, I intend to recommend continuing to fund those tools in 23. I wanted to show you the outcome of the first tool that we acquired in January of 2022, and that was Zen City AI. Zen City is a tool that helps us to track the interactions with public data and information that we're putting out, and also track the sentiment of it. It's also doing ongoing surveying of our community, so we will be able to compare results from the spring survey to the fall survey, and then on into 23 as well. It's sort of a continuous process, and be able to track longitudinal data over time, like changes in if we make a big investment in the streets. Will we be able to see that residents in May of 2022 felt this way about streets, but after some significant investment, maybe by May of 24, they feel more, they're recognizing and seeing that, and they're understanding that we're making those investments. This is a 12-month wrap-up on Zen City. Zen City uses AI to mine data all across the internet. We can break it down by what we call official channels, which is our city website, our press releases, our social media, and also tracks resident sentiment and interactions across the entire World Wide Web. So over the past 12 months, we've had 190,000 interactions with city data, and this chart shows you whether they were, what the sentiment of those was, and this is where the AI tech that Zen City uses comes in. It assesses how residents interacted. Was it a positive interaction with that data? Was it a negative interaction? Or was it sort of impartial? And largely our interactions have been very, very positive. think we had about 9,000, let me look here, of those 190,000, yeah, we had 9,783 what would be considered negative interactions. And this is across the entire internet, not just city official sites, but things like Laramie Live or Oil City News if they pick up the story. Then on the next page, I wanted to show you, this is for the 12-month period, basically a year back from today, and you can see the volume of the interactions here. What I think is really interesting is you see this spike starting. I'm sorry.
Would you tell us what the colors mean?
Green is a positive sentiment, and red is a negative sentiment, and black is all 190,000 interactions. And so I just wanted to show this. This isn't super detailed, but we can go in and break these down more. So like when I looked at, and I think I sent you all maybe a week or two ago, the breakdown from December, and we had a huge spike in interactions. We had some 10,000 interactions with our data in December, a lot of it driven by weather, right? Because we had that storm system come in that was going to be 30, 40 below zero. And we were pumping out tons of information trying to help people know where to go, how to be safe, be ready for it, make sure your water pipes don't freeze. We had a lot of interaction in that month. I think what also drove that spike of almost 10,000 interactions just in December is we also brought our second tool on board, which is Lum Studio. That's a public relations firm out of Casper that we brought on contract in the fall, and they have been helping us to better craft our social media, make it a little more interesting, make it a little maybe less bureaucratic, maybe a little bit less boring government. And so we've seen our interactions go up. We measure them through Zen City. Lum also measures them through software they have, so we can compare and contrast to make sure that they're keeping each other honest, right? But we've seen a lot better interaction with our data across all areas since we brought Lum on board. So anyway, quick report there. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but under community engagement, there's some metrics I can share with you there. You also started in motion in 2022 some other resident engagement issues, which was, as you recall, you had your main goal adoption resolution, and then you had a second resolution like a month later, which was focused on our policing, the outcomes of our working group on police and community. And so you will see, with the hiring of the new chief, you'll see us bringing forward the Police and Community Board suggestion. I've gone back and forth on this, but I'm going to bring a companion board suggestion, and I've talked with some of you about it. I'm not going to go into it in detail, but happy to visit with anyone who'd like to know. But I was working on, even before May of 2020, this idea of bringing Human Rights Commission into the city's board and commission structure. When May of 2020 came and we had this clamoring for a police and community board, kind of tabled that, wanting to let this filter out and see if these really were the same concept or different concepts. Should it be one board? Should it be separate? And so with the chief on board, we're filtering through that, and I think I'm going to bring you a recommendation actually for 2 boards. And the Human Rights Commission, right now what I'm finishing up in terms of the analysis is how does this dovetail with the Disabilities Commission, or do we marry the 2 together, right? So we don't need to have 900 boards. We already have like 20, and that's a lot. You all have to staff those boards. Staff members have to staff those boards, so trying to make sure that it's streamlined. So I'll bring that forward. That ball's rolling. It'll continue to roll into 2023 as far as resident engagement. And I want to go back to environmental stewardship because I missed one piece. Casper Aquifer Protection Plan update. I asked Darren Parkin to give me this brief summary of where we were with that. I won't read it to you, but our intention is that we will be needing to pull back together the steering committee. So last year, you adopted, you worked with the county to put in place 3 steering committees. And they had 3 city council members on each one and 1 county commissioner for collaborative work that we were doing between our bodies. The first steering committee was for Casper Aquifer Protection Plan updating. 1 commissioner, Ibarra, and 3 of our city council members. Then you had a second steering committee that was going to oversee the growth plan that I already mentioned. Again, 1 commissioner and 3 city council members. And then you had a third steering committee that was, we call it the catch-all committee, but really they're looking at a lot of different issues. That committee looked at efficiencies between city and county government. Are there functions or activities or missions that we can share costs on and build greater efficiency? They looked at a bunch of different things. So I'm motioning to you because you were on the catch-all committee. So when you appointed board and commission members at your first meeting, we did not reappoint to these 3 intergovernmental committees. This memo from Darren is our project manager on the city side for the CAP update, and it basically says we need now to bring together the steering committee and get some direction on the next steps that we're going to take. So anyway, I'm hoping that you'll update those, and the mayor has some information. This is where I'd love to invite you in. I'll leave you with one last thing, because we've talked about the steering committees, and Brian's got a good plan. I've covered the balls that you started in motion last year that will carry forward into '23. I'll also have a kind of carve-out caveat that, of course, we're in the middle of legislative session now. We're tracking legislation, and there's likely to be legislation coming down that will be balls that we're going to need to put into motion in 2023. Whether they will rise to the level of public policy decisions of city council, I don't know yet. A lot of times those are really just management things, like they say, well, you got to do this training, or you have to change the way you collect utility bills. And those are often things that like staff just do, but there is the possibility that there may be policy decisions that come onto our radar really at the end of the session, and that won't be until the end of March, Andy? Yeah? March 3rd. Okay, I knew you'd know the date.
That you're counting.
I'm not counting or anything. Right. Okay, so with that, Mayor, I think maybe go ahead and share what you were telling me about.
Sure. Okay, so members, I have put in some thought on these and discussed with the chair of the county commission ways in which that we can continue the work of these committees, because I think they are valuable. I think many of you would agree that this relationship is important and worth continuing, but the work of many of these groups is winding down, as Janine just said. So largely the groups will remain the same, pending any objection from you all. Largely they'll stay the same, but of course we have new members to put on these commissions. So the thought as it sits now is that, and I'm going to give you names for who would be on these. This is where if you have objections, throw them out. But Pierce, Somerville, and Newman would be on a group that would focus on intergovernmental efficiencies. So these would be sort of continuing some of the work of the catch-all group of past that worked on, shared EMS service and things of that variety. This would be going deeper into that, seeing things like Commissioner Gosar had mentioned things like, they're paying a copy repairman kind of an amount that could almost cover a full-time employee. We could share that full-time employee. Some of those sort of things that sort of build on a strengthening relationship. The second group would be Councilors Richardson, Cumby, and O'Doherty. They would focus on environmental stewardship goals that both bodies share. This group would also, I think there would be some need. You'll notice Councilor Gabriel is not on that group, and he has been working on aquifer things. I would like him to continue working through sort of this last phase of the aquifer stuff, because he has obviously put in a considerable amount of time getting to this point. So this shift may happen after that. And then finally, Councilor Gabriel, Councilor Shumway, and myself on what would then become the catch-all group, given sort of the specificity of the others. So that is the direction I would like to go with these committees. Any conversation on that?
What was the last one? Harrington, Shumway?
Gabriel, Shumway. Catch-all.
What does that mean?
Well, so that means that the task of this group is not yet assigned. So, I mean, to be very frank about it, there is not a big, overarching environmental stewardship or efficiency sort of a component to the work of this group. They'll work on whatever maybe we define in our goals today that the county is then interested in working on with us. Go ahead, Councilor Pierce.
Yeah, thanks. So the intergovernmental will
retain, or will the county commission person change? So will it be Commissioner Gosar?
Yeah, my understanding is they have appointed members to these groups. So the names I'm giving them are not the names that the commission approved. So they appointed to the existing groups. But this one that was the catch-all, in our minds, would be the Intergovernmental Efficiencies Group. That was previously the catch-all group. So Commissioner Gosar.
Okay.
Commissioner Ibarra would be on the environmental stewardship that used to be the CAP group, and those other environmental things that Janine mentioned. And then Commissioner Jones would be on the group with myself and Shumway and Gabriel. Any issues with that, council? Any comments, questions?
Anybody?
Councilor Somerville?
I was just going to make sure, so your group is still going to finish out the extraterritorial?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, correct. And that group previously had the former mayor and Councilor Schmeckel, so there would be new folks on that anyway. So Councilor Shumway and Gabriel will be welcome additions to finishing that out. Largely, that's in staff's hands at this point. Councilor O'Doherty.
I was just wondering some examples of catch-all. You're saying depending on like what the legislature comes up with or
Through you, Mayor, and Jane, jump in because you were on that committee. Aaron, how it kind of worked last year is the committee sat down and they really did, and Andy was on that group as well, they did some brainstorming at the outset, like what are issues that we should be working on? And like an example of an outcome from that group was the discussion about our EMS service, serving not just within the city limits, but for decades, having served out into the entirety of Albany County. And so the agreement that you all approved in '22 for the county to contribute financially to the EMS service was an outcome of the catch-all committee. All of those discussions, we brought in the fire chief and myself, and we talked about it, we did a lot of analysis, and we arrived at that agreement where the county is now contributing financially to EMS service to try to reflect the amount of time that we spend beyond our boundary out serving within their jurisdiction.
Well, and just to pick up on that a little bit.
Microphone, please.
Sorry. Just to pick up on that a little bit, we also have that agreement with the hospital, IMH, and there's really no reason why we couldn't have a conversation potentially with UW, some other big users to kind of share that cost, right? So having that next discussion in terms of who else we might want to approach might be worthwhile as well.
Yeah, they talked about many other things. I just shared that example as an outcome, but there's sort of a list, a queued up list of like brainstorm ideas that still exist.
So it's like a target group. As something comes up, then they work on that.
Well, and then we also finished up the jail project.
Oh, I forgot all about that.
Yeah, so there's that collaboration with the county in terms of how did that all work out? I mean, that was a pretty heated.
We pay them for prisoners, and then the agreement that they pay us for EMS.
Yeah, so that was kind of we just put everything in writing, basically, as opposed to, hey. So, yeah.
Last as long as the people in the room last.
Right.
So you want it written down.
Councilor Somerville.
I might also suggest for that, Mayor, for your group, working on like economic development projects as it comes up, additional work from the council that might need to be done on the URA, that would seem to be a good place for that.
Sure. Yeah, and I would be welcome to those suggestions from council. I was at a loss for what this group would do based on our sort of like things that I projected would be our goals as things come up, but I think economic development is great. And in particular, as it surrounds the URA, I think as we stand that up, there will obviously be effort, and it would be great if the county was participating. Any others? Okay, well, I suppose we will bring that forward on the 7th of February in that meeting for approval by the council. Thanks.
So that's all I had for all of you. If you have any questions for me.
Joe might have a question.
Well, I have a comment.
Okay.
While in Cheyenne, last couple of days, we started out by talking about sidewalks, curbs, and gutters. We've had different programs, 50-50 and things like this, but I talked to a representative from Lusk, and through YDOT, they've been almost totally funding their improvements on and replacements on sidewalks, curbs, and gutter through a program called TAPS, T-A-P-P-S. And it's through YDOT. Sarah Ellis is the contact there. You probably know about that. But I would love to have something, because we have so many places where this, the sinking and total unuse of sidewalks, especially for handicap. And in the past, when I've talked to streets, they've said there's no money, they have to pay their full share. But if it's a handicap issue, and this was a handicap issue, a person in a wheelchair, I would love to get that money and move forward and give some relief. And they said, if you ask for money for design and for planning, he said, we got almost $1 million just almost like that.
Okay.
So I'd love to get that and then identify the places where we need ramps, handicap access and things like that, and then move forward so we can help the community not only get streets, curbs, gutters, sidewalks up to standard, city standard, but move on it very quickly.
Sure. So without objection, maybe we move that into this group as well, the catch-all group.
Well, wherever it moves the quickest.
Let's make it move quick. It's you and me and Pat, so be on us.
Transportation in general. Transportation things, I know that's of interest to the county, and increasing non-motorized vehicle transportation. And so that kind of falls in the same area.
And I had envisioned, Counselor, the multimodal conversation happening largely in the group you are in, which would be the environmental stewardship, because that has a component to some of the longstanding goals of council for carbon emissions and things like that. So in my mind, I had thought of that going there, but if you'd like to push it off, I'm sure interested in that conversation as well. But I had envisioned that being in your group.
So that would be a good clarification there. We see multimodal coming up in the traffic commission, but we also see it coming up in environmental advisory. So I think it's important. Let's differentiate which disability. Yeah. So when you have these three committees, let's be clear: does it fall under stewardship or catch-all? And we can do that maybe in the resolution.
Okay.
That'd be good, because it gets really confusing. We're starting with two committees.
Sure. Sure. And the way I understood it is what Joe had brought up was largely like infrastructure based, but not in a like on street sort of an idea. It was like a sidewalk program, right?
YDOT listens if you say ADA.
Okay.
So that's what committee probably would be the most impactful, is one that's focusing on the American Disabilities Act.
Okay, so that's a great distinction. So I don't know, Council, how you feel about that, but the group that is myself, Gabriel Shumway, would focus on the ADA sidewalk concept with YDOT. The multimodal conversation would then go to the environmental group. Is that okay?
That's fine with me. I will say, I bet these two groups, those two interests, so TAP is what we've traditionally used to fund our paths. And that, so this will probably come to you all. Do you want to prioritize your TAP spending for ADA, like Joe has said, or do we want to use it for paths off-street?
Is it assigned into the future already?
Most of our greenbelt has been tapped.
Right, and I know that we have Spring Creek coming up. That trail is probably in some, to some extent tapped.
You
So
have to decide now, just planting that seed. Like we may have two groups that both want it for different types.
Okay, I'm going to go to Somerville. Shumway.
So just so everybody knows, so I sit on the YDOT TAP committee. I'm the city representative for that committee. And I think that that'll probably need to be a larger discussion with the council because of the way that our committee at YDOT has restructured the priorities of having planning, doing planning, design, moving that stuff forward. I think it's a great conversation, but I think it's a larger one.
Interesting, okay. And then I'm going to go to Shumway.
Just a question for you, Andy. Are there two pools of money, one for ADA and one for trails and et cetera, or is it just all one big pot?
So it's just one big pot of money pending legislation that will add more money. There's a crosswalks bill where you can create, essentially, it's almost paralleling safer routes to school that the legislature is considering now. So if that passes, there'll still be one pot. Did it?
It passed.
Out of the House.
School crossings, I believe that passed. So that'll pull a lot of that out of there.
But it'll still be one big pot. So that bill adds money to that pot. But I'm happy to help get clarity around that.
And then Richardson?
So I may be going down a rabbit hole or into the weeds more than I need to be, but this also makes me think about this idea of where we are finding funding. And I have asked Janine, or mentioned it a long time ago when we were chatting, about a grant writer and what does that look like for us? And is that a space where city county could also share that resource?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. In my conversations with Commissioner Gosar, that was certainly of interest to them, and I don't know, I guess Janine can weigh in on that, but in my mind that was going to Somerville, Pierce, and Newman's group.
So the Central Committee, as well as Commissioner Gosar and myself, have talked about that this last year. We've in fact done that, and we will continue to. And so I'll give you an example. And we have a grant writer, even though that's not on staff. We're doing that through contract. So Sarah Reese has been on contract all year. She does grant research for us. She's written Connecting Communities, the transportation one that we just got declined and told to reapply, and another one for the pool. So we have that. It's just not obvious and transparent because it's not on our list of employees. And the application that I sent you guys after our conversation, Sarah did the first draft of that, but that was a partnership application between the city and county, and Pete and I spoke at length about that to solidify that partnership. We'll be resubmitting that application, by the way, in the spring, I think. The DOT, US DOT invited us to reapply since they got notified.
Was our grant writer. She's great.
Yeah. So that's what I know about where we're at with grant writing.
Okay, Councilor Newman?
Just so you know, that was the very first note I wrote down was a grant writer. So it was already, at least on my radar. I know we've talked about it a little bit as well, so.
Great.
I should mention too, I didn't tell you this. Even when we had Sarah Reese as a full-time person here, members of staff always have, for the 20 years I've been here, written grants. I have written grants. Sarah was my direct report. She wrote grants. Brooks Webb writes grants. All of our staff write grants. So please don't think just because there's not a grant writer on the list of employees we pay that we're not doing that. And I can prove that to you through showing you the grant revenue, right? So while Sarah has done great work for us in-house and out-of-house now on contract, our staff routinely. You got 2 grants in front of you last week, Brooks, Red, Malia, and Jen wrote all of that without any support. Because a lot of what we applied for, particularly through straight stages, it's the same over and over and over, just different project details as far as the process that you go through, the information you need, all of that. So,
And I appreciate that it's happening. I just, again, think about staff time, and when you have so many other things on your plate and then are writing a grant application, also recognizing that staff typically knows the most about the project anyway, so that's going to be a big part of it. So.
And you're so right about that. Like even when Sarah was on staff, some of the grant applications, particularly public works related, are very technical, and it was a waste of her time to write those grants. She also routinely never wrote our public safety grants. Why? Because again, they are so subject matter expert specific that the best due diligence and use of time was just letting the police department write them, right? So we've seeded that skill set all throughout, and we use it in the most expeditious way or efficient way that we can.
Councilor Pierce?
Yeah, thanks. I think part of it too is almost like a grant manager, because it's really important, having lived in the grant world for a while, it's really important to say, okay, my APR for this particular grant has to be due on this particular day, and these particular finances have to be turned over to the feds or to the state or whomever, and having that on a spreadsheet and knowing everything that's going on so you don't get your butt in trouble and end up with an old-fashioned A133, you need someone to kind of monitor and remind, which is really important.
So I'm clear, do you see value then for your staff to have a grant writer, that in having a grant manager?
I mean, it certainly, I will put it this way, Council. We need cops, we need firemen, we need a position in probably almost every division of this city. Have we ever had a grant compliance issue? No, we have not. It's a matter of priorities. It's where you want to put your money, right? Would a grant manager be useful? Perhaps. Should we do it in staff or should we contract? I don't know. For every project we're awarded, there is an assigned grant manager, and they are responsible for that under the auspices of the administrative policy I've put in place for the entire organization. So I don't know. I mean, it's hard. I'm not trying to dodge, but it's hard to answer that question. It's a matter of priority, Do you want a community engagement team in your police department, like Chief Brown talked about? Do we hire more firemen and EMTs? Because right now, we're not getting the work done in the time we need to. Do we bring in more planners? Do we bring in a public relations person? It's just all priorities and give and take and trading out. So I would tell you I'd love to have a grant manager and a grant writer in-house, right? But I also need about 10 new public safety officials. And so it's a resource allocation problem. And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be dodgy, but it's the truth.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem dodgy to me, but I think maybe the bigger question then would be, is there value? I mean, do you think you can find value in a relationship with the county for shared employees, I guess is the question.
Yeah. I mean, Pete and I have talked about this all the time. We can, but we also get into questions about who's supervising them. Under what personnel policy rules are they? Under what benefit package are they? It starts to become a lot more complex than it seems on the face. It's so innocent and obvious and efficient on the face. We actually went down this a little bit in the catch-all committee and immediately got caught up in, well, who supervises them? Who do they report to? Do they have 2 bosses? And I think if y'all have 2 bosses ever.
Or 9.
Yeah, so I totally would love to share efficiencies, and I've actually got a brainstorm list literally that I sent probably 8 years ago to Commissioner Richardson when he first got elected, because he was a swim dad and I was a swim mom. We knew each other. I sent him a list this long and said, these are all things maybe we could share on. So I'm all for that. I'm not running it down, but it gets more complex than it seems sometimes. And in that regard, I will say maybe on contract makes it almost simpler.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And in fact, when Sarah wrote that, did that first draft on that technical assistance grant we applied for, that was one of the cool things. Not only did she have organizational history, but she was on contract, and so I could just kind of give direction, managing her contract, and then call Pete and go, hey, this is what we're doing, what do you think? Here, review this draft, which he did. So there's a lot of ways to do it, but sorry. Am I being green or something? But
No, it's all good stuff.
It's all context,
Yeah, no, it's great.
right?
This is why you're here.
Yeah, no, it's great.
The decision depends on the context.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
the contract idea, though.
yeah, and it illustrates some of those hurdles you all will encounter immediately, right? So maybe that's a first focus before we get to like the shiny stuff of achieving the goal of having some, sort of efficiencies in place. Obviously, there's this big first hurdle of who oversees and what benefits, those sort of things. Okay, understood. Any other questions? Okay, close that out. I'm going to hand it back over to you, Janine, for lack of anywhere else to go from here.
I think I'm good unless you guys have questions.
Okay.
And I will say, as far as staff resources go, as you're thinking about goals, remember we are going to do that staffing study. I'm not going to have that data for this supplemental budget, as I said yesterday. But if that makes you feel better, we're going to have some comparative statistics, probably early this summer, maybe midsummer. because these issues of allocating resources for staff, I think they're going to be super complex in our future. I know they're complex in my mind, and then I have to pass it off and make it you guys' problem. So that data may be helpful, it might not be helpful, I don't know.
So I think then with that sort of wraps up our quote-unquote working lunch, moving us into retrospective and preview. Is that, I mean, that's sort of covered already, so that moves us into our policy goals and objectives. And I think that moves it to Dan.
I guess, yeah. And here's a clarification, I guess, in my mind when you were saying, you mentioned earlier that you'd like 10 new public safety officers or whatever. Is that a matter of financial resources to get them, or is it people applying? Are you have vacancies, you have money, you just can't get people to fill the vacancies, or we have vacancies and no money, but so that's...
It's both.
Okay.
But as I craft a budget recommendation and think about adding staff, then that decision becomes theirs, because the city council have to appropriate the funds and authorize a position. But you're correct, and of course you heard it from the department heads last night, the nature of the working world right now, for the positions you have authorized us, we're having a hard time even filling those.
Yeah, and I think for our future discussion, I think that's helpful to have that kind of clarification is where's the pinch points, where's the challenges that you're facing. If it's things that you have control over or decision making, you don't have control or decision making ability over who applies for your positions. But you do if you have limited resources and greater need. Then it's about priorities and trade-offs, which is a lot of the conversation you've been having. And this is just buckle up, because that's not going to change. It has not been resource-rich environment 20 years ago, but golly, now it's not. You've always been operating at this kind of this deficit model, which is...
Thanks for the clarification.
Joe?
Just a question. I know that the formula for adding, for the number of sworn officers in the community depends upon the population. Have we considered that our formula is a little bit different than maybe a town of similar size, let's say Gillette, because we have university police that assist. And can we use whatever number of police that they have into our formula so that we don't, I know everyone wants to have, I'm sure our chief wants to have the number that he should have for 32,000, but can we also in that discussion say, there's assistance from not only the county sheriff's department, but also the university police. Do you truly need 10 new officers? Now, I'm not saying that they don't. I'm sure they could use them. But I think we need to say, does Sheridan, Gillette, towns similar to our size have the same number of officers?
Through you, Mayor, Joe, I think my answer is yes, those things are taken into account. And I will tell you, I've been really, well, first of all, let me backtrack and share this. Of course, the jurisdiction of UW PD and RPD are different. UW PD can't really come off campus. They don't have jurisdiction to help us in some cases, but so they're partial strength, but maybe not as full multi-use tool as, say, a municipal officer or sheriff's deputy. In any case, yes, and one of the things I've been really pleased to see Chief Brown running with is doing what you heard him talking about last night, reviewing our deployment strategies, reviewing our beat structures, and just reviewing everything with a new fresh eye, which is, timely. This is something that our former chief did as well, but with a new fresh perspective. So I think we're going to see, based on my conversations with Brian thus far, we're going to see some like there's an authorization in the police department, I think it's some 70 people total, that includes officers, dispatch, reallocation of those resources you have given, those FTE authorizations, to achieve the goals of council. And then maybe some changes in how we deploy, right, to gain better efficiency. So the answer to your question is yes, we take that into account. And the chief is also trying to work better. I think you clearly saw that demonstrated last night. The relationship with the sheriff's office is closer and being really well developed, as well as with Chief Sampo at UW PD. And plugging those folks in and cross agency assistance as we're able. So we will do that. I've never believed that there's a per thousand metric, per thousand resident metric, so. And I don't think Chief Brown believes that either. And particularly when you have all these force multipliers of technology and all these cool new tools that we're looking at. So yeah, we're not striving for one officer per whatever. And policing's changing. You guys know that. Policing is changing, and the expectations of our police departments as a society is changing. And that's something that Chief Brown and I very much share. I think what I believe is the majority will of this council as well, which is to morph our police department through things like what he said last night, a community engagement team. So to do better and do different.
Yeah, so, and I don't want to get us off topic, and I'm afraid I might, so just...
Probably already did.
Just to, you know, we can throw this to later, but on this police issue, and we're talking about community engagement, is there a possibility that we could have non-sworn officers as part of that engagement to potentially save some funds, similar to how we save the funds with adding non-firemen to the ambulance driving stuff? I mean, I think it's a different level of professionalism, but it's kind of that same-ish idea.
Yeah.
And I don't know the answer to that, but I don't know if you guys have mulled any of that over, but...
Well, I'll say, I think, if I understand you right, yeah, we have CSOs right now, community service officers. They're not sworn police officers. They have different statutory authority, but they are akin to, I think, what you're saying, which is the civilians being, as we call it civilians that we've incorporated into our fire and EMS service. So I think that CSO structure is already there, and there may be other ways. I'm not saying that's the only way, but maybe more pure, civilian folks, right?
Okay, and one more. The other has to do with the whole parking issue around campus, which is a conversation the former mayor and I had. I don't know if you shared it with other folks, but if there could be some potentially collaborative efforts related to UWPD, potentially helping some enforcement. And maybe he shared that with you too, I don't know, but kind of that donut-ish around the university that our guys have a hard time getting to, and ticketing and making sure everybody's got the right permit and all that kind of stuff.
We would love to do that, Councilor Pierce, and just as a way of information. Not long ago, probably 15 years ago, they did write tickets like on Lewis Street and 9th, and then there was a Supreme Court decision that came down. Someone challenged the ticket or something. I can't remember all the details. And said, this is why I talk about when Joe asked, I said, well, there's jurisdiction. And so that's where we lost some of that parking enforcement off the proper campus on our city rights of way. But it's something that we always are looking at, talking about, and I will tell you, we just brought on a great new CSO. It's going to be really helpful there, and they're assigned there. So it's a priority around the campus, because we've seen so much pressure as the campus has expanded out in the last 24 months. So there's a plan in place for it, but UW is not quite as strong of a I know. Also, I'm with you. If we could get like UW Transit to write those tickets on our city streets, man, like they're giant on the spot.
I know, and they're scary.
If I think about parking where I'm not supposed to, it's $50, $20. Yeah. So I wouldn't rule it out, but
Microphones, please.
Before they write the tickets.
I know.
Yeah. All right. So, Dan, I don't know where you want to take us here for the goal-setting portion of this.
Yeah,
I
so
believe
I
we're
was
at
thinking
that
of doing
order.
this activity that might help frame some of this. It'll be instructive, and it might reinforce some of the things we've been talking about. So just that thing you just said earlier this afternoon is it gets more complex than it seems, right? And so I think this activity might help reinforce some of that and think about group dynamics, which will lead into the conversation about the goals. And so I think the conversation yesterday with the department heads was very instructive. It's still at a high level, 10-minute time limit, right?
I tried.
Yeah,
I
it was
told
all
them
good.
10.
It was all good, but it was short, right? You're talking about, lots of people, lots of energies, lots of money, and here's 10 minutes to understand what we're doing, right? So given the time, I think it was good, but you get a little bit of there. This conversation we're just having here about some structuring, and the discussion that, you're still doing a lot of work. There's still the work of the city still continues. Whether you have a strategic plan or not, there's still things going to be done. It's just how do we want to shift? How do we want to, what direction? How do we want to clarify? So it's kind of that leadership hand over the operations. If you want to think of it that way, how are we being intentional and thoughtful about the direction, the allocation of resources, the trade-offs you've got to be thinking about should be informed, right? Rather than helter-skelter, willy-nilly, however you want to put it, it should be informed by some sort of a agreed-upon intention and document. And that's why you operate with a strategic plan. You can always go back to and say, well, what does our plan say? Because there's a lot of things that allows the operations of the city to make the plan. When you establish the plan, they start weaving operations all into that. And it becomes a tapestry of work and effort. And so when you choose to change something, as was said, when you change course, or let's add this on there, it's like, whoa, we've got this whole complex tapestry woven around what we've agreed to. And so that causes you to this, we need to start over again and rethink this. So I just want you to be thinking about, there is a tapestry that exists that you're operating from. That doesn't mean that you've made your decision 3 years ago, 6 years ago, whatever, and that you're stuck and the die is cast and you just have to continue on. But if you do decide to do a slight shift or course correction, you understand it's in the context of things that are complex. On your mind, it might be easy, just hire a grant coordinator or something, share it between. That seems easy, but it gets pretty complicated pretty quick. So that's kind of what I want to have that conversation this afternoon, and so I want to keep the right order here. So this little activity I want to do with you, what I want to ask you to do is we'll move these tables back a little bit so we have a little more space in the center so we can get this on video. Or we can go in the hall if you want to do it by yourselves without the public watching.
We're transparent.
You're transparent, right? So it goes back to your core philosophy. Yeah, we're going to do this. We're going to exercise some vulnerability. And I'm not saying I don't want you to do a pirouette and the splits or anything. So I have this stick. This is a very special stick. This is called a helium stick. And what I'm going to ask you to do here in just a moment is I want you to, we'll slide our tables back. It's a golden stick. We'll have you slide the tables back in just a moment. And I want you to form two parallel lines of equal size. So I don't know, just flip them out, just come in here. And when you come into there, one line will be here, you face each other. And you put your arms out at 90-degree angle, and you put your fingers like this. Not like that. So what we're going to do is have you interlock your fingers like a zipper, right, all the way down the line. I'm going to place the golden helium stick on your fingers. And what I want you to do as a team is to lower the stick to the ground, or I'll put chairs and lower down to the chairs. So I'm not going to have you get down on your knees, but to lower to the ground while maintaining contact at all times. So there's really two objectives: lower it to the ground or lower it to the chairs and maintain contact. And I want you to work as a team or as a group to accomplish that outcome. All right, so does everybody understand what I'm trying to? So what we'll do is I'm going to put this chair down this end. And I'll grab another chair. I just want to make sure the distance is okay. Oh, perfect. All right. So So I want to make sure I don't poke anybody's eye out. So go ahead and form 2 parallel lines of equal length.
You're going to put somebody's eye on there.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
And then just kind of move together to where your fingers are interlocking, similar to this. There we go.
Again?
Yeah, so it's kind of like a zipper.
Are we all?
Yeah, we should do it.
All right.
Close enough.
Now, I'm going to lay this on your fingers. We're going to lay it on there. We don't want you to hook your fingers on it, right? But it's just going to sit on there. So you want to maintain contact, lower to the ground. But before we start, let me just ask you real quick. How long do you think it's going to take before you get lower to the chairs?
Longer than we think.
Yeah, that's what I think too.
You think?
Yeah.
So it does sound simple,
Good idea.
right?
Move the chairs in there too far apart.
Well,
We're not even lined up on our chairs.
So
Okay, so.
So it sounds simple, it sounds easy, but I just want you to think about it. Maintain contact and lower to the ground. All right, and you might want to spread out a little bit too, so you have, but it's up to you.
Wait, guys, what's this thumb action?
Maintain contact and lower to the ground.
Okay.
Can't do the thumbs?
Nope, you're not going to hook it.
Everybody touch and,
Okay,
Everybody's touching.
start sitting down.
should we say, count down from 10?
Yeah, count
What
down
if we
to
count
10
down
and just
from 10?
drop it.
Okay, ready?
You have to touch it.
10, 9.
Maintain contact.
Oh, ready? Okay, now we have to touch it. Okay, ready? 10, 9, 8, 7.
Start lowering over there. Start lowering. Lower it.
Yeah, we're gonna start at 30.
Go down.
No, we better stop so they
We'll stop.
get down.
Okay. When it starts at 10, you start dropping.
No, it's going back up.
Okay, and ready? 10,
There we go.
9,
We got the short people, the tall people.
7, 6, 5, 4,
Slowly.
3,
We're gonna have to go in the negatives here.
1.
Or take a break.
Anybody want a different one to count?
No, keep going.
Keep going.
Well, we're starting at 30 this time. 30, 29.
Yeah, if it's touching your fingers, you drop.
27, 26, 25.
Good job, Micah.
23,
Y'all pause just 1 second.
21. Wait, is that right?
Yep.
20?
Keep going.
19.
Keep going, keep going, keep
18,
going.
17, 16, 15, 14.
Touching somebody can.
Oh, that's a risk. Do we start up again? If we
Oh, no, go back down.
Well, we went up.
All right.
Okay, everybody start lowering.
Okay.
If you're touching it, you're the problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you have to touch it. You feel pressure. You
You're
feel pressure.
lowering too fast.
Okay.
It's at an.
Okay, we're watching you guys. You guys be shorter and we'll be taller.
Aaron and Joe, really, just get down there, man.
All right, go.
That's when they go up is when Brad. I mean, if I'm supposed to maintain contact, then I can't just go down there.
Or we all could just drop it at once.
Not so fast, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys go down on that and we'll follow you guys.
Come on, keep going.
Uh-oh.
Come on, keep going down.
Touch there.
I think we're close to the chair.
Yes, we're good on this side.
We probably
We're
need
pretty
to,
level. Keep going down.
Keep going down, keep going.
we might need to
Okay.
scoot to this way.
Okay.
Oh, that's a whole other complication.
Now we're there.
Keep going down.
Yeah.
Down.
Oh, we're in the momentum now. Just keep it going.
Pause. Oh, no. Okay,
We're good.
I know what happened over here.
Come on, to the side, go down.
Here we go.
Couple inches.
Come on.
Hurt my knees.
You guys keep
Over
going
there.
over there?
We're there.
You're here, they are,
We're
yeah.
there. We're there. Good job, team.
Good.
37 minutes.
Longer than expected.
I think we did.
Good job.
I don't know, it's not bad.
All right,
Good job,
so-
team.
Yeah, great job. So go ahead and sit down. And then we'll debrief this. We'll just talk about that experience. So we're not just standing here looking at each other. Yeah.
We needed it.
Yeah, after lunch, you gotta kind of get the blood moving.
Where that was, right there?
Who do we need to plug back in?
My That's just the table.
So,
See that?
there's a gap on that thing.
Yep.
Well, Sharon, you can scoot for a while, it doesn't matter.
So I always love doing this.
Scoot it down a little.
I think it's fine.
You feel good where you're at and how
It's fine. Yeah.
rebuilt?
Rebuild.
It's always, that's kind of a fun exercise to help people appreciate what seems to be, well, did it sound like a simple task? Maintain contact, lower to the ground.
Seems simple.
Seems simple. When you launched into it, did it become, how did the reality play out for you?
Started floating up.
Yeah, when it first started, it went up. The special golden helium stick, right? It went up, which was the exact opposite of what your intended goal and objective was. Why did it go up?
There's one that dropped quicker than the other.
Joe and Aaron are tall. That's why it went
So there's physical limitations, we could say. What are some other reasons that went
Well,
up?
every piece had to move the same, right? So if one person quit moving, they would panic and go up, right? So.
And one of the objectives was to maintain contact. And you end up with this kind of bumping all the way up, and it goes higher and higher and higher. So it's a challenge. All those things are right. And so when you start out with what seemingly simple instructions, maintain contact, oh, that's, we can do that. Lower to the ground, yeah, we can do that. But it becomes fairly complicated pretty quick. And I find it interesting when we start the exercise, usually people are looking where?
At their own hands.
At their own hands. And as the activity progresses, where are people looking as things move forward?
At both ends.
Yeah, you're looking down the line. How am I responding in relationship to the rest of the group? Rather than how am I responding to the objective. But you've got to have both of those things working in tandem of lowering to the ground and maintaining contact. What was frustrating about the exercise?
I couldn't control everybody.
Yeah. Right? In your mind, you have a thing going on. You have a particular value. Did everybody maintain contact?
Actually, there was, someone said, if you're touching it, you're doing it, so you gotta go down. If it had been heavier, it would have been much easier to just go straight down. But I think everyone, as soon as they felt themselves touch it, they're the ones holding it up.
The pressure.
And so they had to drop down until they weren't touching it anymore.
But we had to be touching. Yeah, so.
Maintain contact, I know, but
I saw it going uneven, so I was able to make the observation, but not able to give like the direction or input.
Yeah.
No, that side's down too far, so I wasn't able to adequately describe what I was observing.
Yeah, frustrating.
You know what?
Go ahead.
So this is just the light gray area. I literally just wanted to put my fingers on top of somebody else's because you just said we had to contact it. You didn't say the top or bottom. So, but I figured that was against your rules.
Yeah, I would have called you on that. But that's the thinking out of the box. That's the thinking out of the box. Can we try that?
Like two people on each side and just go straight down.
Everybody let go.
So you find a lot of creative ways to try to solve the problem. People get frustrated. It's taking a long time. Did a leader emerge?
Get somebody counting for us.
Immediately.
And so and it didn't happen so much with your group, but sometimes there's a lot of ideas. Try this, try that, and everyone's shouting things out. There's kind of the nervous laughter and people getting frustrated that's going up, and it's, sometimes they go, whoa, and it's like, wow, someone's going to get hurt here. But it gets kind of wild as people are trying to grasp with the alignment of interest and effort. You're probably familiar with the group dynamics. So when a group first forms, what happens?
A leader comes out.
leaders and followers.
Yeah, you're going to have that leadership will form. So there's the forming, right? We put you together, and then you're going to storm. As you're trying to take the task and the expectations and trying to operationalize it. So you first form, and you get your lines, you get all set up, and then the storming begins. It's like, oh, this is more complicated. And people start throwing ideas out, and then something sticks, where someone says, try this, and you get a result. What I find fascinating when I do this is suddenly everyone shuts up, and now you became the default leader. Because we're getting results, and we're trying lots of different things, right? So those oranges just love it. They're just throwing all sorts of ideas out. Let's try this, let's try that, until something sticks. And then whoever's idea it is, they become the default leader.
She's a benevolent leader.
Yes, yes. And firebolts weren't raining out of the fingers and things. So, I'm throwing my cap at you.
Karate chop.
So part of it is finding that, that's an unwitting leader. It's someone that just had the idea, and then suddenly they find themselves in that role. I didn't seek it. I didn't ask to be elected. The group is giving you, right? We are giving you our followership.
And it was an interesting type of leadership in that it wasn't instructional, it was providing structure. And so the provision of structure then gave us the counting, and it kind of kept us from doing other things. So you weren't really saying, do this. No, it did work really well. And then when you said, do you want me to stop someone else do it? Everybody said, no, keep on. Because it was helpful to that structure, and it kept us from going too fast, going too slow. It gave us a structure. So it wasn't a directive, I'm taking over leadership, rather it was a providing structure.
Yeah.
So that was kind of
And it was
interesting.
validated again by, no, keep going.
Yeah.
It's working, right?
This works.
It works. And so, and I bet if you were to think about it some and try this 2 or 3 more times, you'd probably come up with additional strategies and you'd improve upon the strategy to where you'd get in there. If we were to do it 3 or 4 more times, I bet the last time you'd get it nailed down. You'd just say, okay, 1, 2, 3 down, 1, 2, 3 down, 1, 2, 3, and you'd do it in 2 minutes, right? And we find usually during the storming, lots of ideas, usually it revolves and it settles on some sort of a metronome or counting to where to succeed at this, what does the group need to do? To succeed at the assignment, what do they need to do?
Progress.
Okay, they need to see progress.
Collaborate.
Yeah, they need to work in unison, collaboration, cooperation, and they need to work as one. You can't accomplish that unless you're all working together in sync. And it's usually around some sort of a metronome, a mantra that gets everybody. And is it slow? It's hard for me to sit here and watch it going down a ½ inch every count, right? But that's what it takes for the group to get into sync. And to get in practice, if you came back and did it again and you'd get better and better and better at it. Which is a whole other activity we could do, which is called continuous improvement, which is very fascinating exercise. So in this group dynamic, the thing to think about is the forming. So you come together, you formed as a group, and it could be you create these new teams. These new teams you were just talking about, these new ad hoc
Intergovernmental committees.
Intergovernmental committees. That is the forming of that committee. It's a new committee, new objective, and you've got to recognize there's going to be a bit of storming.
I need ING there, even though I'm not.
Oh, sorry, yeah. It's the golden news coming out, right?
Dan, I
My
think
AT.
if you had one non-conforming member, it would never hit the chairs.
Yep. You've got to work together. And this is where that, there's all sorts of interesting dynamics, and psychology works with this too, but that's where you're kind of looking down the line and you're trying to check everybody too and bring everybody into, conforming. Yeah, we need the group to conform. Right or wrong, we need an outcome and result, we need some conformity. So it's just kind of an instructive exercise. So again, we've got the forming, the storming, where there's lots of ideas until you find something that starts working. This is where they say, oh, we're starting to gel now. We're starting to gel. You've got a relatively new members of the commission, council, that have come together, has changed the dynamic. Like it or not, the dynamic changes. We have designed a system intending to have a dynamic shift every 2 years. That's the way it's designed. So we've got to embrace, you're in the process right now, doing this retreat is a method of trying to get through this storming phase and get you all aligned into some sort of a norming, where we're all in sync, we're all coordinating, we've got the quote-unquote mantra that we're working from. The vision, the whatever it is, our values that we're working from, we have that, which is our North Star that we all will work. So when we break up in our small intergovernmental teams or whatever, that we all are operating from that same place, bringing back to the whole the same desires, input, or whatever. And then the last one on this method is performing. Watch this. So, right, and then after you get through that norming and you find that space where we're, okay, we get it, we're all in sync, now we can start performing. And I mentioned this in that to moderate your expectations. You're going to create a new committee. It's going to take a while for them to go through this process. And if you're thoughtful about it, how do we name each of these things and recognize, oh yeah, this is okay for us to be in this space because we're storming. It's angsty. It's challenging. I'm getting a little frustrated. I'm getting a little emotional. But you can say, hey, but it's okay. We're storming and we're doing exactly what we should be doing. We're doing the right thing at the right time in the right space in our progression. But what can we do to usher ourselves through this storming phase and get into that norming phase? Right? So you can guide that if you can. Or set back and allow a group to go through this process and say, no, this is normal. You'll work it through. The talk we were having earlier about the George Floyd, and that was a storming. There's a community, we're storming over this issue. And we've got to figure out how we're going to frame it, what is it going to look like, how we're going to move forward, and now we're in the phase of performing. And so you look back and you can see it, and so now how do we manage that process intentionally? This was done organically and with the intent of sitting back and saying, okay, we saw that low stakes. I'm always surprised that people just will say, screw you, Dan, I'm walking out, I'm going to sit down, I'm not participating. This doesn't matter, right? It's easy to say that, but I thought it was good that you all stuck with it. You were all wanting to accomplish that. You know, there's some stick-to-itiveness. Thoughts? Any other observations or experiences from that?
Yeah, I think too, not so much with this particular exercise, but 2 years ago when we actually did start working with the county for the first time, right? And we were very much in that forming, and it took us a while. I mean, we put together two different forms of government, right? Because, you know, we've got the city manager form of government. They have more, you know, well, and the three commissioners have far more responsibility than a city council person has. And I think, and sometimes it took a lot for all of us to really kind of think about how that all was going to work, you know. And I think we spend a lot of time learning and talking, and I think we're at a good point because we formed and we did a bit of storm, and we might maybe storm a little bit more, but I mean, I think we're much better now because this will be a couple new council members, one new commissioner. But we should be able to kind of keep that ball and that collaborative effort really going because we now kind of recognize our differences and similarities and desire to move the county, including the city, forward. So it was a huge learning. I think it was just a huge learning process.
Vice Mayor.
Just what you said, Jane, that when we started working with the intergovernmental groups and with commission, that it took a while. And I think that the benefit of our coming together for this intense time is really facilitating storming within the group. And I feel so much more connected to people now that I never could have obtained this connection meeting, coming in and doing our business, which is where we're focused. So coming together for this extended time, though I hated to give up my Saturday, has been super beneficial in accelerating that storming, is what I think.
Do you want to launch that other presentation? There's a couple slides I want to show that might be very instructive to this conversation.
Mayor, I want to assure you that there was cooperation between the county and the city years and years back. And the example is Pat Gabriel and I were within minutes of losing this Laramie Recreation Center. And working together, and we worked together very, very well, we were able to make it happen. So that story is one that's long and maybe illegal, but we made it happen. And very, very good cooperation with both the council and the commission while you were serving, Pat, so.
After 3 defeats.
Yeah, and we were within minutes of losing everything because of Rock River.
Well, I will look forward to hearing that story sometime, and I'm glad to hear it. Councilor Newman?
Yeah, I think this, just kind of what you were saying, Sharon, with the forming and storming part of this, with new council members coming on, I didn't know what to expect, and I don't want to speak for you, but you probably were the same way, to where now I got a better grasp of each of your personalities as well, and how you work and whatnot. So we don't have to do that during meetings when we're supposed to try to get out of here at 7:45, right? I think that's our, well, I think 7:45 is like the average now from the last meeting, so 7:30. So yeah, I didn't want to give up my Saturday either, but I got Sunday, so.
That's right. And I'm going to keep us to 7:30.
I'm going to take less than a minute, but I'll tell you what happened. Rock River voted on Monday night to not support the pool. You need all 3 entities to support it or it doesn't make it on the ballot.
Was it special purpose tax?
Yes. And so what happened is, Gabriel and I had been working together on this. We called up the Mayor Beer, and said we need to talk. And we said, if you don't support the pool, we'll support nothing on the ballot. We'll just have it die. And so what happened is he said, call your council back and let us know. We came in to this room. I was chair of the meeting. There were 3 votes. That's all that counts. We said, if they don't support this, everything's going to go, we'll just kill the whole thing. He walked in, sat down. I started the meeting. I looked over at him, and he gave me a thumbs up. He said, let's vote on the thing. They voted on the entire, everything on there, and everything was supported. And so we have a recreation center.
Nice.
2001.
The shoulder's still sore from that.
Did I?
No, that's
more or less than what happened.
right on.
It's a good story. And the community loves the rec center, so well worth
I
it.
sat there in our bathing suits to show.
Yeah.
Our calendar.
Really? Well, that's the best part of the story.
Was that before everything was on YouTube?
Yeah, right.
Month calendar?
Yeah. No. There's lots of photos. It's a year of Joe and Pat.
So take a look at this slide. If you were driving down a road and these are the driving conditions that you encounter, how are you going to respond to this?
Slow down.
Okay, slow down. What else?
I'm going to pull over and take a picture.
Oh.
Around.
Take a picture and put it on Instagram.
It's only fun, right?
I was going to say, by Wyoming metrics, that's like pretty fine.
That's great. I'm continuing on.
Absolutely.
But you're likely going to slow down. What else would you do?
Put my lights on.
Turn your lights on.
Increase awareness.
Okay, what does that look like?
Looking around it just a little bit more intently.
So your attention is going to be heightened. You'll kind of probably lean over the steering wheel a little bit more, watching to make sure no deer or elk jump out or, right? What else? You turn the radio down so you can hear better or see better?
I'm a
So you
car,
concentrate?
these are totally different.
I've got another slide. So the intent of showing this slide is you're likely going to slow down, be cautious, less willing to take risks and do something for fear that because you don't see what's ahead of you, you don't know what's out there beyond the fog, and you're going to be a little more cautious. So flip the next slide. Driving down road conditions like this, how are you going to be driving?
Can the car guy answer this one?
Yeah. Now what does it sound like?
Yeah. Depends which car I'm in, but I'm pretty sure I'm doing some speed.
Yeah. Arms out the window, hands hanging over the driving wheel. You got the radio turned up, wind in, well.
Your beard.
But yeah, fluffing my beard. And why would the behavior change in this environment versus the last one?
Because I can see miles ahead.
See miles ahead.
You don't know if the deer's.
That's okay.
Right.
I'm still going fast. I can see the cops, that's right.
So
They can see you.
I share this two contrasts is thinking about as an organization. If you have a vision, wide open vision like this, how is, and it's clear, you can see where you're headed, how is the staff going to respond? What did you say?
More favorably.
More fit, yeah. They're going to be more willing to try new things, take more risks, because there's clear about where I'm going, where we're headed, what the sideboards are, versus the other one. The other picture, I'm going to be more reserved, more cautious. I'm not going to put my head out and try something new. I'm just going to kind of be that the non-engaged employee. You're not getting much of my discretionary effort, right? Because I'm less willing to take risks because I don't know where we're going. So there's a reason why we're sitting here having this conversation today, reviewing, this is where we have been. So as we're looking at the future, the more clarity that we can have about our future allows people to say, okay, now we know where we're headed. How do we start assembling these things? How do we start putting things together? How do we start weaving that tapestry of effort to accomplish what we see in front of us? So that's so thinking about that as we move forward in that direction, so that then the staff you can fully employ their creativity, their scrappiness, whatever else that they bring to the table as an employee in the administration of the affairs of the city. You get all of them because it's clear. I can be full-bodied rather than it's opaque. I don't know if I try this if I'm going to get slapped back or not. So I'm just not going to do anything. I'll just come in, do anything.
Can you give an example of what that might look like in practice for a municipality that is confined? So as an orange, I'm here for this picture.
Yeah.
That's the world I want to live in for sure. And I want staff members to feel that they would be supported through trying maybe riskier things, but there are parts of our city that are constrained highly by professional standards or whatever it may be, but I have interest in them trying some creative solutions. So because there are things like housing that are quite pressing here, and needs some buy-in from all of the city hands that touch this project. So I guess I would be looking for maybe a little deeper dive on that, maybe a specific example of ways in which the council could then practically, without, maybe it is as specific as, we want you to try things. You don't have to just, everything's not black and white. Bring things for change if you need changes. So I don't know if you have any advice on how to navigate that.
That's a great question. Because you want to see the vision of what that might look like. And so just this conversation you had earlier about this intergovernmental relations and this committee structure, you don't have to coordinate with the county. But you're trying something new. You're trying to accomplish, right? So you're stepping out. You're taking a little bit of a risk. We don't know what it's going to look like. We don't know how they're going to respond. What about the, and so I think just having that space for people to be creative and feel like, let's start asking some questions and seeing where it takes us. So that could be one way of looking at it. Housing. The city is not going to solve the housing problem, but you're a part of the solution. A key part. There are certain things that you can do and set the table for the business, the developers, the architects, the realtors, the nonprofits, and all these other folks to start, because you've set the table in a way that allows that creativity that you can't express because you're confined and you only have so many tools at your disposal. But you release the potential within the community because you're at the table. It'd be easy, so much easier, to say, yeah, it's hard. Housing's hard. And we'll just kick the can down the road. We'll kind of give it some lip service and say, yeah, we hear you. Or we're going to do some really hard work. And we're going to push the edges of what our authority is to try to set the biggest, broadest, most capable table for the community to do what they can do to fix the problem. So I saw some hands up.
I'm going to go to Janine first.
I have to jump in here because this is something that in my profession we talk about all the time. I mean, almost every conference I go to, 1 or 2 times a year, whether regional or national. How do you encourage entrepreneurship is what you're really saying, like creativity and entrepreneurship in government. And I want to offer my thoughts based on maybe some real world examples from our own city. Probably 13 years ago, when I first took this job, 11, 12, 13 years ago, it was like 2010 or something, 9, I don't know. We have been talking, as long as I've lived here, since 1995, well before I worked for the city, about this idea of this bike corridor on Ivinson Street that would I call it the people superhighway, right? Not so much cars, but pedestrians and bicyclists and maybe scooters and all this cool stuff, like just people running back and forth from downtown to campus. So I sat down with our engineers. Eric Japp was actually a baby city engineer then, now the city engineer. And I said, let's be creative. We want a bike superhighway that diminishes vehicles as the priority and makes people a priority, right? And there's all kinds of models across the country. We brought it to council, and the council was really, really unhappy with it. And basically said, y'all are crazy. Okay, so I offered that as a very old example where it's hard for me to get my staff to come forward with those ideas when they're so resoundingly rejected. And I knew that was an idea. Mark Jenkins was working with us on that. We were really pushing, some of you know Mark, we were pushing a super Norwegian model in little old Laramie, Wyoming, and we knew it was, but that was hard. And then I'll offer another example. I challenged my staff, same thing, engineering, public works, 2.5 years ago. I've lived here long enough. Do you know how long I've been talking about parking at the downtown? Just like all of you. Pat, I think back in the 90s when you were a county commissioner and you came to my little talk show at the radio station, we were talking about parking downtown, right? So I said to my staff, find a solution. Find me more parking spaces in the downtown. So they came up, and you guys, many of you were here. You'll remember they came up with what was earth-shattering maybe, but I think it involved maybe a one-way couplet and a bunch of diagonal parking. And I know you were here, you remember, and they were just, the room filled up, the downtown went against them, everyone stood up at the podium and talked about how they were damn bureaucrats trying to ruin the town. And there were a few, I'm trying to be fair, there were a few supportive comments, but even our downtown association got riled up about that when what we were trying to do was put a creative solution forward that would address 30-plus years of complaint that there aren't enough parking spots in the downtown. And so I offer those two things only as a couple really bad memories from my last 13 years. And that is certainly not representative because I feel like oftentimes we bring creative ideas and they are well received. But I offer those as, those are the things that make your engineering staff or your public works staff be very conservative. Because they get held out as the worst guys in town trying to ruin the quality of our life and everything. And so in my profession, we talk about this all the time. And the resounding thing that is said is, don't let the public, basically come in and speak ill of these bureaucrats trying to ruin our little town. Of course, we all live here too, right? We love this town. We don't want to ruin it any more than anyone else. But to make sure that we don't let that negativity creep in, because then the next time they don't want to step out on a limb. It's just too scary when you got a room full of people that are all down on you, And so that's what they tell me as a manager. They say you have to support that creativity and try to keep the morale up and not let the rest of the community come and run it down, but celebrate it for the creativity it is, even if it's not the winning idea. So that's my sort of.
I think those are both helpful stories, and I think in particular the Ivinson Street corridor. I think both are helpful in different ways, but I think the Ivinson Street, and I don't know the specifics of that proposal, but I wager that's far more. As we looked through that list of things, I think maybe we weren't there yet, but I've had conversations specific to it.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, you're okay. And so I think maybe with time, maybe in 10 years downtown does have a one-way couplet through it, and we have more parking than we know what to do with downtown, or we have, protected bike lanes through downtown is maybe more appealing in my mind. But the street could be used differently. Maybe just we weren't there yet. And so I don't know how we like re-engage them if we have an employee like the city engineer who has been here and had these sort of has had plenty of successes, but has also been, in these two examples, he was beat by the public in two and by the council.
Well, and let me tell you, what is fresh in my memory.
Yeah.
I know, I talked to a couple of you who said, can we really talk about making Ivinson like a better, and I'm like, yep, been there, done that. So,
here's the plan.
So, yes, I went with Eric in last week, and it's just a funny story because Eric and I have both been here through both of those things, right? And I pulled Brooks in and I go, okay, I think that the community may be ready to talk about this again, right? Yes. And so Eric and I briefed Brooks, the newer guy, on, well, going back to 14 years ago, we had this cool bike highway right down the middle, cars are on the side, all this stuff, so we're going to pull all that out and be ready. I was telling him, be ready, because this is, maybe the time is ready now. And you're right, I'm not sharing that to be harsh, you guys, because I know sometimes the community's not ready, but when it's how we respond to it, it definitely makes them want to go lick their wounds and just keep their head down, do their job, apply the rules, and don't think outside the box.
Okay.
So.
And Councilor Rose, and then Councilor Gabriel next.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but, I think that's actually good. Because that's how policy works. Public policy, it does get shot down the first time, potentially the second and the third, and then all of a sudden something happens, something's changed, something is slightly different, and what was old is now new again. So I think it's okay. I think it's very cool. Even I think I had a conversation with you months ago about when you had your previous administrative assistant come for, when Paula was telling us about the whole parking thing, it was I think when she brought it to us at the time, I was like, oh my God, Paula, I couldn't wrap my head around it. But then years later, I'm like, whoa, she was really onto something, And so apologize to them for us, or all of us, but I think it's okay. I think they should embrace that, oh, okay, we have an audience now.
I do,
right?
I do too, Jane, and I try to tell them that. But what happens in here is really powerful, right? They know that. Eric's been here forever. He knows that. But how we manage that dialogue, that public dialogue and discussion, is really important too. And I guess that's all I'm trying to drive home. They know. But, and you're right. Ideas evolve. Yeah, and there's a right time and place for them.
Councilor Gabriel?
Janine, just trying to understand, wouldn't you want to know ahead of time before you went to city engineers about the corridor and support from council before you went through that process? And now do you see yourself changing a little bit, coming before the council saying, okay, we're going to set goals, this is what we want to do, and it's going to have support of the council? I was just kind of a little surprised that you would go ahead and embark on such a lofty goal and then find out later that council was not in favor.
So when we brought the Ivinson concept, we had just done a corridor study that had been endorsed by council to bring new designs forward that would make it more multimodal friendly. In fact, like I said, maybe de-emphasize vehicles, and that study's still on my shelf. So this was a conversation that we've been having. We'd also had some requests for modification and removal of parking that made it timely, right? And so one thing I think that sometimes is lost on the council is you guys adopt goals, and that is marching orders for us. But I have a shelf full of studies and plans you've also adopted that are marching orders for us. So your comprehensive plan is adopted and amended regularly, and that is policy direction. The Ivinson Corridor Transportation Study is standing policy direction. So the other thing I will offer to you, so it's not just goals, there's a body of work that gives us policy framework to work in. But also, part of what your staff are supposed to do is not just go enforce the rules that you've adopted through municipal code, but they're part of the community. And when they see opportunity, like with the parking, we've been talking about parking. I can't remember the context on that a few years ago, Pat, but there was some stuff going on, and maybe it was at Transportation Committee. Anyway, there was some, there's studies that say we want to improve parking. I think we had just talked about the Union Pacific Railroad lots, if I remember right. Anyway, so they're also, when they see opportunities for efficiencies or better ways of doing things, where they can bring a creative idea to the table and be entrepreneurial, I do expect them to bring those ideas. If they're enforcing your code and there's something out of date that makes no sense, it's their job to come before you and go, this development code thing is out of date, we found a way of different communities doing it, we think it'll work better, what do y'all think? So there's a push and pull there, right? There's you set goals in a lot of ways, give direction in a lot of ways, but if we don't want them to ever be entrepreneurial, then I can tell them, no, just enforce the rules. But I do expect them, if they see a problem, I want them to bring it forward. They're problem solvers and decision makers like you guys are. They see a problem, they try to arrive at something that will solve it and bring it to you. So.
Councilor Somerville.
Thanks. So just to tack on to this, I think that there's definitely some room for dialogue about how council can be more helpful. So I think, and from my personal point of view, we want to encourage innovation. We want to see new ideas and new solutions coming forward. But a lot of times I think we get caught in that we're not involved in the day-to-day process, so we don't have that information, right? And sometimes that stuff gets out way ahead of council, hence we end up with a room full of folks. And so the conversation about how do you pull council in more as champions and also give us the ability to provide good feedback on maybe they think it's a great idea, but we have an outside perspective. Well, what about this issue? Have you thought about that? And can potentially add to make that a better product when it comes forward to the council to make it easier to support. And we don't do like department level council to department committees or anything else in this structure. But I think it's worth a discussion about how you can incorporate, whether it's one or a couple council members or something along those lines to try to help that process flow better so that when that stuff does come to council, you've got champions, you've got people out there that know, you've got council members that know what's going on, and it makes it easier all the way around.
I hear that, and I want to react to that quickly if I could, Mayor. So I'll use the downtown parking restriping thing. When they brought me that concept, they said, look at this, we could get, I don't remember, it was like 40 more parking spots. I immediately said, okay, we got involved in downtown. So if it's topical to a board or liaison you serve on, that's how we notify you, right? Because that's the structure we have. So part of the reason that room was full is I required them to send out notices to Laramie Main Street Alliance. And I don't know, Andy, if you were the liaison at the time, but somebody was. Okay, so I sent a note to the Main Street director. I required them to notice the Main Street board, and I asked the Main Street board to send out notices to the entire downtown to come to that meeting. So we engage the stakeholders there. So through your board and liaisons, that's one way that we touch base there. But I will say this. I think it's not appropriate in this form of government to have council subcommittees sitting in on, say, day-to-day operational decisions. When we brought it to the public meeting, that's where we started the vetting process. But unfortunately, it got killed in the opening gate, even though we had invited the right people to the table. And I don't know why or how that happened, and you guys may have more context about that, but those folks came in, what's that saying? Bear for bait or something? I'm really bad at those metaphors. They seemed to come in already riled up and against it, and it shut it down. And what that meeting was intended to be was to start a community dialogue. It wasn't like we're going to go strike the streets tomorrow. It was like, let's start somewhere. And so what we struggle with, where do we start? Where do we start? These chambers are where your staff believe we start. And we start here because I need all 9 of you to have the same information pretty much at the same time. So I'm not playing favorites or creating uneven policy and processes that are not ethical and fair. And so that's my struggle, right? How do I make sure everybody's in the loop? How do I make sure no one thinks I like Brian better because I told him about it, but I didn't tell any of you, you know? So,
Janine, did that come forward? I can't recall. Did it come forward in a work session or in?
it was a work session.
Okay, cool.
I'm
I'm going to go to Counselor Newman and then you, Aaron.
A learning.
Now a learning session. So Counselor Newman, Doherty, Richardson.
I like that. So part of the thing that would help out is council is always changing too, right? So somebody like me coming on, I think a little bit like Andy too, outside the box. So council is always changing. I think the problem with it is, right, so as we all have campaigned, we've heard the same thing, right? There's parking problems downtown. No, not at all, right? Probably more that than anything else, to be honest, other than housing. So as a council, we need to kind of think about, and it goes back to one of the sheets, I don't know where they went, the communication aspect, right? So just because it's always been done that way, well, that's a problem, right? Because now the community is coming to us and saying we're having a parking problem. Well, if it's always been done that way, and now you're coming at us because we have a new solution and you don't like that, let's work together. And that's a huge challenge, too, that I can see in your office and with us as well on how to communicate the change when they are the ones that want the change and we're trying to come up with solutions. So that's a huge...
This is a perfect process.
I'm sure, because then it would be super easy, right? So...
You've got things to go through, but I've got thoughts too.
Okay, yeah, we'll come to you after Councilor Doherty.
In that case, I was enthusiastic about the idea. I don't think we got a chance to vote on it, but I felt like it was already too developed by the time it came to, it would have been nice to say, we think we can get a lot more parking spaces if we do this. What do you think? Should we invest time in it? And then talk about that, because we would have had the response to the people that are like, well, now only half as many people are going down my street. It's like, no, they have to get downtown and they have to leave. So the people that weren't going to go by your place before now have to go by your place. So if we could have incorporated more of that math and more of the public outreach early in the process before it looked like a done deal. So in that case, I think it was too well developed before there should have been more of a public scoping, but I still think it's a good idea.
Thank you, Counselor. I tend to agree. Counselor Richardson.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well. And just coming back to the communication and thinking about how we frame this, and I think just that simple decision, well, maybe it's not a decision of, labeling our work sessions differently is already going to invite more people in rather than kind of put that up. But the other piece I was going to mention, Janine, is, from my perspective, if there are really great ideas that you worked on 10 years ago, 6 years ago, that you still feel like are valuable, I would love to see what those are. I mean, they're sitting on your shelf. I certainly haven't seen them. I would be happy to have you dust them off and just kind of represent and get a pulse for where we think. Anyway.
Great idea. Dan, and then I'll come to you, Counselor Pierce.
This is a great conversation because and I have thoughts in the work that I've done on community engagement and how do you go through a community process to get some sort of an outcome. What I'm in my mind is I'm trying to take that process that I would normally talk about, but layer it in your structure and the context that you're operating in. And how can you accomplish the same thing? And I think you're kind of getting there as I've been hearing, and maybe you may know the solution, but you might send out those letters, Downtown Association, say, we're going to have a conversation about parking, and we just want to hear from you. What are the challenges? And not present anything to them, but just we need to hear from you as what would be a threat to you? What are we trying? And get that scoped out, and then you say, okay, well, let us work on that. Then you take your plan and say, what parts of this? And so we come back then and say, okay, this is what we heard you say, and here's a solution. Or it might, but I'm just trying to think within the structure that you have, Because I hear what you, I see the math that you're doing, I see how it's going, and it seems very logical, it seems sequential and appropriate, but it didn't give you the outcome you wanted. So how do we think within the structure we have, reformulate that might give us an outcome that isn't going to be this challenge of trust, challenged on your competence, and you're trying to pull it fast. That's a real challenge, because that kind of smarts for a while. And it's like, whoa, we just withdrew some stuff out of our trust bank account. Dang. So we got to do some hard work to build that back up again to have another conversation. So you're always managing that back and forth, that trust, and how we're engaging the public, because those kind of meetings are really, they kind of have a stinging effect on staff, on your approach. You kind of, oh, okay, it's a little murky, a little opaque there for a while. We'll kind of pull back, we'll do our thing, and then we'll get on the other side of that fog bank, and we'll open up again, right? We'll get that throttle going. Just burn out the cart.
Yeah, but I sometimes think we do that in terms of getting out to the community ahead of time. Especially when we talk about our most recent discussions related to the growth plan, and recent discussions related to CAP, and I think as much volume and energy and picket signs that some of that stuff created, it was all good, right? And we also did that with the paving so maybe if we do more of that as opposed to bringing it here in this room first, maybe that's an approach to really think about, because we have had success when we've gone to the Lincoln Center and to the Rec Center and presented ideas, even though there was a fair amount of upset sometimes. But that's okay, I think. So maybe we, like you said, layer that in before it gets to this room.
Yeah, I agree. I think what's hard for staff, sometimes you gotta remember, these staff have been here 20, 30 years. They have heard those things. And so when you've been listening for 30 years to the issues of the downtown, and you bring 3 scenarios, like here's 3 ways we might be able to, So you're right.
Yeah.
Sometimes the staff skip over that meeting to go, we know, like Aaron said, we know traffic by your business is important and those kinds of things, because they've heard it for 30 years. They feel like they know the issues. And maybe just being there and listening again is important, to sit down and just have them hear it, because they don't know that the staff have heard that at 15 previous public meetings in the last 30 years, right? And maybe there are new things that would come forward as you have like new business owners and that kind of thing. So, yeah.
The city of Helena went for 20 years talking about urban wildlife and too many deer in town. It got worse and worse and worse, where it's becoming real public safety, property damage, deer dying in people's yards because they're getting hit by cars, And so as that pressure to act increased, and they were having these conversations, lots of committee meetings, lots of, we're going to have a committee just on this issue. Anyways, it finally forced a community reckoning. They had to make a decision. And they created a policy, they implemented the policy within a sunset of 3 years. And so what they ended up doing is netting them, taking a bolt, bolted them, so killing them, and then they would take the animal to the food shelter, food pantry. So that was the solution. It worked great. Population went down. 3 years, sunset finished. Policy stopped. 2 years later, what happens? They're back. And they thought, well, we'll just roll out that policy that we spent 20 years working on. Oh no. Oh no. Different. It was just, and it took them another 3 years of fussing and cussing and arguing over that to adopt the exact same policy. But they nearly got hung by thinking, oh, they just put on the agenda, we'll just re-implement the policy, thinking that was a no-brainer. And no, the public had something to say about that. And so it's just frustrating. It's challenging, and the staff only has so much bandwidth to say, oh, just to do another scoping. We know what they're going to say, but you got to ask them. They got to get their spin on the paper and say, yep, I see it, and it's all right.
Perfect. Okay.
Do you want to take a little bit of a break?
Sure.
And I'm really hesitant. I'll just throw this out there. I'm fearful that this exercise we're going to do, so take it for what it's worth. The exercise we're going to do is, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put 5 flip charts along that back wall. Each one of those flip charts will label based on one of your priority areas. So it's going to be infrastructure, intergovernmental collaboration, the environment, whatever those 5 are, which you just did your report on. And what I'm going to ask you to do when we come back is we're going to have you break out into groups of 3. And you'll go down that, so one group will stand at one chart, another group will stand at another chart, and we'll give you about 2-3 minutes. And what I want you to do is brainstorm. What are the things that come to mind around this that knowing what we've been doing, knowing the work that you're currently working on, knowing what ERPs are part of the equation, right? So think about what can we do in this area to continue moving the ball down the field. Got my metaphor right there. Right? And then I'm going to say, all right, rotate. And then everyone's going to shift over one. So you're going to shift over the next one. You're going to look at what did the last group write, and then I'm going to add to it. Your group is going to add to it. And then we're going to shift again. And then you'll read the other 2 groups, and you're going to add to it. The idea is the low-hanging fruit is going to be the easy stuff at the top. And by the time you get to the end, you're going to be scraping, right, to come up with something. And that's where the creative, the interesting, the innovative, and I want to get all that from the easy no-brainer stuff to the stuff that, we might have to, do a special election to get more grant dollars or tax dollars. Anyway, so I want to push the envelope a little bit there, and then we're going to have you come by and prioritize. And give you those sticky dots. And then you can go through and prioritize and see where the energy is at in the room relative to some of the ideas that are up there. My fear is it may be worthless to you, right, as you move forward. But I'm hoping that there might be something that then staff can look at what you're seeing, where we're going, trying to balance the needs, what are the opportunities, thinking creatively, and then prioritization. And then they'll see everything, but they'll see this is where the energy of this group is, and that might inform staff as they go through and operationalize some of your ideas. So tell me, does that seem like, that's not...
The only note I would add is that maybe we need an additional piece of paper for ideas, because there are members who did not pick these 5 sort of mastheads.
Thank you, because I was going to ask, before we started, are those the 5 things?
Well, and in the past what we had done is we came up with sort of project-specific or sort of direction-specific things, and then Janine had taken them and put them into sort of like, and they might be representative of the interests of this council's goals, but I think there should be a spot for other ideas to land. Of course, that adds, an additional step.
We could reverse it. We could just brainstorm a bunch of ideas, stick them up on the wall. If we could get Nancy, do you have a bunch of like sticky Post-it notes?
Yeah.
Well, hold on a second before we go get it. But so the idea,
freeze.
We could do just a bunch of brainstorming dead ideas where you just start writing ideas, a different idea on a different sticky note, put them up on the wall, and then we start organizing them by theme.
Okay.
And those themes may inform one of those big boxes or buckets. And they might fit into infrastructure, they might fit into what we've been talking about. That's another way we can do it. So you tell me which you think would be most helpful. I don't want to over-facilitate you, but I want you to be able to feel the freedom, but not... my fear is I don't want the whole group to zag when all the energy, momentum, and tapestry of the city is zigging. And that's going to be disruptive, and I don't want to be disruptive. Just being here in my orange outfit is disruptive enough, right?
As an orange, I want all the freedom possible, but I want a stack of sticky notes, and I just get to throw out my ideas. But that's my preference. But
as well, I'm making a list.
Okay, if you like that.
But I don't know about the rest of council, so I got 3 folks on that. Micah?
I guess some parameters around this. Can we go way into the weeds and put little ideas that have something to do with the bigger picture, or should we be thinking more broadly goal?
I think big picture is a great place to start.
Big picture is a great place to start.
Yeah, and I don't mind.
Let's see what time allows.
Sorry. Particularly when we start clustering these things around themes, right? There may be some big things, and it might all fit together, but I think there's a richness that comes with that. So I wouldn't necessarily say no, but I think starting with that big picture, we want to get the big picture stuff up there.
Okay.
And then they can decide, you can decide where you want to do the weak stuff, but they'll fit underneath the theme.
And then these ideas, oops.
Go ahead, Sharon.
No,
And then we're
Aaron's
gonna.
been trying to go
Okay,
for
go ahead,
several
Aaron.
times.
Sorry.
I would like to see our categories from last time as up there, because I thought they were pretty good categories, and they fit a lot of the things that we care about, so I would like to have those as options, and then some other where you can try to say, could we do a different
Could we have those just written down, like on a big sheet like that, so we all know the headings, at least for what? Because I think, if you see environmental stewardship, it's going to sort of remind you, oh yeah, those were our goals in that category. I do want to continue that. Is that what you're hoping for?
Yeah.
Okay. And then Sharon
My
and Micah?
question is, are you thinking that people were collaboratively, alone, either, whatever? I prefer to work, I get better ideas when I'm bouncing them off people than to go off and do it. Other people might rather go off and write ideas, so I just wonder how you want this.
Yeah, we don't want all your good ideas, so we want you to work by yourself. I think what we'll do is start out with you just kind of doing a data dump by yourself on the paper, on one idea per sticky note. Because then we'll throw them up on the wall. Then we start reading what everyone's saying, seeing what everyone else is thinking, start categorizing, clustering, and then that's where we start. Now this is what's on the wall. Now let's respond to that. And is there more that we can add? And this is where the discussion will come in. Does that make sense? So I'm trying to, for the amount of time and efficiency, to try to get this done in 20, 30 minutes. But try to do a data dump, and then we have the conversation, and what do we add, what are you thinking, and then start moving things around. And would that work for you, or would you rather just have the conversation before you put stuff on the wall?
Anything.
Okay.
I can adapt. So if I feel like I need to work off others, then I can pause my participation 5 minutes and then begin.
Good.
Anyway, I'll
See what
figure it
Brian's
out.
writing down.
Right.
I'm just feeling a little
Oh, yeah.
I'd really like some structure so there aren't 6 sticky notes all over the place that say the same thing, and then we have to, collate all that stuff, like if we have some structure so that we could see, oh, somebody's already put that, okay. Like, I don't want to, yeah.
Or what will happen is you'll just have 3 that say the same thing, and you just cluster them. That's the idea.
I know, but if we have to grab them from different places because we don't have any framework, then that's going to take more time.
Yeah, it will.
Because I can just see that's already been said, okay, +1. Like,
maybe we could do it around up there.
Well,
that's what I'm thinking. We'll probably throw the sticky dots up there, or these things up there.
And you'll put the big,
Stick them under the big topics.
so you put the big topics up there.
Well, what I'll do is I'll put the big topics, the five pillars that you're currently operating on. I'll just put on a sticky thing up there.
Okay.
And then as you sit
So
down
it's
with
relatively
these, you're going to start
close.
thinking, here's some things, this is where we're working on, but what are some things we see moving forward, those ideas, and start throwing them up there. And that's where staff can come in and start saying, yeah, this will fit under there. But as you cluster them together, you'll say, oh, we've got a lot of energy around transportation and corridors. We've got a lot of energy around this. There might be various, might be some weedy stuff, it might be some big picture stuff, but all kind of fits in that cluster, that theme. And then you start saying, well, which theme do we think we really want to be working on? Because there's a lot of stuff, probably more than we can do. It allows you to start, let's now step back, where do we want to put our energies and efforts? We direct staff. Again, 80% of your work is already defined. ERP is going to just take a lot of your energy so we've got to try to balance that conversation too. Is that kind of making sense?
We'll see.
I think if we get started, it'll probably be
Yeah,
an hour.
you just trust the process, or just take it over.
Yeah.
When you have all the rules, you just have to play around before you know the rules. That's what I would say is an orange, but I'm sure the rest of you are like, oh, God.
I always learn by doing. And also, I'm not that interested in like just filling the page when you already see your ideas up there. I don't want to have to come up with something unique. I don't want to have to write a 5-page paper when the 2-page paper covers it, like just to have a 5-page paper. I want, if the things I care about are covered, I don't want to just create stuff to have more stuff. I'm going to be like, yep, that's exactly where I am with that.
That's what I've been thinking about for 2 years.
Yeah.
Well, that's where you have the sticky note, and it's whatever's going to fit on the sticky note.
Yeah.
You just say, transportation corridor down, that's, gonna put that on, right? And I'm gonna throw it up there, and dog park, put that up there. I don't know what all's bubbling in between, but you just write that down and put it up there, and then you start saying, of these categories, these categories still fit given how we've clustered this? And if not, how would we relate them? Because these came up from staff as based on your input, rather than starting out, here's the area. We could do either one. Think about it.
We did come up with those headers as a council.
Right, but this council hasn't, right? So we should
No,
stick them
we started with headers. I just think trying to
Lots
collate
of words there, that's,
words all over the
so,
place to rebuild a structure that, I think having a structure is a good place to start. But
I'm a
That first
non-structured
idea
person,
that
so.
you had actually kind of covers it all. It provides the structure for those things, but then you have like a
An other.
An unstructured place.
Like
An
everything
other,
category.
yeah.
Well, let's do that then. While there, hey Dan, before you start writing further on the page, maybe we just changed our tune.
Well, I did. I don't know if anybody else agrees, but
And we have categories. Micah's thought was if we have the unstructured page that does the unstructured part. So we could have categories. We have an economic development thing for it.
oh, and then
Sticking to your original plan.
Okay, so we kind of hybrid between the two.
Yeah, that was staying.
Just with like an extra category for like your idea fits nowhere or doesn't seem to.
That one, and I'll take
I'm glad I caught you before you got to
No, thank you,
second
because
word.
now that,
That's
No answers as well.
Credit where credit due. That's all you get.
Where I left.
trying to get it balanced. He's a couple of years trying to get it to where he feels comfortable to go out for 2 or 3 days and not feel like he's going to call a helicopter to get him out.
That's a commitment.
But I've been really pleased that he's done all, yeah. So those are some pictures I can show. Some of the pictures that show us like, wow, that's,
Yeah.
and it's, you look at it just because gut just like, I can't do that. I can't do that. But one of those things, when you get into it, it's like, okay, like Stimson, it's all that stratified limestone. And all that Glacier Park is all this crummy limestone, crappy to climb.
Oh, okay.
But it's all this ancient seabed. And so you have all these different layers. And so you look at it, it's just super steep. And you see all these little, like the snow is, on certain parts. And anyway, you get there, you get to the base of it, it's like, okay, I don't know if I'm going to do this, but I know I can climb 12 feet, and I can see that ledge. I can get to that ledge. Get on that ledge, and it's about 3 feet wide. Slope, and you get there and say, okay, well, I can climb up to that next ledge. And I can climb to that ledge. And you just slowly, next thing you know, there's no more ledges.
Okay.
I don't know how I did that, but it was 12 feet at a time, all the way to the top. And then you get to the top and say, okay, now how am I going to get down? I got to figure out which ledge I'm going to go down to get down. And so, and when you're done, it's like, yeah, the anxiety is gone. And what's interesting is it was funny they had the orange and the green work together. And most mountaineers that I find, the ones that go like to the Himalayas in Pakistan, they're engineers. I'm a petroleum engineer. Right? So they have that green as an engineer, a very thoughtful, methodical process. And then their next color is orange. Right? I always say the green is what keeps them alive. The orange is what gets them there. Because the green would rationalize, I'm not going to go. It doesn't make sense. It's not logical. So the orange is pushing them to go to the Himalayas. But that green has to be somewhere. It's either orange, green, or green, orange. It has to be my systems, my nuts. I have to have enough materials and supplies. And I've got to pick the right route. And then the orange is pushing them on that route. But it's all that planning that goes into it that allows them to be successful as that orange pushes them to the top. It's fascinating to look at. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you guys. Do you want us to start putting dots on?
Yeah. So let's meet down here. We'll get some instructions. We'll try to.
I think we're ready.
Okay. Are you
These folks are just discussing.
planning or telling stories?
No, we're planning.
Okay. I don't want. So keep planning.
The type right here that would not require. So it's the same.
That's right. I'm just breaking all the rules here.
So now this heavy duty as
I really want
And what is partnering with LCCC to kind of streamline a contractor license program that they can do?
I very much believe that.
But the goal, as I get older and as I try to manage my life,
coming up with the contractor.
the development goals where it becomes more natural.
Sorry.
I think we need
And the orange as I get older, it starts to think of it.
test.
Yeah, you have to test.
Well, it all requires a test, but it's like 5 years in the test.
Well, it is what it is. Don't yell at me if it's not.
Like, if we're going to cut that, when you're done,
And
you're
all the
ready.
materials, yeah.
YouTube is a more or less invention.
We have this new shortcut, huh?
So it's part, as an extension professional, it's part of my contract. I can't do any training without using sticky dots. So that's, if you've ever worked with extension and they have facilitated meeting, we're going to do sticky dots somewhere there. But anyway, for me, it seems to be an efficient way of using some way to prioritize. We do a lot of different sticky dots as well. So now we have, I probably should have, I think there might be a step we might want to do still, but well, I'll just ask and see what you think. What I was thinking we could do next is go up to the things, the papers, the themes, the goals, and as you look at all of the things that are written on there, And I was thinking that maybe we should, well, you tell me, should we cluster them into some goals or some themes that are already on that particular goal sheet? Or just, here's the reason why I'm concerned. If there is one that says this, and this one says something slightly different, you put your sticky dot on this, that could be, or a sticky dot over here, we combine them, you see what I'm saying? If we said, so then we leverage, I put one dot here.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So,
Can we move them down one at a time so that people can see what we're working on?
They can use the scanner to see it.
yeah, they can see those.
They can
But
use
I
the
mean,
scanner to
if we
see it
all,
there.
we got it up there, then we can all,
The cameras can't see over here. Is that what you're saying?
oh, I'm just looking at that right
Well, the cameras can see it.
See what they're seeing, that nice big,
Oh.
so we just one at a time.
Yeah.
So bring one.
Bring them down one at a time.
Can we have a non-council person put the groups together?
Turn the mic on.
I mean,
If you want to just re-stick it on that board, I can see.
Well, one at a time won't work so much because you've got 10 dots and you've got to decide amongst all 5 of these things where do I want to put. Because you might say, there's nothing here, but had I known, yeah, I would have put my dots over here. But yeah, so I think having them all to where you can kind of move around and see. But maybe what we can do is maybe Nancy and Janine and I can go up and we can maybe cluster them around if there are themes that show up. Please. And then when you put your dot, so what I'll do is I'll give you 10 sticky dots.
Put ours under the category.
But they're saying if there's one that says like reduce plastic waste and one says reduce plastic bags, those might be like substantially similar.
The same.
Yeah.
So they're saying they put those together because you get 10 votes. So you wouldn't want to like, you would have to then
So we
otherwise
want
pick.
you now to prioritize what you have up there even more.
Yeah.
I say, let's do it.
So I'll give you 10 sticky dots, which means you've got basically an average of 2 per sheet, because there's 5 sheets, 2 per sheet. But if you choose, there's a whole bunch of things going on here on this one sheet of infrastructure, whatever. I really want to put 6 of my dots here. That is up to you. You can decide where you want to go. I would also say don't put more than a dot on a thing, right? Because that kind of outsizes a voice. Because it could be that I put all 10 on a thing, and that may not necessarily represent the group. So 1 per idea, but not necessarily 1 or 2 per sheet. But you might put 3 or 4 on a category.
I put 4 up there for Councilor Somerville, and I have 4 extra dots to put on hers for her votes. I'm assuming she would vote for her own.
Can we,
Well, you had 9 sets.
Yeah, I don't care if you don't feel it.
my turns off, but if we go up there and look at each thing and
So we're
decide, we could just stick the ones next to each other, that as you're looking at them, you could say this is the same.
If you want to do that too, that's fine with me. Yeah, if you want to cluster them to make sure that you're leveraging by theme within a category, I think that would be fine.
Can we just send one person up there and they go sort them?
Yeah.
So we'll do that.
You let Dan and Janine
You
cluster.
guys want to start?
Yeah, we all just hang out. If there's questions, whoever's going, sure. I just need 4 or the whole thing. Just 4.
Yes.
Just, I'm not going to vote beyond Andy's selection of her own. I just want to make sure she votes for her own.
I'm throwing that at you. How many's on there? 10? Yep.
I'm pretty sure.
And then if they have questions, they're going to shout out questions to us down here.
And she told me she was going to vote for mine too, yeah.
Yeah, I just played that wrong, I should say.
Proxy. I'm their proxy, and she's giving me all.
She told me she loves all my ideas.
And did I think you would?
Fellow oranges, so, you know.
Oh, I didn't get one.
These become black market. Then people start realizing, I'm going to training where Dan's going to be at. I'm just bringing sticky notes because I want to have extra things. So we'll get up there and try to quickly. Oh, I'm going to take these with me. That's way too much. Now that I said this. Integrity, no, that's not a value of ours. Which it is actually. Integrity is one of your values.
This one all of a sudden has 15 votes, how did that happen?
What group is it that goes the most often?
Watch it. You know what I figured? I figured we're like real winners if we're in that group, and our likelihood was we're headed to prison, and we are
You
not in
haven't.
prison. That is not a small accomplishment.
It's straight with character.
Yeah.
Now, you see who keeps defending the orange, right? All day long.
It's not lost on me.
I told him last night I'm a recovering one.
Should these two be partnered, or is they?
Wild child.
They're both partnered.
My team.
But downtown, you got the different?
Yeah, they're two different policies.
I think I was more by the book as a child.
And actually, like I said, you've done parking.
I didn't get in trouble once until like 7th grade, and that was terrible.
So that's no sad over here. Splitting. So that's also like watching for something to show up twice.
Nobody does anything.
ADA.
And you don't have to do anything, you just sit for 40 minutes and go home. It's not hard to make sense for the 7th grade.
Yeah.
I sent a letter to my 7th grade teacher at one point, just said, I'm really sorry.
Here's Dan
Miles. She just posted on Facebook last night that she got studies weather release for the Laramie. She said it, I was sharing it and telling them I just studied in high
We
school.
want it somewhere.
She said, I want to say,
Environmental stewardship?
sorry for my past. Now I realize that
So like when
I
I
was really obnoxious. Yeah.
Is it tough getting that?
I went down to Alabama to do that.
Are there any over there that deal with community engagement and citizens? Yeah.
I thought you used to go to
Actually, this one can go back over.
This is Aaron from Alabama.
That's right. This, and you go the other
The
way.
triangle, and then there's this,
Wasn't that in Colorado?
no.
It's actually, we used to show that when it was.
So have an aquifer.
We didn't go through,
Yeah, same thing.
not Happy Jack, but, yeah, what's, when you go to Rock River and you take a right, you go up to Wheatland and take a left? Seville Canyon. Oh, I've never gone east that way.
Oh, no, we put that under environmental, so it's a lot better.
Some of like the weirdest driving I've ever had is like the space between the road 287 and Chance and that like flat.
Oh, yeah.
That's like the scariest I ever.
Yeah, I remember like last week, it was crazy, but then you get to the canyon and it's somehow so protected.
Yeah.
That it's not bad at
A
all.
few years ago, I had a drive where I came out of Hurricane and headed home, and it was just like there was nothing at all to see where you were. Like snow blowing everywhere, you couldn't see buildings. It was nothing. It was just like the edge of the earth.
That's when we need the antelope to stay guard along the side.
Yeah, that's right. Then you could just post up and be like a little to your left, sir. It was just like you sort of just go real slow.
Catch debris. Remember, Bob is the guardrails, he's the thermal. Yeah. And you know, Bob loves us to ask legal questions at the city council and want the answer now.
With no prep.
That's his favorite. I've learned over the years, you call out, you give him a couple of weeks. And then he's got a mullet, his head kind of.
Yeah. Seems reasonable if we're gonna all make our decision based on it. Seems reasonable. That's
So that says after north.
These idiots.
After North
Fury.
I start my conversations with, okay, now this is just.
Sound good?
So.
Okay, just want to do.
I think there's like
Battery?
after that project.
Oh, number 4 in your
Out of 4th Street.
4th Street.
Yeah.
What kind of battery?
Oh, mine's out.
They were charging.
The sewer.
Oh, maybe they were on timer. Because maybe water will get batteries all die. Separate it, plug it back in.
Might not know, yeah.
In case we need it for 20 minutes.
Yeah. Intentional housing. That's kind of
We're gonna let them charge for a minute, Joe. A bunch, yeah, some of them are dying. There's no dogs there. Yeah, a few of them are dying, so we're charging.
This one I just took off so we can hand it around.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, good, thanks.
They all need. Yeah, right here, and this one, these two turns.
There's space. Little space over here. Oh, this one needs to go back up. Snowy.
It's on Brandon's list. So.
This.
Oh, there's
There's space down enough so when they put a dot up, they can.
We'll see.
Yeah, good point.
Oh, good.
See, we must have been talking too much. This one's not.
Too many. That's why mine went out.
I mean, mine lasted.
Mine lasted, yeah.
Well, I mean, you had more than that could be it.
Older, I've had
Housing.
it's here. Is there any on the intergovernmental or something that you done maybe?
Yeah, I think we have to be more conscious of like, even for council.
Approved housing
comments.
for students?
Yeah, you want to share this?
We have
Because the housing's,
So total.
it's just the nuance of housing.
Yeah, I think so. It would be nice to like,
Someone get in trouble.
know that.
Do you want me to like those?
She won't get in trouble unless it's a long meeting, and then I'm coming at you.
Brandon Shaw.
That would be a bad idea.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt to preserve it. in case they mess
Particularly as
it.
I present it to staff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nancy, that'd be
Go put our
great.
dots on.
Council.
All right.
Is it okay? No.
I won't be offended if anybody does like wrap up what you're saying. If somebody does this to me, wrap it up. So
Okay.
Or we can do this.
We're gonna wrap it up then. All right, so here's what I think we can do. We've gone through and clustered them, things that you might have put on one, we in our infinite wisdom decided to move it to some other category.
Yeah.
But because we found enough energy around that. So you have now 10 dots plus 4 that you can then decide how to place them. Again, you can put more dots on, you can put more than one dot on a theme, well, how do we want to say it, on one of the goal areas, but not more than one dot per cluster, if that makes sense, okay? And then you, this is a chance for you to vote with your feet in a way, or just decide what you think is important. And we hope to capture some energy that might provide guidance to staff as they then take this and say, okay, now we start writing that next page 41 and 42 or whatever it is in your goals. Does that make sense? Any questions, concerns about what we're asking you? Do you feel that this is going to be helpful and kind of provide some direction for you for what we've done so far? That's my hope.
I don't want to waste all my dots on stuff that the city's going to do anyway. Like, we have city services we have to do. So, I mean, we should, like, keep up our city services. I'd use up all 10 dots for that. So if I don't put a dot there, it doesn't mean I think we don't need water and sewer anymore.
City services only has 5 possibilities.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think
But I see what you're saying.
And I think the assumption is water sewer is going to be going already. But if there's something new about water or sewer that we're doing that we aren't currently doing, but we're like, this is the next step for us, or we need to evolve, or we need to stretch a little bit, that's hopefully what's captured up there.
Okay.
Yeah, you didn't have to say,
So
yeah,
we know-
police department,
Because we talked about it.
It's
up there for
stormwater, yeah. Yeah.
Great.
Then, after we do that, will we go over it?
Yeah,
Break
yeah,
it
then we'll
down
just,
and go
then we'll talk about it and see what, see where the energy is.
Okay.
And then we'll say, yeah, and then the next steps from this will be, how do we write this up into some sort of a format that you can then continue talking about. This is just the beginning to start clarifying things. There's going to be a lot of work moving forward, but really I think this is what Janine and the staff need is just, what are you thinking? So they're not off spending a lot of energy in some place that's going to fizzle. That's like, it's not where you want to go.
Ooh, he's ready for those.
Or the orange mare is like, whatever, stop talking, let's go. I'm so
I
ready.
didn't mean to be dismissive.
Yeah.
You can just sit there for a minute. I know you're ready to go, but there's people in here still don't look
Recreation. And moving one? Yeah. I like
see your body language. You see a lot in your body, you're perfect when you're doing this stuff.
Hey, Clumpers, I moved one, because this one is actually one. So I moved it from over there together.
Okay, so they are the same?
They are, yes, so she was talking about this recreation alley that includes all of these.
Oh, that's all one thing?
Yes.
Is that where it's free for everybody?
Yes, sorry.
What is?
And what we did, we took this one, and we put it onto a new.
Oh, internet.
And we added that where that better was with the other one. Does that make sense? And then no one's going to put on any of it.
Oh, who else thought about getting retired people to be lifeguards? I keep thinking about that. Because there's people that are gym teachers that are only 55, that are only like 55 years old and are retired gym teachers. They're teaching water classes, like they should be lifeguards sometimes. I like
He's a private journalist, and I can go down deeper into it. I'd like to back to one we're the same.
Nobody's gonna put one on awkward.
So it's almost like.
I've got to come back there. Yeah, that was like nearly done.
We have growing cuts on the A-bus.
Yeah, but we're gonna keep
Easels in bags and flip charts in the bag.
One case when I came through.
With all the handouts. Strap it all on, like I'm doing vacation. And there's this, I like the word I just used, a ritual. There's a ritual about how I set things up.
Yeah.
And I have my keys with my flashes, so I have all these contingencies I'm all taken care of. Because I do this enough, I know what to expect, this one come prepared. So it's this commodity. Just one over, like if you couldn't put two. I left my keys in my truck.
But I could put one over here.
Because then you might want to travel with keys because I don't use them.
You can't pile on.
And so I keep all the things that I'm used to, my rituals, when I'm done, I have a ritual. Close everything down, I pack it all up, and load it all on. And there's just something about doing that. So is this no, I got you. This is my ritual.
You're not supposed to do that after they.
Yep. Like getting down to the last one makes me really have to.
And so I just clean up. I went to my office, make sure my papers were in order for these days, and exactly what's going on. This is really
In general.
So he started
Upgrades. I mean, I mostly think like, that's my sticky house, so of course I think we should. But, that's what I'm trying to. Yeah, I'm saying like closure to the day. Yeah, by fringe, that's what I meant.
This present's done.
Yeah.
I should really get in my car, to a teacher truck, or whatever, but there's just that ritualistic part of it. Until they just don't do it. Oh, that's a thing.
Yeah.
I've been having a ritual. It's not. So it was when I was driving home last night to my hotel, I was like, it's just so weird. I see just. I'm not loaded up.
Right.
I guess I'll leave that there. And just walk out of here and see you all.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's.
Like, I even have members that are it's so easy for you to get on stage and sing. Whenever everybody needs to sit up and
No, I should have done this more.
Right?
Classic.
One more. I don't know what to do.
But it's just some things like, it's just crazy little things like that, but it's amazing how.
So, but we have
I'm training so often, it's just kind of a flow, right? There's a sequence. This is what it is, build, explain something. sets the foundation for the next thing I'm talking about. Those two things set up. So people kind of follow along. It's like, okay, this is all
Can we call Annie to do her other?
constitution to action. There's all those things that there's like,
Do we know where Annie had to go?
this all makes sense. I've been fighting the battle of trying to run this.
I know,
This is all.
you could try to call her if you want.
So I got this flow, and then I'm like, teaching it to counselor. This guy's funny.
It seems really easy though, like, it doesn't be like, what's the agenda?
And he's just like, what is it? Maybe they for 30 seconds. They're just like, oh, we got a cycle.
That is like that.
And he's like, whatever, I'm not silencing it, I'm nothing. And then, so I get kind of, my flow and my, yes, you've been interrupted, so I say, kind of figure out where I'm at and get going. And then 10 minutes later, I should have done this much more dramatically. Like 6 times.
So
But towards the end, it's become normal for me. I can
The ones that were in the.
yeah, it doesn't affect me like the mission.
Yeah.
Because it's only my phone kept going off.
Right, they seem right. I think it's just because of mental health is like, well.
I'm in a meeting now. Really? Let's get the camera again.
I think that's right.
No, you're gonna say? Yeah, I'm gonna take pictures.
Our second, all right. I know those are basketball ones, but I'm hoping as a council we get to number 2.
Jeanine, I think you should probably note that I'm not sure there's a single vote for aquifer there, but that should not be reflected on the.
I have no doubt.
I think everybody just thought, well, I'm not going to waste a seat here or there.
I forget when you and I talked, if the APOS areas are identified as so fragile and vulnerable that they are undevelopable, what is the designation for that?
Well, I think what you're asking is like what we would probably call it, you know, like some kind of no-build zone. But know that anything that we would designate as a no-build zone, we will have to purchase. We will be submitted effectively.
Purchase or trade?
Well, if they're willing to trade, most often people want cash, and we have limited trade available, unless you're willing to give up your control of the Turner Tract, so. Yeah.
I'm not favorable to that.
And some of the Turner Tract is also in ADOs. Although the portions of ADOs in the Turner Tract are less sensitive than the sections more western. Other properties that are more western.
Than that proposed Laramie.
These two here should be most energy.
Well, second. So, recreation activities. Which one would you guys want?
Infrastructure, we'll get that one down. That seemed to have a lot of energy.
You don't want them all down?
No, yeah, let's spread them all. We'll just try to, I'm trying to think where the ones that, where the bulk of energy will put in an accessible place.
See, this one and that one have 9 and 8.
Yeah.
They're the ones.
Let's put those, let's do them side by side.
Aaron, you'll notice some of the aquifer ones fell on the ground.
Oh, okay.
You know, attracting this is similar to that.
It's okay.
Another
Choking on my Well, here you can see the breakdown of votes per theme or topic inside each of the goal areas. It seems the area that was like, it seemed like we were able to find a place for all the things that were on in the parking lot. So we found a home for them. So that's all represented here. And I'm assuming that just because things didn't get a vote doesn't necessarily mean there aren't either going to be already part of the plan or momentum's there or things are happening. But I think this is clarifying kind of where the council's interests are. So, I think the biggest one's 9. I think this one here under infrastructure got 9 dots. I can't read what it says. 88 stuff, right? Yeah. Yeah, so lots of energy around that, which may or may not have been part of the previous plan. So then this comes in, all right, so trade-offs then. Is this a discussion of trade-offs? If we're going to put some energy behind that, we have a limited amount of resources. We got to start making decisions about how we're going to reallocate our resources. We're not kind of throwing everything out and starting over, but maybe just some of these subtle shifts as you think about how do we spin up for this, and maybe there's some things that you had resources dedicated to that are winding down in its lifespan, that were nearing completion, which would free up bandwidth within the organization to focus on something. So part of that is this relationship between the council and the staff as they're trying to figure out how to operationalize these priorities. Thoughts on this? How is this? Do you and all y'all feel okay with this? With what's come out of this so far? Is it something you feel like you've got enough to continue the conversation and work towards?
Would you be the people who are closer by with the?
What is number 8?
The higher
What's the group number? The 8 under intergovernmental. Mental health.
Here, Brandon.
Mental health. Oh, we took away all your.
They were all dying.
So it's like mental health officers, mental health police, resource officers.
Okay.
Drug diversion, I think.
Yeah, drug diversion's one of them.
Drug and alcohol diversion.
Oh, that's a good idea too.
We had that conversation previously.
Yeah, so you've probably got some already existing energy towards this, and it's just continuing, and this may elevate this issue now in this conversation that you have, right? Because you're going to have way more ideas, clearly, than what you maybe have resources, time to accomplish. And so this might help something be elevated that maybe was, we've been talking about it, right? But in this progression now, it's coming to the forefront of the burners.
One thing I would note on the one that has 9, so the gold-colored sticky note was mine, which is a repurposing of refocusing the traffic commission. I just want to be clear to the council that what my intention was not necessarily refocusing them to ADA compliance and ADA access. So I would vote for the ADA one just the same, but in my mind, that was refocusing them to what is the first thing in their new bylaws, which is to provide new ideas to the council for alternative transportation options. So that's more of my interest. I don't know if anyone shares that interest, but I just want to be clear that that's what that sticky note is for. So it may or may not lump in there. If it makes sense from your standpoint, I think if it makes sense to lump them with ADA, but I think also like a disabilities committee might have a more expert opinion of ADA compliance.
We also have bike paths and walkable spaces, which is not necessarily.
Those feel different a little bit.
Yeah. And I think simply, I just don't know that they function in this sort of like check on, or like public access to engineering at this point after we change their bylaws. And I understand they are quite frustrated as a group. So that is more of my thought, is that we reposition the Traffic Commission to serve in an advisory role similar to the Environmental Advisory Committee, but on multimodal transportation, so bike lanes, those sort of things.
And that is it within their scope.
It is, yeah.
Yes.
So I would like them to focus there instead of on like hearing like everything that, yeah, instead of like those things, right? Because they don't have an ability to change them.
Get a vote.
Yeah, so they don't vote on those things. They don't change anything. So like, what are they? How are they serving? And that is where their frustration comes from, is my understanding. And I haven't spoken to a majority of the group. I've spoken to a few members, but I think that they could maybe benefit from that repositioning. So I just want to be clear that's what that sticky note implies.
That's good.
Okay.
I mean, frankly, if we could condense or reduce our number of boards and commissions, that would really be good too. I mean, it's not that, I'm not complaining about the actual work, I'm just, the sheer size and the technical reach is really overwhelming, right? So maybe.
Well, I hadn't thought about traffic and EDA folding together, but in some ways that would make it. Helped us inform some policy out as to how to accommodate folks with chemical sensitivity. But that part of it, that people part of their mission, could easily, that's the part I see potentially falling under a Human Rights Commission. And then maybe the physical assets and infrastructure issues get folded in with the traffic. And it's Traffic and Multimodal Commission, something like that, just brainstorming off the top of my head.
And I'm not sure, I mean, I don't know what purpose they serve in regards to traffic at this point, because they don't have any oversight of engineering, right? Like, the Traffic Commission can't vote to sort of like, they can't respond to an engineer's decision with the new bylaws, right? So they can advise, which is like, you know, they can say like, we don't think so, but the idea still moves forward with, even though they advised against the thing, the engineering department can still do the thing. And then it comes to us if there's a problem. It should just maybe come to us if there's an issue. And then that group of people who want to serve the community may spend their time more effectively working on a different thing.
Right.
That's maybe what I'm getting at. And so I don't know about reducing the number. That's not necessarily what my comment is towards. I'm open to that conversation, but I wasn't trying to absorb them into ADA with that note. For what it's worth, I want them to
help come up with like advice around multimodal transportation elements
Right.
in our larger system.
Correct.
Okay. And EPA would fall under that.
It would, yeah, sure.
And then the blue one in that, the sky blue one in that 9 is about just an ongoing problem that we have with snow and ice on sidewalks and curbs. That's not necessarily an ADA thing, but I know it's a problem, it's always been a problem, and I'd like us to think creatively, what could we do from a volunteer force to how do we properly, I don't know, are there specific areas where the design is off and it's constantly creating those little lakes? You know, that we are more creative about the issues that we go through for at least 6 months out of the year. So I'd like to kind of look at that so that it wasn't exactly
Sharon, you talked about snow angels in Denver.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
And-
Didn't hear.
Micah brought this up initially,
Micah
and
brought
then
it up,
Sharon and I took it over with excitement.
And I've done, there's some research, there's different sites and things explaining the whole program in Denver and how people sign up for it. And I would imagine we could do something such as an app development that puts a call out there, we need snow angels for this, and then people text back or respond to the app, I'll do it. And I don't know, we thought about stickers that they would put on their car and that we'd give them a shovel with the city logo on it, but that would be one way to try to keep it clean. And then once it's iced over, what are the most environmentally sound ways to keep it melted? And on Science Friday, there was a big thing about the damage salt is doing to freshwater bodies of water, and that some of it's irreparable, and they're really trying to think about what to do with that.
If I might present a couple of thoughts. One, on this idea of the snow angels, there's a TED Talk, and I can get it to you if you want, but it's interesting because anyway, game theory. In Boston, what they do is they have a program where you can adopt a fire hydrant. Yeah. Tons of snow, buries the fire hydrants, and so they, instead of paying or giving more taxes or diverting money or whatever to have the city go out, they say, well, how do we empower the citizens? Adopt the fire hydrant, and when you do, then you're responsible for this list of things, but you can also paint it, you can name it, you can dress it up and crochet, you can do all these things with the fire hydrant, as long as they can still be accessible. But and then if you don't do your duty within like a 24-hour period, it's back on the blocks. Someone else can then adopt it. So there's a competition, right? And so that's what they've done in Boston, and made a whole app that people can sign up and compete for it. And then there's in Hawaii, people will go up into the tsunami sirens, and they'll steal the batteries. And so they're like, okay, so they have to adopt a tsunami siren place that you check and you kind of adopt. So it's again, how do we engage the citizens? Yeah. So you help them. Again, what we've been talking about, you're facilitating. How do we look, you got to own some of this too. You can't just keep dumping on us. We need to share the load, because you don't want to pay more taxes, we don't want to tax you more. So that means we got to step it up. But provide them a structure and a framework to do that. Your colleague in Bozeman, new manager got in there, they had 30 some odd boards. And he's like, we can't find people, this is getting out of hand. So they created a super board system. And so they just sat back and started looking at what would a super board look like? So around land use, and so instead of having 5 different, or environmental interests, 5 different groups doing, they just said, well, why don't we get one group, instead of 5, we're going to have 12, and they're going to have this broader scope. And so it's just kind of elevated. Instead of having 30, we're going to have 15. I don't know. So you might want to reach out and see how it's working. I think it was a new idea, creative, it may or may not be working. But that's where kind of Gosmic is a great place to share those ideas. Yeah. But that might be, you get to a point where we just can't add another board. So how do we rethink our board structure and the role that they play in informing us and advising us and the impact they have on the staff? We just got to do this a different way. Cool.
Well, and overlap with the county boards, and it's like, holy cow. Sorry.
Okay. Does anybody feel like they want to? Oh, sorry, Mike.
Oh, sorry. Just to that point of maybe lumping things together, as we were talking about number 9, it's kind of like this non-motorized view, right? So it could encompass a little bit more, and the focus is on anything that you're walking, running, biking, scooting, rolling, whatever. So make it broader in hopes of reduced, to your point.
And accessible for differently abled people.
Yeah.
As much as possible, right? And that's something that we struggle with particularly in the older parts of town where infrastructure wasn't built to those standards. So.
Exist. That's just.
Are there any others that members want to lend an extra word to? Okay.
I just felt guilty because my mic wasn't on, but now I realized the battery died. It wasn't my fault. That was not much.
Nancy's got us. Nancy has us back in business.
Yeah, all I said is multimodal for all differently abled, all abilities of people, physical abilities, yeah. For the record.
Thank you.
Turn it off. So
Well, we have 12 minutes before we reach adjournment. Is there anything, closing thoughts? Anything else you feel like we need to attend to? City Manager, Dan, Council?
Well, I had to make up for yesterday. We went a little over.
That's right.
We need to hear closing
Some closing
comments from Dan.
thoughts. I'll give you some closing thoughts, and I'll do it in less than 12 minutes.
Jane was trying to say something.
Oh,
Go ahead.
So knowing this council like I do, I'm really surprised, but I get all the ones on environmental stewardship. So, kind of funny.
Counselor, my guess is that I think a lot of council members thought we might do those things anyways.
There's a 12 over there.
It's a conservation of dot.
That's right. We all thought, we'll do those.
no dots for water, sewer.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
No interest.
All right, Dan, to you.
All right. So I do this a lot. I travel a lot, work with a lot of cities, counties in multiple states, and I'm very impressed with you as a group. I think there's a good energy. I think you're asking all the right questions. You've got a good heart. It doesn't mean there aren't going to be tensions and stresses over time, and that's just lean into that. Back to our forming, norming, storming, performing. So I'm hoping that the conversations we've had is giving you new language, new frameworks. The vernacular of the council and staff may change a little bit now because you have that language, and it will provide a shorthand for you and a way for the group to communicate on a more intimate level when you use that kind of language, I think, what I've seen in other places. So it's been a sheer delight. And I'm saying that at 4 o'clock, having slept 3 hours last night. There's a ruckus going on in my hotel last night. It was a little bit of a challenge, but yeah. So in spite of that, I think you've energized me. I think you have a great group to provide the leadership necessary for the city of Laramie to face its future, whatever that might be. And I think you have the skills and the interest to help the community define what that future is. And you've got your fingers on the levers to guide that. And so, and lastly, thanks for your service. This whole thing, this little small d democracy that we've subscribed to for the last 240 years is precious, but it's vulnerable, as we're finding right now, and that it's all depends on the willingness of the public to be led by, to make this work. And your willingness to come with the right intent, because it's not set up to manage people with ill intent. We just don't have the structure to say, well, and if you don't want to do that, then here's the consequence. It's the assumption that you have goodwill, the assumption that you're willing to follow the rules and the lane and stay in your lane. With that assumption, and your willingness to operate within that assumption, it works wonderfully, right? Elegantly. So thanks for stepping up. Thanks for being in your community to say, yeah, I'm willing to do this, and spend a wad of cash apparently to get in that seat. And you're like, why did I spend so much money to do this? What was I thinking? But no, it's been great, and I appreciate the opportunity. And reach out to me. You have my contact, I guess. So if you want to, chat about colors or chat about other things, if I'm available and able, I'll be happy to chat with you. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Are you wearing orange socks? You're not orange though, are you?
No, I'm green and gold orange are close together.
Okay.
But I like orange and like green.
I like blue green.
I was going to say something and you derailed me with thoughts of like, but we can dress outside of our color.
It's allowed, isn't it?
Yeah.
do, Sharon, is I'll take this, I'll kind of put it into that like little spreadsheet we always use. I'll send it out to you guys to massage, tweak, whatever, and then ultimately drop that into a resolution for your February 7th meeting for you to adopt. And then along with that, as like a companion resolution, that will be the appointments to the intergovernmental subcommittees, make those official. So I'll get those two things ready for February 7th, and we'll have a week or two to work on, well, a week, basically. So I'll try to send it out to you guys Monday, unless you want me to delay it until the second meeting in February.
Discussion, or is that too time consuming? No?
I'm not sure it's particularly pressing that we have it done by the next meeting. I mean, these goals are probably fairly understandable for you. I mean, I think you're going to have an idea where the council's headed, and it's not going to change your work in the next week and a half or 2 weeks. So don't make it pressing, but maybe, yeah, second meeting in February is fine. But I do think the intergovernmental committees would be great to have at the February 7th meeting. That's my take.
Are they okay with their sentence? Did you ever check with people?
I mean, my hope was that there was an opportunity for folks to say no. If they didn't feel like they could speak earlier, tell me after the meeting, and we'll sort it out. Is that okay? Okay.
Can you thank Nancy too?
Yes.
Oh, my goodness.
Thank you. That was really good.
And thank you, Janine.
City staff.
Yeah. Absolutely. And council, thanks for spending a couple days together. This is always, I mean, it's not what we all want to do with our Friday, Saturday, but I think it was well worth the time. So thanks, everybody.
Very helpful.
Yeah. Okay.
The meeting in Tahiti was next, but.
Right. Well,
Retreat.
next year. All right. Thanks, everybody. We are adjourned.
If that happens, thanks for